So I would just say this, like, let's say me and you go to the beach. We all go to the beach. Everyone in this VC, we all go to the beach. Okay, so the only difference, we're all on the same Earth. So let's just get that straight. There's no multiple Earths or anything like that. There's just Earth we all live on. The only difference between you and I is you say that the ocean is curving, the horizon is curving. You say it's curving, right? That's the only difference. We live on the same Earth. There's not multiple versions or anything like that. It was just
sorry, no, that's not what I meant. What I meant is people have different ideas about what the flat Earth is. So yeah, I didn't mean to say that there's multiple, like literally like 3 or 4 Earths. It's more like that this group of flat Earthers have a different idea, and this group of flat Earthers have a different idea of what the Earth is. That's what I meant. Hello?
Yeah, sorry. I was just trying to.
Okay, yeah, that's all I meant. Yeah, yep. I think we're.
Well, you'll find that this is the most public and large group that you'll ever find of flat earthers anywhere on the internet, and we're public all day long. And we argue with each other all day long about different aspects of Earth. So we don't all agree on the same thing. This isn't, it's not like that. If you come in here thinking that it's not the way it is. If you listen to the YouTube channel, you'll find out that we don't all agree with each other on all this stuff.
Gotcha. Cool.
There are some fundamentals, though, right? And one of them would be, where's the curvature? Right? So we don't
agree on that one.
Yeah, we don't lean on speculation. We'll lean on those types of things. Like, there is some fundamentals here.
So
that'd be one of them.
Have y'all watched, and I know y'all probably definitely don't like McToon or Mr. Sensible or FTFE, or I don't know what y'all think. I mean, y'all obviously think that they're wrong. But have you watched their debates?
Yes.
Yeah.
They've actually, FTFE and McToon have been in this server before.
So you asked me where the curvature is. And at least from the videos I've seen, there's Mages 2, there's Dwayne Kellum, there's, what is his name, Jesse Kozlowski. Like, we've shown, at least on our side, I haven't clearly, but we've shown that that there is curvature to the Earth, or that water does curve. So when you say show me the curve, I guess I'm confused.
Just walk us through it.
We do.
Because where? I mean, we're not sitting here with our eyes closed.
Yeah, that we don't see it.
Maybe you could walk us through where the curve is.
So, for example, have y'all seen the Mages 2 footage? I brought that up earlier in chat. Or, I know maybe some people didn't like Mages 2 or Dwayne Kellum's high-altitude balloon footage.
Do you know the altitude?
Yeah, I believe Dwayne Kellum was 120K and Mages was 33 kilometers.
Can't see it from either of them.
Yeah.
It's just difficult because we get a lot of younger globe earthers who come in and say, well, I'm just climb a tree and there it is. And I jump on top of a house and there it is again. I climbed on a mountain and there I saw it.
It's too big for that.
You know what I mean? So it's like, well, we're constantly asking Globers, hey, where is this curve? And they're like, well, on an airplane. Haven't you been in an airplane? It's like, well, you don't seem to know your own side very well. So at least we got an altitude. So you're saying at 120,000 feet?
Well, actually, there's oh man. By the way, I did not come here prepared. I'm just going to tell everybody that right now. So maybe
for the most part. Hey, Ben, you've been listening to a lot of these talks for a while, so you can just speak your mind. That's what we do. We just talk, speak our mind, be honest with each other, and then, that's what we do here, man.
Okay. So the answer to your question is actually 30,000 feet. But when I say 30,000 feet, there's a picture that I would like to show you all that shows you the amount of curvature at different heights. At 30,000 feet, in order to see it, you would basically need to be in the cockpit of the plane with an incredibly wide field of view. And there's actually is a picture of this where the sun's just about to come up above the horizon, and you can see the horizon of the Earth just barely curve. So 30,000 feet is not an incorrect answer, but you need a really, really, really wide field of view in order to see it curve, and it's very, very tiny. So, if you want, like, noticeable, then yes, I would say there's a company out in Florida that takes people up on MiGs. I don't know if they're still doing it now, but they take people up to 70K, and people say they can see it from there. So, that's kind
So
of
the question then arises: why do we have people like Neil deGrasse who come out and say, "Actually, you know what? It's not curving at that altitude." So what do we do about that?
Yeah, so first of all, I've heard a couple of y'all call him priest. Neil deGrasse Tyson is not the he's not the person that controls what the heliocentric model says. That would be what you can find in scientific papers. So my answer to this question is he said it for a quick media clip because to most people, right, we all know that, or I guess for the purposes of this talk, we all think that the Earth is a globe. So when you go up to who was it? Oh, I forgot the Red Bull jump. Don't remember his name. And he was about
Yeah, Felix Baumgartner.
Yeah, and they were trying to
128
curve the horizon using fisheye lenses, which is why he came out and said that he wanted to get ahead of it.
It was a fisheye lens. Well, but the thing is, and that's kind of why it's funny. Like you'll say that we're lying. Well, no, he told everybody that it is a fisheye lens because it's the truth. That was a.
Why would he say that you don't see the curvature from even that high, but then you're telling us that we can see it at 30,000?
Well, I mean, to put it simply, he's incorrect.
Oh, good. So they're just paying him to lie to everybody out in public at South by Southwest, which I attended, by the way. I was there at that one, and he did say all that shit.
Well, here's the thing, right? When I say he's incorrect, you can see the curvature at 100,000 feet,
Really?
but you can't see it. You can't see it as much as they did in those pictures. So, what I'm saying is that the answer to this question is nuanced. And when you just take a 5-second quote from something he did say,
2-minute quote.
It just doesn't get all the nuance.
Yeah, it's a couple.
He goes over. He covers it for 2 minutes of this whole time. I don't hate to. I mean, you're on a roll here, but I mean, why are they putting him out there if he's just wrong? Why,
Yeah,
why
that should almost be illegal.
Because there is the problem is there's no way.
And why do you have NASA fabricating images of Earth curvature from those altitudes too? If it's actually just there, why not just take a picture of it actually being there instead of putting out this fabrication?
You wait. So hold on.
Microphones.
Let me.
Come on, dude.
let me kind of just address the Baumgartner, and then I'll talk about NASA. So when it comes to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and this comes up in a lot of these kind of flat Earth talks, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson was wrong. You can see the curvature from that high. Why did he say it? I don't know why he said it. It was probably a quick media clip. If you actually go up there, it would not be curving nearly as much as a fisheye. So, yeah.
Well,
It's not really what he said.
With the fisheye lens, I'm not seeing it. It's in the live stream voice text channel.
Which one? Sorry, there's two people talking. I couldn't hear.
Yeah, sorry. I cut somebody off there.
No, you're all good, Central.
Okay, yeah. So I'm looking at a picture from 120,000 feet in the live text or the live stream voice text channel, and I'm not seeing the curvature as compared to NASA's pic from 100,000 feet, which is lower, which is obviously fabricated.
Obviously fisheye. I would agree. My answer to that is I would like to see the YouTube video or the source of where that comes from. Because you'll find a lot of these moon flights where they claim to see that the Earth's horizon is flat. It is too actually fisheye, and you can tell because when the camera goes or when the Earth goes above the center frame of the image, it starts going concave, and then when it comes back, it'll go back down to being convex. So what I would like to say is I'd like to see the source of that image, and then the video where that comes from. 240,000. Okay, is this because if it comes from one where it does flex up and down, or if it's a wide-angle lens, did you say that this was a wide-angle lens?
I'm saying that the NASA one must be.
No, the one you sent, the 240,000. I thought earlier you said that this was wide-angle. Also, this cannot possibly be. Is this from an airplane?
So the second one here from 240,000 feet is a different one, but I just grabbed that because it was the first thing that I had within reach. I mean,
240,000 feet is pretty high. Where did they get that from? A balloon? I guess. I don't know. I mean, I can take a look at the video. This one looks like it's from a plane, which is incredible.
yeah.
So it says 240,000 feet. Is this in a plane? This
Yeah.
looks like a plane.
That's what that one is. I'll try to find the original from the other one. Just one sec.
Okay, but
because this is supposed to be higher altitude anyway, so I just grabbed that. But I mean, there's a couple
the
of
issue is no plane. The highest plane flight that I'm aware of is the U-2, which can do like 70, 80K. I am not aware of any plane that can even come close to 240K. And this is what I planes and space is what I do. I feel like I know about it.
That's supposed to be NASA's Blue Origin, and that is the altitude they say they are at.
Oh, so this is the you mean this is Virgin Galactic.
Flat Earth proof, NASA.
Thanks.
This one's Virgin. Do you mean Virgin Galactic, right? This would be from the Virgin Galactic flight. I don't think the New Shepard looks like that.
Yeah, so that's what that's supposed to be. Let's see if we can grab that from.
Yeah, that looks like it's over Nevada. Let me see here. Oh my goodness, I can't really.
And that's the distance that they claim they're going.
And that's the 240,000 foot one you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
240,000.
I mean, even if it's half that, still looks pretty flat. Doesn't really align with what they're showing in that fisheye lens pic.
Looks flat to me.
Hold on. I mean, y'all might be right.
I mean, there's tons of stuff like that. I'm just trying to grab a couple other videos here. One sec.
Yeah, the issue is I'm using good old-fashioned hotel Wi-Fi, and so I see a very pixelated shades of blue.
Here's another high altitude.
Isn't it?
Yeah, go on.
I'd have to pull it up in Photoshop or Paint or something and draw a line across it, but at least towards the edges, to me, it looks like it's curving down. Not by much, but...
Well, there's always a little slight distortion, but nothing like what NASA's presenting at those heights.
Yeah, so it would be nothing like the fisheye, but... So, I guess in that case, what would be the test to determine if what you're seeing is an actual curvature or fisheye lens distortion or barrel distortion or any sort of camera distortion?
Well, I would just start at the ground and just see if the horizon matches the geometric limitations.
Okay, and I guess we're gonna, okay, cool, yeah, we can move on into there, because that's gonna be, like, Black Swan and all of that. The issue is, there is no such thing, the argument that y'all have is a straw man. Just put it flat out there. It is our position that the horizon moves. That is my
You're
position.
assuming my argument before I've even made it. Isn't that kind of straw manning?
Wait a minute. It's hold on. Wait a minute.
Aren't you the same?
Can we just
Black Swan picture earlier?
let's just get this clear though, because the Black Swan starts with a modus tollens. So let's walk through that slowly and figure out where the straw man comes in. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. I'll post a better picture of just the modus tollens, and we can talk about that. Just give me 1 sec.
This is Nile Delta. That probably is the Nile Delta as seen from the ISS, but the fish islands. And there's a bunch of videos that show what happens when you take a camera, move it closer and further away to a ball. But yeah, go ahead with the modus tollens.
All right, cool. You see, I posted it there at 56 minutes past the hour.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, so we've got if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Just a logical deduction there. Any issues with that so far?
Nope.
Okay, so let's move on to the actual
Actually,
argument.
yes, actually.
Okay, help us
That's
out.
where the straw man. That 1.225 times square root of observer's height.
Wait a minute. We haven't got to the argument itself yet. Okay, so do you have any issue with the modus tollens itself?
Oh, you just mean with the concept.
If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Okay, yeah, I'm cool.
All right, so then let's move on to the next step, right? So let's just walk through this. If Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, is that a straw man? Does the Earth have that radius or no?
That sounds about correct.
Okay. And then, so that's P. Then, if every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, any problem with that?
Yes, that is the straw man.
Okay. So, this is based on math, based on that radius. So,
yes.
Why don't you tell us how this is a straw man?
So, that math, actually, and maybe you derived it yourself, but Quantum Eraser picked it up.
Just to be clear, this is from, you can go to any Earth curve calculator.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just incorrect math, it's just the model that we've been given.
No, it is correct. That is correct. That is the correct formula for finding the location of the geometric horizon on the surface of a sphere. The issue is that when this popped up, at least as far as I could tell in the whole flat Earth conversation, it was mainly started by Quantum Eraser, who found it from a guy named Andrew Thomas Young, who is the leading expert in refraction. And he, on his website, has that exact same formula, the square root times blah, 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 the height in feet. The issue is, right under that formula is where they start talking about refraction. And so where the straw man lies is you say, it must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The issue is that is not my argument. It can be further due to refraction.
Well, can you give us a demonstration of that?
Yeah, sure.
Real quick, I mean, the globe is a set size, so it's not this wacky, waveable, inflatable thing. It doesn't change size. So
I agree.
Why would it be beyond its geometric limitations?
Well, let's think about the horizon for a moment, right? A colloquial way to describe what it is where the atmosphere appears to touch the ground. Well, that's two parts of it. I agree that the ground doesn't wave or move, or when it does, that's typically pretty bad. You don't want the ground to be moving too much. But the atmosphere is clearly not homogeneous. It moves, it changes, it has different density gradients. So if the horizon is made up of two parts, not just the ground, but the air and the ground, and the air can change, why can't the air component of it move where the horizon appears?
Okay, well, here's how much the air component of it would have to change at the horizontal level for that to work. Do you see the live stream chat?
Do you mean central? It's a couple of degrees.
Yeah, it would have to be moving through continuously denser and denser air at that surface level in order to bend the light in that sort of a way. And plus, I mean, you're talking about extending the maximum geometric horizon out by like a factor of 10. And even on Flat Earth Insanity's horizon calculator, even if you max out the refraction index in that, it still doesn't get anywhere even close to that.
So the thing is, on Andrew Thomas Young's website, he defines a new term which takes into account like everything in this picture. He calls it the coefficient of refraction instead of the index of refraction. A coefficient of refraction of, oh dear, I might have
two or more.
Here's the thing: at a coefficient of refraction of 2, the light is now bending at the same curvature of the Earth. So at a coefficient of refraction of 2, you can literally see indefinitely far.
So those are numbers. Do we have an observation, a demonstration, any sort of an experiment that backs it up?
Well, Black Swan would be a great one.
But you're just presupposing that's what's going on. I know. Presuppose the ball, presuppose all of that, and then just explain it away by saying what you just said, or it's just a flat horizon and it's what it appears to be.
No, I'm joking. I was clearly begging the question there. Give me a moment. I'll get you some good old fashioned. Well, actually, as I said, I'm prepared. So
Yeah.
let me see if I can get you Mr. Sensible's refraction video. There's a whole video where, or I don't know, Mr. Sensible uses a magnifying glass to induce refraction, which is fine. But there's another video online, and if y'all have seen the McToon and those other debates, y'all might know what I mean, right? Where they have a cylinder and they pour cold air, and you can see further. Do you know what I mean? Have y'all seen that?
I've seen some of his stuff. Maybe could you post it?
That's the thing. This might have to be. Let me find it because
He can't post it. He's going to have to send it to one of the mods or something.
Okay.
That's fine. I'm once again.
Well, even using those calculations that you brought up, if you want to account for absolute maximum refraction, here, I'll post it here, one sec. It only extends the maximum horizon distance to 1.8 miles. So, I mean, they're still off by, almost the same factor of 10 that they're already off by to begin with.
I don't know where you got this.
That's Flat Earth Insanity's blog, the calculator he has on his blog.
Why would you use a calculator from a flat earther?
No, Flat Earth.
You can use any Earth curvature calculator.
Flat Earth Insanity is not a flat earther. He's on your side.
Okay, well, why did he have a max? What does 120% refraction mean? What does that value mean?
When we maxed out the refraction index, we accounted for all possible refraction you ever could have had, and this is what we...
No, but...
globe earthers themselves, right? I mean, this is as much refraction as globe earthers even claim is possible, given the numbers that you're using.
That's not true, because there's a whole website, and oh my goodness, I'm just gonna need to start going and grabbing links, I guess, next time I come.
Yeah.
But there's a whole website that's dedicated to showing how the temperature gradients can be used to induce some sort of refraction. And literally the first preset there is an option for the black swan. So I don't know. And the index of refraction is not a percentage value. So this guy is wrong, I guess. I don't know why.
What do you think of the formula? The formula is given right there, right? Do you see that?
E equals 8 times, what is that, O squared? D where does which part does he account for refraction? 8 plus 2 times R?
Yeah, exactly.
That is, I don't know, I have never seen a refraction calculator use 8 plus 2 times R.
Well, I've never seen a demonstration of refraction causing what globers are claiming is happening in that black swan pick. I've only ever heard them talk in numbers and say it can be done and this and that and give mathematical explainaways and never a demonstration. So if you could do that, that would probably be the most helpful thing.
Well, sure, but that's what I brought up earlier about, and once again, right, I'd have to go find these links for the things I'm talking about. If y'all want to start, or maybe I'll start creating a list for me finding all of the links for the things I've said, but there's a video that is used in those flat earth debates all the time, where the guy has a pipe with some Play-Doh behind it, it's red, yellow, green, and when they start, you can't see the red, and then they pour some cold liquid on it to put the fraction in, and it literally raises the red up above the horizon that the pipe creates, and you can see further. I just need to go find it.
Yeah, I can't without looking at it, so yeah.
Maybe we need to talk about the elephant in the room.
What's the elephant in the room?
Being that radius, right? Because a lot of the refraction you guys talk about is also based on a radius value. So maybe we could drill into where that value came from, the radius.
Oh dear Lord, let's see if I can.
Yeah, like, did Eratosthenes account for
the 39th parallel would be a good start for finding the radius of the Earth. Good old 1900s geodetic surveying.
What we get are before 1900s geodetic surveying.
I'm sure they did, but they measured it against
this is always the answer. I'm sure they did. Nobody knows how they did it.
They they went up to some tall mountains and used sighted triangles, found that the angles between them added up to more than 180 degrees, and used some spherical trigonometry to find the radius. It's not hidden.
A measurement, not a calculation.
I've heard Dell say this before. Okay, here's the thing. There is no appreciable difference between a measurement and a calculation.
I would.
Thank you.
Maybe object to that.
To make the
No, that's right. No, that's right. No
There is
appreciable
no-
difference. There really is no difference, my friend. Because listen, when you measure something, it's physical. When you calculate something, it's in your head or on paper. Does that make sense?
No, hold on. Because when you measure something with a ruler, you're still doing a calculation. You're using
you're
your. Hey, you are. Because you're counting. You're using the.
Okay, you're adding. Yeah, sure. You're adding. But it's reality. You're adding reality to reality. You're not basing it off an assumption.
But what assumption? Oh, so the thing I've always wondered.
You're
about
assuming
this
they got those measurements so they could do a calculation. Show us when they got those measurements, partner.
Oh, you mean in the 1900s?
Oh, that's
Or
too
just
bad.
anytime,
How are you going to
anytime.
cite something when you weren't there and you can't find paperwork for it?
The paperwork.
Go ahead, guys. Just wanted to say that. Thank you.
In the book. I mean, I didn't really get a chance to respond to what you were saying, and I know it seems as if you're going for more of a gossip station, but the thing is,
You're all
right?
good,
If you want a new one, then the Jesse Kozlowski measurement over water is one where he gets the radius. That one, there's like physical documentation with pictures and all the evidence that ever was.
Hold on. Before the audience, Jesse Kozlowski, he's a geodetic surveyor, right?
Yes, he is.
All right. And so tell us about, what he came up with when he geodetically surveyed, portion of Earth.
Yeah, so he didn't actually conduct a survey. All he did was he put two stakes in the ground, essentially, and they are at the same elevation, and then they measured it over water. But what he found was that when he did his measurement with his very accurate theodolite, that the post that was at the same elevation had dipped over the course of the water. It had fallen.
What? So both points were on the water?
Yeah, both of them. Oh dear Lord, I need to go. I guess that's another link I need to get. Yes, they were wet. The stakes were wet.
Oh, they weren't on the water. Obviously, you can't put a stake in water.
Well, it was the stake drove into the soil that was underneath the water. It was right on the line. Right on the
topography of the soil.
No, but as I said, they were at the same elevation.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so level above sea level, so what about...
How have you not realized how ridiculous your argument is at this point? This is weird.
I mean, if you have two objects at the same elevation...
Maybe you just don't understand.
And then you go to one and you look to the other one and it dips, that seems like a pretty good argument.
Well, that just happens in perspective. I'm just going off of what you're telling me right now. I haven't seen the experiment myself, but that does just happen in perspective, right?
No. This is so if there's something off in the distance and you take a telescope and it's really at the same, like it hasn't dipped up or down, and you take a telescope and you measure it, or theodolite, not a telescope, then it should be at zero. There's no reason why it'll be below.
There are many different types of theodolites, and some of the stronger one. You would have to know how far you're looking and how you would determine the grade. But it's called a grade. It's called a grade because it's really a slope. It's not. Theodolites aren't designed to measure a curve of Earth at all.
Right. I was going to ask, how do theodolites work?
One moment, please.
Yeah, Bong knows. We've been through this before.
Would they work on a curved surface, what, versus a flat surface? Like, can you explain how they work? Because I think triangles are 180 degrees, right? So, how is it now?
Not on the globe. One moment, please. I'm getting y'all. This is one list I was. So if y'all want,
I know, CB. We didn't mean to rumpus you on that point because you're exactly right on that.
No problem. No problem there.
Calculations are.
I'll get back to you,
not
CB.
measurements.
Who's a mod I can send the link to?
I opened up a DM with you, the homie. You can either send it to Helio or
CB. You can send it to CB.
Cool. Here you go. So there's Jesse Kozlowski. Okay. Sorry, yeah, I'm not good at multitasking, so I got to do one thing then the other. So what was the question that was asked of me?
How do theodolites work on a flat surface versus a curved surface?
A flat surface versus a curved surface. So as far as I can tell, and I'm not a surveyor, so I can only go off of what they say. They work by establishing a horizontal and then measuring deviations from said horizontal. Is that good?
Well, when you say horizontal, right? Do the angles have to be 180 degrees in this triangle that we're building with this? You know what I mean? Or how is it not a horizontal? Go ahead.
I guess maybe you cut out a little bit. Maybe I didn't hear you as well. But it seemed like you were asking me, how are the angles not 180 degrees? Was that the question?
Yes.
So
yeah, the definition of a triangle is all the internal angles equal 180 degree.
Yeah,
which is a straight line.
Surface. Yeah, on a flat
all triangles have an internal angle that adds up to a sum of 180. Otherwise, by definition, it's not a triangle.
Oh man, you're gonna make the spherical.
Man, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh man, you can't sophistate about this.
You can't.
I'm sick of your sophistry. You think you're philosopher, but you're not.
He doesn't like straight lines. He really hates straight lines for some reason.
What do you mean?
I can't stand fucking liars.
But what's a lie about a spherical triangle?
It's not a triangle, you dumbass.
Wait,
triangle? What makes the triangle?
Let's keep it respectful.
A three-sided object where all the internal angles equal 180 degrees. That's the definition.
Yes, it is.
Otherwise, it's slang.
Spherical triangle.
Otherwise, it's slang. If it doesn't fit that definition, it's slang.
Spherical triangle is pretty double speaky.
It's not double speak. It's. I mean, I'll just pull up just look up the Wikipedia article on it.
Wikipedia, you're a fucking dumbass, dude.
Say you might go talk to your buddy. You might go talk to your buddy FPFE about non-Euclidean geometry, and then just bring all kinds of weird mathematics into it that we don't.
Everybody else was respectful. That's all I'm asking. I know we disagree. Just stay respectful. I have not called anybody.
Well, here, I'm going to share with you a Wikipedia link, right? Since you like Wikipedia, and this is going to help you if you ever plan on going to college.
I'm a PhD student.
You're a PhD student and you use Wikipedia?
Yeah.
To be honest, I think we're all baby steps.
Oh my god!
I think we're going through baby steps with this guy.
You think you're a philosopher, but you're not. You're just a doctor.
Can we reset? Can we reset? We were talking about. Somebody asked me about.
Well, he wants to prove his argument.
Literally prove intelligence and education. Not the same.
Hey, we're all. I mean, all day. Like sometimes it's just us talking and stuff. But hey, we've been looking for globe earthers to talk to. Now he's come in and he's referenced a lot of YouTubers that he's watched, and he's been in chats and stuff. So yeah, let's let him.
He said he had a very question. Yes,
it's because 180 degrees.
Let's pick a couple. I mean, not 5-6 people, and I'm guilty too. Let's pick 1 or 2 people for him to talk to instead of.
Let me just close the question. Let me just close this question. It's because the triangle was chosen right as measuring to use it because of the 180 degrees, right? This is why, right? Hipparchus, the father of triangulation. That's where we get that from, right?
Can you repeat that? You cut out a bit.
Hipparchus chose the triangle, right, to use to measure distance with because
Okay.
of the
I thought it was
180
Pythagoras.
degree,
I thought it was
right?
Pythagoras.
Hipparchus. Yeah, Hipparchus after Pythagoras. Yeah.
Pythagoras. Yeah.
He developed the method of triangulation, right? Because the triangle had specifically 180 degrees, right? So like you said, a horizontal, establishing a horizontal is a baseline, right? And that has to be flat, right? For our triangle to be 180 degrees. So that's why I was asking, like, how a theodolite works on a curved surface, because I don't think people use it on curved surfaces. So go ahead.
Oh, so I mean, you can grab a horizontal by just taking 90 degrees from the vertical, and then you'll have a horizontal plane that's tangent to the surface of the Earth, and boom, you got your horizontal right there.
A curved tangent.
Not a curved tangent, the tangent straight.
Oh yeah, of course. Okay, well, thank you so much for confirming that.
I mean, you just take the tangent on the surface of a sphere.
All right, so when
What's
you
wrong with that?
when you use sextant, it's similar. It works similarly to a theodolite. So when you point it at the horizon, is that a straight line?
When you're looking from the sextant to the horizon, is that a straight line?
Yes, I'm asking you that.
Yes, it is a straight line.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, then, welcome to Flat Earth,
I
bro.
don't see why that shows that it's a flat Earth. You're just establishing the
What
tangent.
the hell? I mean, how can you triangulate something with a curved line?
The adjacent
You take the tangent.
horizontal line you just said, right?
Yeah, you just take the tangent.
What's that? That's a flat Earth. That's what the adjacent is.
No, the tangent. If you take the tangent of a line, tangent of a circle, then you get a straight line, and then you just measure from there. Also, it is incredible to me. I haven't actually come across this myself, but I did heard that flat earthers started using sextants, which definitely prove that the Earth is
Started using them a long time ago for navigation.
No. What I'm
Flat
saying is
Earthers actually invented the sextant, and that's how they navigated the
It
Earth.
was invented by John Dee, which was Queen Elizabeth's advisor, the first 007. You know about that? He developed a lot of the instruments that people use to navigate your so-called globe, but they're all flat, on flat surfaces, instruments for navigating flat surface. So,
Okay, so for one thing, you can approximate a large sphere as flat on short distances. So
Can you have
if I'm
a
looking
curved
out
adjacent over long distances?
I don't know what you mean by curved adjacent.
Exactly.
Yeah, because there's no such thing.
I don't know what you mean. No, like what
So
do
you
those
said
words mean when you
tangent.
put them together?
When
Yeah.
you're thinking about a triangle isosceles with 90 degree, okay, that's how it works. You have no curved lines in the slightest. Not at all.
Unless
so
you
what's
Small
wrong
or
with
large.
pretend it's there. You can pretend it's there.
If you'd like to pretend it's there, that's fine. I don't know what that's going to do for you. The sextant, among all other marine navigation, as it were, is based on a flat. You call it a tangent. It's adjacent. Do you know what adjacent means? It's perfect 90, right?
adjacent means perfect 90? I've never heard it used like that. No.
Okay. Do you know what
I've
you
always heard
need?
it's next to.
It's next to what?
No,
So you
the
need
word
a perfect
adjacent,
90 to
that's
make
what I
this
heard.
triangle. You
Well,
need a
how
perfect
about
90 to make this triangle.
perpendicular?
And you have to do that
Perpendicular.
3 times when you use a sextant. You have to make
Okay.
straight lines everywhere. Nothing is curving.
Okay.
So,
So then the straight line is from you to the horizon.
and you said that, yep,
Wrong with that?
exactly. That is a straight line, correct. And there's more straight lines than that. The left to right, the horizon, that's straight too. So I
Okay.
call it the horizon. So you got 2 straight lines, one from you to the site that you're observing, and then the left to right straight line at the, again, horizon because it's horizontal. What's the third one now? What's the third one we need to use to prove a flat Earth?
It's like when you move toward the horizon, you still get the same thing.
It's a straight
The
line from the
90.
ground
You turn left,
to a
and then you
fucking
get the
star.
same thing, and then you turn right, you get
And that's
the
a
same
straight
thing.
line from the ground to the luminary.
Okay, but there's one
So,
kind of
okay, bud.
issue with this argument.
All right, what's the issue?
Okay.
Because the lines we're talking about, we're not talking about the surface. We're talking about the lines from my eye to the horizon, which it doesn't matter what shape the surface is underneath. If I take the line,
You
from
just
my
said it's a straight
eye-
line. It does. Yeah, you're right. It's a straight line, and it happens to go over
To
straight
the
Earth.
horizon, which is an apparent position.
Okay, hold
That's
on,
also true.
because we addressed the whole apparent thing.
Yeah,
Early-
and you got into this because you wanted to avoid that because we were talking about the black
Let me
swan.
try.
What? No,
Thank
I
you.
can circle back around if y'all want. It's just
What about
very
this?
hard
Wait,
to
what about
come.
this one? What about? Wait, what about you put a ruler on a basketball? Okay, you put a ruler on the basketball, right? And you say this is your line of sight. This is your baseline, right?
Okay.
Do you get the picture, right?
Okay. Yeah, that would be a tangent.
That's a straight line that's adjacent to the curvature of the basketball. So
that's what's on
let's
my side.
fill it up
Okay.
with stars. Let's fill the model with stars and see what we're looking at, right? Doesn't match what we're looking at, like in the real world when we take these measurements with right? Should we be seeing that star if this is a ball? Now you put your ruler on a basketball. That's your line of sight, right? Are you gonna see any of the things you see in the real world in the sky?
I
Are you
mean,
even
your
gonna see those stars?
analog is a bit. Your analog's a bit off.
Well, the
because
Earth is a ball, is it not? Listen,
hold on.
Is the Earth a
Let me
ball?
explain. Let me explain why I don't think this analog is correct. The issue I have with that analog is that your line of sight is
Mhm.
should be smaller than the ball you're using. So you would need a
Well, then,
really, really tiny ruler
That's it. That's
for a
the black
basketball,
swan.
Or just a really
That's
big ball.
or a really
That's
big
the
ball. Yeah,
point.
like a
That's what we're
exercise
talking
ball
about.
or something like that.
When we post the black swan, that's what we're talking about. The horizon should be all the way up here. We shouldn't be able to see the horizon behind those oil rigs because of the size of this ball. And that's what we mean by your line of sight. You shouldn't be seeing those things. It's a straight line. But because you
But we-
see those things, it's
But we
already.
talked about refraction earlier.
Well,
Yeah,
there
but
you go.
that's
Now you have to get crazy. See, now you have to get crazy. Now you have to do stuff.
Refraction has been demonstrated.
That
Yeah,
hasn't
but the next
I
it's
mean,
still
it's-
based
we
off
talked
the
about that.
radius value that we haven't really got to.
it's
At
been
least-
demonstrated. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's been. I don't know if maybe new people have joined, but that's why I said like circling back around. I mentioned the pipe and the red Play-Doh and all that. I thought we talked about that.
Pipes and red Play-Doh? Globe
Yeah,
evidence?
no, you mentioned
Wow.
that. You were looking
Yeah.
for
So
you were
yeah,
looking
no,
for
you
the
must not have
Earth.
been here.
No,
It doesn't matter if I was. Pipes and Play-Doh doesn't prove a globe Earth. Sorry, bro. I mean, it's just how it
No,
works.
you're right. It doesn't, but it shows that
Okay.
refraction can cause things to bend
It
over.
shows, and then you just nonsense. You're here to show us that it's a globe, right?
No,
But you don't
I'm
have the
not.
conditions in real life
Oh,
to
then
bend
why are you here?
around any curves, so you don't have refraction and you don't have an argument.
That's why I'm here. I've
Wait,
never-
hold on. Wait,
I'm
man.
serious.
What made you say refract? Look, we were just talking about, this tangent line and triangles. Like, how do we go from that, right, to refraction?
Because
You know, like,
somebody
you must
brought
have-
up the black swan. That's why.
Okay, but you're the one that brought up the black swan. That's why. See, you're saying we were talking about putting a ruler, right? The
Okay,
ruler
sure, we can go back to
representing.
that.
He's here to
Line
muddy
up.
the waters. He's here to waste
Well,
time. That's
hold
my
on,
opinion.
guys. Let's give
No,
him a
I'm
fair
not here to
shake.
waste
He's
time.
been
I don't care
fairly
what you say.
respectful. So
I've been
let's-
so polite with y'all.
Yes, very polite. You can be as polite as pie, my friend.
I've
Okay.
literally what? Okay,
Yeah, you're so nice.
No, literally nothing. I said what I wanted to say. You guys continue.
okay, cool. So
Can we
this
go
whole
back to
thing with the triangles, yes.
Right.
So from what I understand about the whole theodolite experiment, there's two posts, same elevation. He took the theodolite, measured from the horizontal, and it was, even though they were the same elevation, they were below the horizontal. That was the theodolite experiment. I put it into the chat. That was the experiment.
Now, when we're doing all this,
Or
all this
the
triangle-
measurements.
when we're doing all this trigonometry, right? Are we assuming that the ground that we're doing it on is curving?
No, there's no assumptions being made. It's
Okay,
just
is it curving at least according to the radius of the Earth?
no. It's just a measurement. There's no assumptions being made. It's just a measurement.
Okay,
There's
so
no
our
assumption.
straight lines, our straight lines, our line of sights are not curving, right? Is that what we're agreeing that they're not curving? We're
Yeah.
not. Okay, so okay, so far so good. Go on.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So I can post it back into the chat. 2 posts, same elevation.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hello, I'm new. This is
What's
fun.
up? The other lights.
Yeah, 2 posts, same height. Y'all can check it. And I'm not a surveyor, so y'all can check the actual what he said. I
Still
posted
going
it.
strong after like a year and a half.
So surveyors
Huh?
also use surveyors also use
Online.
triangle. Right?
Yo,
Yes,
Honey Badger.
but this isn't a survey. This isn't
What?
a survey.
What
Dahomey,
they use
I'm not.
theodolite.
Is someone call me?
no, I'm talking to
Yeah.
the homie down
Just-
here. Yeah. So I don't think that it was posted in the live stream voice text channel because.
Oh, I sent it to CB. I can post
Okay.
it. I mean, I can't. Somebody, one of them.
Gotcha. Right, you don't have perms. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So
We have to
I can.
talk about it.
Someone saying something?
Here, send it to Truth Prevails. Maybe if okay, give me a moment, and I can repost it, and then y'all can check from there. There we go. I sent it to, and I'll send it to CB again. Here we go. Boom. All right, and y'all can check it from there. As once again, I am not a surveyor.
Oh, this link? Okay, gotcha.
Never touched a theodolite.
Yeah, so what's the topic?
So this was just something Jesse Kozlowski did. I am reporting information that he got. Yes, that.
The topic is when we use triangles to measure distance, is the ground curving?
You mean when surveyors do it?
When anyone does it.
Geodetic surveyors say that it is, and then I guess most people don't.
They say that the ground is curving?
Geodetic surveyors do, yes.
Or are they having to take their survey and put it into an equation to show a curve?
Well, I mean, they measure that oh god, this is going to get that other guy mad at me. First of all, they measure that the internal angles are greater than 180 degrees. So it's not a assumption if your measurement is telling you that you're on a curved surface.
But you have never touched a theodolite. That's what you said. So you're
Nope, I haven't.
Well, I mean, what is the purpose? Bong, let me say this. What is the purpose of geodetic surveys? I mean,
That's a
what?
great question.
I mean, you're not going to build a building 100 miles long, right? I mean, surveying is done on the ground. You want to make a level building, make it perfect so that it will stand for as long as it possibly can, right? You want to level everything out, right? This is what surveying is about. What is the purpose
I don't
of
know.
geodetic surveying?
Not a clue. People pay for
Okay.
it. Not a clue.
Well, not very much because there's very few geodetic surveyors. There's no use for them, pretty much, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I don't think that matters. Like with you're referencing construction, but I mean, like,
okay, well then,
that doesn't
geodetic
disprove the idea.
Because actually,
like,
when you look at it, you're gonna find out that the geodetic surveyors are basing their opinions off of surveyors' opinions. You know that they measure over several hundred yards or even over a mile. You know that's what they're, and then they add calculations to what has been, has already been done by the land surveyors.
Okay, yeah. So I mean,
what about the?
So it has nothing to do with a globe Earth at all.
But what about the angles they measure?
Texas Department of...
Those aren't measured. They're taking those angles.
You got to look into this more, bro. If you really want to understand it, you have to look into it more.
I posted
one. Can I address what you just said?
And I posted a screenshot.
I'm not sure who just said
the screenshot. It has the Texas Department of Transportation's You can read it. Surface distance to geodetic distance. Before a surface distance can be converted to grid, it must first be converted to geodetic, reduced to sea level, and then here's the equation for that. And then I've also posted the link so that you can go through this and read deeper into what it's talking about.
Okay.
Sure, but could we go back and just address that point? I mean, I think I'm not sure who asked this question, but
Yeah, I don't know where we are anymore.
Someone would ask, what is the relevance of geodetic surveying, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. In that case, that link. I don't know who asked that question.
I'm not sure either, but I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. You're trying to you're addressing specifically.
It was
the
me. I asked that question. What is the purpose of geodetic surveys?
Okay, yeah. So,
and how are they done?
Wait, selective.
I
I'm
mean,
very confused when I've been selective. All right, sorry, I'm listening.
I know you. Well, I mean, he posted the Jesse Kozlowski video earlier, and I've seen that before, but that's not a physical measurement. It's calculations based on a physical survey of Earth.
But it's not a survey. He just measured that there's a dip.
Yeah, it is.
That's what he measured. Wait, he measured a dip.
They don't measure a dip that way, bro. Come on.
It's an assumption based on looking through a theodolite beyond its operational range.
Oh
no, I mean, you can't say that. You can't say that when they're producing results that are angular, and you're just saying it's like.
Yes,
okay,
I can say that when the manual itself states that it's beyond the operational range, so it will not be accurate beyond that range. So when you look at the error variance, you're just within the error variance, and you're claiming that's Earth curve.
Yeah. So honey badger. Honey badger.
Look at the.
Hold on. What is your favorite geodesic surveying device? I mean, what is your favorite one that they use to survey the geo?
I mean, don't they use?
I think okay. I can address that question, but not this instant because it will derail the main point, and I still have yet to make it. I'm just the main thing that I'm like trying to supplement here is, I believe he said that they come out with angles, right? So they have angular data, and they rely on that data to whether or not they apply calculations onto the survey. You can call it whatever you want.
I guarantee you, the calculations are they add radius to the calculations.
Okay, but when you take into account the length at which these surveys are being conducted, which it has to be at that length. You said they take hundreds of meters of like collected data, right?
Well,
so they'll measure
on the instrument. I mean, it depends on the instrument they're using and how accurate it is.
Yeah, but I mean, you can agree with me that
accuracy. What is the accuracy?
I was just about to ask. Hold on, did any of you know what the maximum range of a theodolite is?
No, it's probably only a couple thousand feet. But the reason I'm asking
2,000 feet.
But the thing is, when I say what's the error, because for this type of measurement, the maximum range is not as important, because if you know the angular, what I'm asking for is the angular margin of error, right? Because if you can see it and the instrument is imparting an angular margin of error, that is what's going to affect our measurement. The range is kind of irrelevant unless we know the angle.
Angle of what? What do you?
The angular margin of error. So it's like plus or minus what? I heard it's like plus or minus 1 arc second for a theodolite.
Arc second, there's no arc. That's the point.
Oh my goodness, arc seconds have nothing to do with arcs. It's a measure of degrees.
I'm talking about if you're pointing theodolite and leveling it, then you're going to notice that there's a drop over land, of course, because you wouldn't necessarily have. you wouldn't use a theodolite over sea level, because, from one boat to another. That would be accurate, right?
He did it over water. He did the measurement over water. So the water.
Well, then it's just debunked, because there's no reason anybody would put one theodolite on a boat and measure to another boat.
Can one of you guys let me know when we're going to stop letting him beg the question and tell us why the Earth measures flat, and if he can prove otherwise? And no, geodetic surveying isn't that. That's a lot of cool stories, second, third, fourth, fifth information.
I already told you it was calculations made off of local measurements with.
Hold on, let him respond.
First of all, I didn't say I came here to prove the globe. I mentioned multiple times I was here to mainly have a conversation and to
mainly waste time of talking about things that have nothing to do with the fact that the Earth measures flat. Sure, yeah.
Except it doesn't.
Oh, but it really does. You should measure it once yourself. Have you done that yet?
When did you measure it?
No, homie. When did you measure it, my friend?
I did never.
Oh, so are you defending Earth curvature, though?
Yeah.
What the fuck for? You need to measure it first.
But half of the data that you rely on, you haven't measured yourself. So
Sean, how do you know I haven't?
Sean, he asked you for the evidence.
What evidence? Of what?
We just don't get it.
Of the flat measurement. Flat measurement.
Yeah, a flat measurement. That would be nice.
Oh man. Okay. Well, there's a whole portion of this reality.
Did you measure it?
Down there.
How about that geodetic survey of the United States where it's relatively flat? You know, flat does not mean a shape, right? It means a surface feature.
Flat.
Okay, yeah, doesn't mean smooth.
Which survey? Do you mean in campus?
The mean is flat. The mean elevation is flat.
Yeah, all of us live on Earth. If it was a globe, I think we would know it
over a given distance.
Yeah, that's why 7.5 billion people know it's a globe.
Oh, cognitive dissonance.
Oh,
nobody knows it's a globe. You believe it's a globe.
The population
idiots that don't do science.
So if 7 billion people thought that the world was a banana peel.
Wait, hold on. No. But that's
that's not how things. Oh my
idiots
god.
that don't do science.
I mean, it's kind of how the globe works. Yeah.
Hold on.
I knew it was going to come.
Scientific method matters.
I cannot answer.
Yeah, but where's the radius method? That's all we're asking for. You're talking about geodetic surveying, which
Yeah, this is unlistenable, guys. Hold on.
1 second.
One person. One.
Do not talk time. Stop talking at the same time as everybody. Jeez.
Yeah. This is unlistenable.
Can we take like 5 seconds without anyone saying anything and then restart with one person?
All right.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Okay. I can answer one question at a time. I'm not good at multitasking. So who's got a question?
So, hey, Witsit, do you have something to say? Since you just jumped in, do you have something to say?
Oh, no. Not Witsit. Not the man, the legend himself. Is that really Witsit, though?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's my first day, guys.
All right, cool. Hey, everybody shut up. Let Witsit talk to this guy. We already went through the rigmarole.
Hi, Witsit.
Hey, that's really what I wanted to say was, why is everyone talking at the same time? So, dude, if there's no measurement of curvature, then how could the Earth be a sphere?
I mean, why would any of us be here if there are no measurements of curvature? There are.
No, there actually aren't. Every physical measurement of the Earth ever measures flat. And then what you do is you take all those, you add something, and then you try to factor it into a calculation assuming the size of a sphere. So, like, the measurements never measure curvature ever.
Okay. What about I mean, I brought it up earlier, but and you've debated. I know you've debated MC2 and FTFE and all of them before. They've brought up the triangulation of the arc of the 39th of the parallel, or whatever that's called, that measured that the internal angles of sighted triangles between mountains on Earth measure greater than 180 degrees.
Yeah. So what you're calling spherical excess?
Yes, spherical excess. Yes, measure spherical excess.
No, they didn't measure anything. But did you know that to do that, you have to use spherical geometry?
It's just a measurement. They measured more than 180 degrees.
No, it's not just a measurement. It's spherical geometry.
No, but what I'm saying is the measurement showed that you need to apply spherical geometry. Because if it was exactly 180 degrees, conversation over. It would be flat, no debate. But it was more. We can't ignore the fact that it was more.
Oh, okay. So how they do this measurement?
Sighted angles. You look at one mountain, take an angle, go to the other mountain, take an angle, go to the other mountain, take an angle, add them up. It's greater than 180.
Wow. What's the distance between these mountains?
Also, when
Great question. It's in the triangulation of the arc of the parallel. I can bring that up for you if you like.
Wouldn't that mean that it's absolutely not arcing? It would not be concave. It would be convex.
No, so more
It's
than
on the map.
180 would be whatever one's downwards. Convex is ball. And by the way, with the just for clarity, I'm not like really a debater. I am a.
You keep saying stuff like that, but you're still here. Don't worry about it. What's it? Continue.
The calculations require the spherical assumption you're claiming to invoke this to prove.
But where did I make an assumption? That's what I'm confused.
So you don't even actually know how to do the math in it, then?
No, I'm talking about the spherical excess.
Yeah, it's spherical geometry.
But they measured it more than 180. That's what I'm confused about the assumption.
First of all, they didn't measure anything.
Yeah, they did.
No, they looked at mountains in the distance, okay, and then they took an average based on the fluctuation, right? And then they're trying to say that if we apply it to spherical geometry, using spherical geometry, look, it's spherical geometry. Therefore, there is a sphere.
But what I don't understand though.
I have a question. Hold on. Real quick question. Wait. Are we able to make consistent observations of more than 180 degree triangles, like you're saying, like elsewhere? Can I go down the beach and see that and see that it's more than 180 degrees? Go ahead.
It's got to be over a pretty big. I mean, Earth is big. You got to do it over a pretty big range. But sure, they've measured this all over the world, not just in America. And that one book was about the entirety of America. I can send you all the link, but the
radius is only 3,959 miles. It's not that big.
It's huge. That's huge.
But the maximum range of a theodolite is 2,000 feet. So how are you going to measure over large distances with theodolites?
Ask the geodetic surveyors.
Yeah, and how do you establish the horizon? How do you establish that you're eye level with the horizon?
You don't. You establish horizontal. The horizon dips. I don't know why you would.
Oh, wait. So how do you establish horizontal?
90 degrees from the vertical.
You'd have 90
degrees.
Vertical to the ground?
No, to whatever pulls a plumb bob down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it goes to the ground. So it's establishing a vertical plumb line perpendicular to a horizontal plane.
Yes.
Okay, so where's a horizontal plane on a sphere?
Tangent to the ball.
Oh, so to even actually do any measurements, you have to assume the Earth is flat, but actually it's a ball.
No, you just take the horizontal. Doesn't matter if it's flat. You don't have to assume anything.
Like a locally flat region? Is that what you're talking about?
How is horizontal not flat? You said a horizontal that isn't flat. try that out again.
He's using non-Euclidean geography.
I'm not using non-Euclidean geometry. Not yet, at least. I haven't tried.
So wait, come out. Do you understand now why you have to make the spherical assumption? Because you have to assume that there's a tangent as opposed to the horizontal plane that's perpendicular to the vertical plumb line? Or do you still not get it?
But it's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. It requires a fundamental difference from the beginning. Either it's a tangent on this imaginary sphere or it's a horizontal plane like you assume it. So you have to make one of these assumptions from the beginning.
But I don't understand. This tangent and this horizontal plane, they are literally the same. They are, if you take them in isolation and look at them, they are literally the same plane. It doesn't matter.
So the sphere has a horizontal on it?
It has a lot of horizontals.
Wow. So how many horizontal flat sections can you have on a sphere?
You'd have to have an infinite amount.
An infinite amount of horizontal flat surfaces on the sphere.
Hold on. I thought the sphere had been measured, so not infinite. It would be finite, actually, wouldn't it?
No, it would be an infinite amount.
I thought you have a circumference.
No,
radius
but then
and
it would be a
circumference.
it would be a polyhedron if there's a finite amount. Like a circle, a normal circle has an infinite amount of sides.
No, that's not true at all.
A circle doesn't
Doesn't have any
an infinite amount of
sides.
sides.
Lines on it. Neither does a sphere. Not one. Not one. A sphere
Not one
doesn't
what?
have
The
that
amount
line.
of flat
Not one.
surfaces on a sphere. What are we listening to?
You're basically saying
no
it's
flat surfaces.
you're basically saying it's not a flat surface. You're saying it's constantly curving, and it's not. You're
And
saying
it
it's
doesn't mean
curving.
bounding sphere.
You need horizontal baseline, then you say it's curving. What are you saying, man?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to answer your
I
question.
got a
Honestly,
question for this guy.
Double
Time out. So
negative.
hey, listen, are all your observations at the same elevation?
you mean what? When they did at those mountains?
Yeah, when you look from one mountain to the other, is it the same elevation?
No, they were not.
Oh, so it was at different elevations.
Yes, they were at different elevations.
So the angles were down or up.
Doesn't matter. They were azimuth. That's why it doesn't matter. They were azimuth.
Doesn't matter. It just
Okay,
doesn't matter, guys.
Doesn't matter. So
They were azimuth in measurement. That's
no,
why.
you're not understanding. So whenever we take the line and we draw it to the other mountain, is it a line?
Yes.
Okay, so is
Sighted
a line curving?
No, the sighted distance.
Game over, bud.
But it added to more than 180 degrees. Like, well, hold on. That's the thing that y'all aren't addressing. It added more than 180 degrees. That's the thing that y'all are not addressing. But that's exactly, that's my whole point.
Yeah, but if you look at it, right, if it's greater than 180, then it's definitely not arched. It would be parabola.
Yeah, it's not a triangle. For starters, if it's not a triangle in the first place. Okay.
So then why can we measure it? Why can we measure it?
What? You're looking at a different mountain. You're assuming that the horizontal actually means curved. You're drawing a straight line, and then you're assuming the straight line that doesn't curve is curving. Then you're saying, look, if we assume this,
you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't make any of these assumptions. What I'm saying is you take the theodolite, you start at where you're at. It doesn't matter.
What are you talking about?
It doesn't really matter how much is the angle up and down doesn't matter because we're only doing azimuth.
Bro, he's saying those assumptions are inherently made.
Please, hold on. Please listen to my whole statement. The angles up and down are not what's being measurement. When I'm standing on the mountain,
What angles?
Right, so if I'm standing on mountain A, I am measuring the angle between B and C. I am not care about the up and down angle, but only the azimuth angle. I only care about the azimuth angle. That's the only thing we're measuring.
What's that?
From left to right.
Okay, if it's on the same elevation, right, and then you're going to your point, then you're going to go to another point, so you're drawing lines between each point, right?
Yes.
Okay, so is a line curving?
No.
So how do you draw the line if it's curved surface?
But we're looking through the air.
But it doesn't matter. The earth, the surface is still curving down. You're looking at a mountain on the surface that should be curving down and away from you.
We're talking
but your sighted line is a straight line.
Oh, so it's not a line now.
I just said it's a straight line.
So it is. Okay, so how many straight lines can you have on a curved surface?
But we're looking through the air.
I'm blown away right now. You're looking through the air to what?
He's looking at a rainbow.
From one mountain to another mountain, I am just looking at it.
And what are you making?
Looking straight at it.
Is the mountain air?
No, the distance in between us, there's air in between us.
You're looking at
so you're drawing a line from one point on the surface to another point on the surface.
Yes, but through the air, there's like a third dimension. I'm looking.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's no straight line from point to point on the surface of a sphere, dude.
But that's what we're looking at. And even then, right? I still don't understand why you aren't addressing the whole 180 degree thing. Though.
You don't understand a lot. Is that our problem?
I didn't say understand. I said address.
We have to assume that what you're telling. We have to assume that what you're telling us happened in the first place. So you have to demonstrate it.
Okay, so I guess that is a more fair argument because I, of course, did not do these myself. I am an aerospace engineer. I am
That's it.
not a surveyor.
Are you not listening? It requires a spherical assumption because the only way you can do any of your calculations to try to propose them to us is to use spherical geometry.
But the thing is, I keep mentioning these are measurements of angles in between mountains that add up to more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, because you keep talking about flat Earth in reality from those mountains you keep talking about.
But then it would be impossible for the angles to be more than 180. That would be impossible.
They're not even measuring more than 180. They're measuring 179 or 180, and then they're adding math, and that's what gives the excess after they add the math. They're not measuring the excess.
I don't believe that's what they say in the book. Every single triangle they have.
On your own time, go in the book and look at the measurements. Look at the measurements next time carefully. Look at what's being measured and look at what the mathematics are. Most of it is mathematics. It starts with a measurement. Look at the measurements and add the angles yourself and tell me they go to more than 180.
Okay. They don't. They add a spherical assumption calculation. That's the 10th time.
Yeah. Starting on page 42. Here we go. I'll just go ahead and pull one up, and we'll see.
Okay, I did want to ask a question. So you said that the horizontal and the tangent line are the same, right? You said they look the same, right?
On a flat Earth and on the surface of a sphere, a horizontal plane and the tangent to that plane would be the same. The tangent to that sphere would look the same.
Okay, how did we actually establish though that it's a tangent and not a horizontal? How did you actually establish the difference? If it looks exactly the same, what was done to confirm that it actually is a tangent to a curved surface?
At this point, we didn't. All we have is the horizontal. We don't know. We don't know at that point when you level the theodolite. You do not know whether that horizontal plane is horizontal to a flat Earth or a tangent to a sphere. You just don't know. You just have a horizontal plane at that point.
No. So you have to assume a horizontal plane, and then you're going to use line of sight to look and make a line from point A to point B and B to C and C to A. And this line is a straight line of sight with no curve. You then add your spherical assumption to calculate for the difference.
Okay, but you keep saying assumption, but this step that you keep mentioning, I am saying that they measured more than 180 degrees, and that is the evidence. That specific measurement.
Hold on. Who is they, and when did they do it?
In the 1900s, I posted a link. He's
not sure, but did they use a theodolite to do it then?
He's here to defend the curve that he hasn't confirmed. So let's keep listening.
Retarded, man. Come on, man.
Confirmed it.
Where are you posting these?
Come on, man.
This chat, I can't post it.
Well, send it to me, and I'll post your bullshit link. We know that they've never done that, but so you can post it if you want to. We've been listening to this.
I mean, who am I giving this?
Let me guess. Wikipedia article, right?
No, this is
McToon.net. That's what he did. He went to McToon.net.
Yes.
The McToon.net.
I'm going to go to McToon.net.
You know he's a clown, right? Why do you think his name is Mick Cartoon? His name is Mad Cartoon.
Why does his name matter?
He freaking
he went
to Dallas and trolled the.
Because you're a clown.
Wait, hold on.
I'm a clown.
Be respectful. I've never.
Funny name for a funny fella.
I've not called anybody.
Clowning around.
Hey. None of that.
Yeah, but you will speak like a little bit with it. You know, the most famous flat earther is with it. Yeah, let's speak with him.
Yeah, that was weird, dude. You made it weird when you did that.
Hey, let me tell you, Wisdom. When he first came in, he was quoting all the anti-flat earthers. He's like, oh, McToon and
Central Bank
and all these guys. You guys were listening, probably. I mean, it's just like, dude. This is retarded, man. I mean, and we try to explain to you how they're making all sorts of assumptions that don't add up to anything. about what our argument about this.
Can I actually tell you how I know
you
that
come in here and hold on. You come in here with We've already talked to these guys.
Yes,
you're coming in here with the same bullshit arguments that they have, and
but it was
it's not like you're going to bring anything new to us. Whatever. It's weird.
But it was. I mean, but the thing is, there's nothing new to bring. I mean, if you want a very simple proof that the Earth is a globe, you could easily just go to sunsets. Easily. Because I have heard so many times that perspective explains.
I actually want to hear this one. I want to hear this one. Go ahead. Sunsets. Tell us how sunsets prove the globe.
Wait a minute. If you really want...
what it proves is that the sun is very far away.
And how did you determine that with experiment?
That the angular size of the sun doesn't change.
And what did you manipulate? What was your independent variable, sir?
That's not science. What you're
yes,
talking
it is.
about is not science.
Scientific method using natural science.
PhD
that is the topic.
That is not science.
Well, listen, hang on, sir. You're going to bitch about PhD right now, right? But the problem is
what is the sun?
You're talking about pseudoscience, science that does not use scientific method, and experimentation that does not use the fucking method of scientific experimentation.
Find me another way of finding empirical physical evidence. One more time. Find me another way of getting direct physical evidence.
Don't mind. Here's a simple thing. He said, sunsets prove that the Earth is a globe. When
at the very least, very far away.
Hold on, guys. I know everyone's excited or whatever, and we've been talking to this guy for over about an hour now. How do you know that when you see the sun set, that it means you're moving away from it, and you're on a ball? And how do you know this?
Because it doesn't change in angular size, which means I'm very far.
Oh, really? Hold on!
It does not change in angular size.
I'm about to ask him the same question you guys are going to ask him. How do you know that it doesn't change in angular size?
Because I've looked at it through a solar filter.
Really? When?
When I was in college. They had a telescope and solar filter. I am not lying.
The humidity.
Yeah, you are, because I've looked at the sun at sunrise during the day and sunset at a solar filter, and the angular size does change. So what's up? You're lying.
Red Rhetoric has video footage. Red Rhetoric has video footage of
Red. From 3 years ago, one video.
Now he's turning this to someone else.
Yeah. Anyway, I knew he was going to say. The reason I asked that question is because I knew he was going to say that.
But what's wrong with using his evidence?
The angular size. Well, you just lied and said that you did it in college, so I called you out because
But I did.
on it.
Yeah, I knew he was going to say that. That's what I mean. Me and Winston are on the same page. I knew he was going to say that. I knew he was going to lie because he's never done it.
But listen, this Red Rhetoric has, but modern science does not have.
Yeah, that dude's a dipshit. I've talked to him before.
I didn't lie. Hold on. I just want to make something very clear.
I've never done it. You did lie. You've never done it.
Yes, I did. I looked at the sun through a solar filter.
Really?
Yes. I call it
the same way that Red Rhetoric did.
I mentioned him because you can go get his video. I didn't post it to YouTube.
Oh, you looked through a solar filter at the sun and you decided you're on a ball?
Fucking asshole.
You looked at the sun through a solar filter and you're like, I'm on a ball flying through space now.
Yes. Why wouldn't I? The sun's very far away.
Here's the deal, bruh. It does change size throughout the day and throughout the year. You're wrong.
Okay, well, I guess I'm going to need some data because I've never
humidity
seen
readings during the time when you looked at the sun through the solar filter.
I didn't take humidity readings.
That's a big issue.
But I wasn't trying to prove globe Earth at that time. I wasn't.
Now you are, and so you have a confounding variable that goes into play here. So.
Okay,
but look at the sun under low humidity conditions. The sun shrinks into a dot and disappears above the horizon.
No, it doesn't. Not with the solar filter. Never does that.
In the low humidity conditions, no.
No, but this is just true, a fact. If you look at the sun with a solar filter,
I just showed
Wait, it's not an established fact.
In the
Who
live
told you that?
I showed many times video from low humidity conditions of the sun turning into a point above the
Red's
horizon.
rhetoric told him.
No, but you need a solar filter. It doesn't matter if you take an
But how that solar can you tell me how that solar filter will form curvature in reality?
Because what happens is when you look at the sun without a solar
Listen to me very carefully. Very carefully. You can simply prove the globe. You go to the beach and you measure the distance to the horizon, and then you take the globe mat, and then you don't need sun filter, Whatever sun filter is doing, you need to form curvature in reality, Whatever moon is doing, whatever Saturn is doing, whatever satellites are doing, whatever rockets are doing, whatever astronauts are doing, you need to form curvature in reality. Whatever stars are doing, whatever North Pole, whatever Antarctica doing, whatever I'm saying, you need to have curvature in reality.
Okay. But wait, he says it proves that the sun is super far away. So how far away would it have to get for this to happen?
Very far, miles.
93 million miles.
Millions of miles.
Oh, so millions of miles. So you don't actually know a number where apparently it would change and it would look like this.
So I can calculate it for you.
I seriously doubt you could, but
I got math.
Yeah, I can. It's simple. You just take the perspective formula, find it when it's at 0.1 degrees.
Can you calculate how much drop we have on 10 miles? Can you
Over 10 miles?
that? Yeah.
Yeah, with a Globe Earth calculator, sure.
Okay, calculate it.
Can I say something real quick about this before we go on? I just wanted to tell. I just want to tell you to ask yourself, right? If you're satisfied, is this how we prove that something is a sphere? Okay, do we look up and around? I just want you to ask yourself that question because we can answer all the questions and tell you that's not how we measure curvature on a sphere. But you're basically being dishonest if you're going to take some other guy, red rhetoric, or some other guy's argument on the internet that goes against science and everything is taught in school and what we're trying. Does that prove curvature? Like, I just want you to remember, to ask yourself that. Thanks. Go ahead.
Well, the whole sun not changing in angular size does not prove that the Earth is curved. It shows that it's very far away. That's what it shows.
Wait. The sun changes size throughout the year.
Let's calculate the drop
throughout the year.
10 miles,
Wait. Did you not know that the sun changes angular size throughout the year?
I'm sure very smallly. The Earth moves back and forth like a couple million.
Bro. I thought it didn't change angular size though.
I guess that's what I said. I misspoke. I apologize.
Okay, so it does change angular size. So next,
very, very small. The thing is, though, with perspective, it would have to be by like 3 times if it was
factoring in the lensing effects of humidity and how far you can see based on how much humidity is in the air.
You also have to know what medium it's in. Listen, there's something called attenuation of light. Okay, that's the absorption rate of light into a medium that's relative to the density of the medium. You would need to know the medium that it's in, what you do not and is not verifiable. You also don't know if it's an apparent or an actual location. It appears to be an apparent location in a more dense fluid behaving medium. Therefore, everything that you've made up about it is completely inaccurate from the beginning.
Except the fact that it doesn't
if the Earth is flat, if the Earth is not a ball, check it out, right? What that thing up there we call the sun, we don't say it's an object. I mean, there's something that's not an object change angular size.
But the thing is, it is definitely an object. Just look at it through a telescope.
How do you know it's an object?
Because I've looked at it through a telescope. It has texture.
Yeah, so have I. So have I. It's pulsating. It's not static.
And it has nothing to do with what we're standing on. It's in the sky.
But it does have everything to do with what we're standing on.
It's actually
an argument.
It's actually 3%.
The only way the sun has anything to do with what you're standing on is that we observe the sun move throughout the sky, and that's what it does.
Okay, but the issue is, it helps because we can use geometry. If there is a point,
that doesn't help you. No, geometry only debunks you, right? I'm saying, how does the sun moving in the sky? Time out. Well, when we look at the sun, we see it move in the sky. Okay, so what flat Earth says is the sun moves in the sky. You're claiming the sun actually sits still. It just looks like it moves in our sky because we're falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour during a sunset. That's your claim. You're making a claim antithetical to exactly what we observe. The sun does nothing to help you out. And just like numerous people have told you in here, looking at the sky has nothing to do with physical measurements of the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof. And again, you would need to know the medium because of the absorption rate of light in a medium. You would need to know if it's an apparent or an actual location. You would have to also know sphericity, solidity. You can in no way verify solidity of some sphere whenever it's not static, and I document it all the time. It's nowhere close to static. It pulsates. You don't know what type of medium it's in, and it's clearly an apparent location. So,
okay, but hold on.
all of that's just objective. And unless you have a rebuttal of specificity as to how you can't verify the medium, the differentiation in the medium, and the apparent and actual location difference, then you are just whistling past the graveyard and you've already been refuted. It doesn't matter how many times you repeat the same thing.
Okay, so let me go step by step. First of all, the lights in the sky, Polaris and all them, they can help. And the way that they can help is we can use geometry. If I sit here and I find the angle between various objects in the sky, because this is a geometric question, so we should go to geometry to see what the answer is. So if I stand here and I look at the angle to the sun,
why is geometry being used to determine what the things in the sky are, the lights?
But we're not determining what they are. We're just using them as a reference point. We say this is a reference point, and I'm measuring the angle to that reference point. Now I'm going to go to geometry and says, what does geometry say about this?
Listen this. I'm telling you, a human being. How about to take a reference place of water, to Earth itself?
Sasha, we've already been through this. He keeps repeating the same pattern, just like Witsit was saying. I mean, it's just like, bro. It's not going to help your case. I mean,
I'm trying to answer all
now you came into a room full of flat earthers, and you've been listening on other live streams about debates about flat Earth, and now you finally met us.
Straight class.
Yeah, I mean, it's bro. I mean, there's no reason to just keep going over the same stupid shit over and over.
You have
what's a good idea? It would be a good idea if you learned a theodolite.
Hold on, who wants to respond to that?
I can give you an exact example of where you've ignored my point.
The homonym, I was Don homonym. Let him respond, and then Witsit respond to that. Go ahead.
What am I responding to?
Don. You're responding to what I just said because you just keep repeating the same bullshit. Go ahead, Don.
Wait, you mean that other... I mean, that's because the heliocentric model doesn't change. It's internally consistent. Always has been. Always will be.
Yeah, no shit. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Actually, it works. Wait, time out. Actually, your model changes all the time. The original distance to the sun was like 3 million miles, changed 6 times. Now it's 93 million miles. They say that the speed of the Earth is constant, and that's why we don't feel it, because there's no change. There's no acceleration or change in speed, right? But actually, at the same time, they simultaneously claim that it's slowing down over time. But then, startling discovery last year, it's actually speeding up because we had the shortest days ever recovered. So it went from slowing down to speeding up, but it's constant at the same time. Every single part of your story is a fabrication. Every single part of it. So, and also, if something's rotating, it has a constant change of direction, which means you would also feel it. Semicircular canals in your ear, in your vestibular system, which helps you establish spatial awareness and equilibrium, would detect the slightest change in angular motion. So,
you know the error bars on that are?
Hey, if the Earth is speeding down or slowing, or speeding up or slowing down, is it constant?
No.
Okay. So.
Oh, Austin, you're cutting out.
Starting a robot now, brother.
Constant?
Oh no, NASA's getting him. But I do understand the point he's trying to make. On our side, we do say that the Earth spins at a constant rate, which it does. And then we also say that it speeds up and slows down, which it also does. So how can you possibly rectify?
The Earth was flat.
Slows down.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. He even
No, he doesn't. He's just fucking
you
talking
just kind of
nonsense.
interrupted me.
Come out.
No, I'm interrupting you because you've been talking shit.
It makes sense. Dude,
No, it doesn't make sense what you're saying.
Hold on.
Never been
We've
measured.
given you over an hour to spout the same nonsense that you hear from all the other friggin' anti-flat earther YouTube channels.
Okay, but you just expose him. Time out. We have him exposed. Why are you guys trying to help him? Okay, so you just now said that it slows down and it speeds up. But bro, can I please? Okay, you just said it slows down and it speeds up, but it's constant.
And if I had time to explain it, maybe it would make sense.
Yeah, enlighten me how when constant means no change, somehow if something's changing, it's constant. Enlighten us.
Yes, because a lot of times when we are talking colloquially, we talk in approximations. So when I say it is constant,
14 billion
please let me at least have more than 5 seconds to
and then that's what correct. We already
talk.
All bullshit.
If I say constant in a colloquial setting, I am talking approximate. When they say that the Earth slows down and speeds up, it's by like 0.00 something 1 degrees per second. So no, it's not something you could possibly hope to feel.
How can you verify that change in speed? How do you verify that? You're being told this shit and you're like, oh, yeah, okay, Dad. Okay, Mom, I believe Santa's real. I'm a good boy. Bring me Christmas presents this year.
How can I verify that the Earth is spinning?
Or is it speeding up?
So how have you been put in this?
You literally just asked me 3 questions.
No, listen. How have you been put in this position where you believe what they told you, like you used to believe in Santa Claus?
Because I verified it myself.
Really? How?
Simple satellites.
Really simple with math?
Satellites.
That's the only answer you have. That's the only answer you have is with math. Because you can't do it through physics.
Wait a minute. So he's got a satellite, guys. He's got a satellite.
GPS.
Satellites that you've never touched.
Now he was talking about satellite. I told you again.
GPS that you've never touched.
What do you mean?
You've never gone to each tower just to verify everything.
I have literally seen
satellites verifying. No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Okay, let's go to the beach and let's find out the
mathematics.
Let's find out the geometry.
All right, let's all talk at the same time on top of each other and allow for the conversation to continue. Let's all jump in at the same time. Everybody.
I'm wondering how he's proven this through physics. Millions of years and light years and all that kind of shit. I mean, I think he's ready to defend
satellites, Helio. Satellites.
Yeah, answer with satellites.
Oh, I see. I already knew that was coming. So I mean,
that's it.
I know it too, Helio. Let's say anybody else know that was coming? Anybody else know it? Anyone else?
I'll shut up. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette and listen to you guys talk about this.
There's a comment coming, so there's that.
I could, explain what I meant when I said GPS. That could probably be helpful. Explain my position. That would be.
Yeah,
cool.
no, you did not detect the Earth speeding up or slowing down using GPS or satellites. Come on, man.
No,
this isn't fucking preschool here. You're not going to convince us. You verified the speed of the Earth changing.
No, I've never verified that the Earth is spinning.
Come on, man.
I said I verified that the Earth is a globe.
Man. Wake up, Linda.
I posted
I verified that the Earth is a globe, not that it's spinning. I've never done that before.
The word satellite, 1540s, means follower or attendant of a superior person. Kind of like the way they made the Earth, right? Go around. See, Copernicus said that it is good logic that the lesser should serve the greater, that the Earth should go around the sun and not the sun around the Earth. This is when there was geocentric there, the ball Earth was in the center. So this was a satellite. He basically turned it into a satellite, right? Follower or attendant of a superior person, from Middle French satellite. You see, an attendant upon a distinguished person, a bodyguard, a courtier, an assistant in Cicero, often in a bad sense, an accomplice, an accessory in a crime, a word of unknown origin. So you see, that's what satellite means. And it was Arthur C. Clarke that coined the term, right, in sci-fi. in this model. So that's what the word means. That has nothing to do with like up there and all that stuff that you think the word means, right? Isn't that interesting?
But the issue is, and thank you for telling me what the old version of the word satellite means.
That's
but
the
when
only.
when I say I've verified that satellites exist, not only have I seen and constructed them, but GPS works, right? So it's
You
not
still have no curvature, proof of rotation. GPS works by triangulation from your satellite towers. Like the fucking cell towers, sorry, not satellites. And the satellites in the air are on helium balloons.
You said it correctly,
Okay, but
satellite
hold on,
towers.
hold on.
You said it correctly.
Let me speak,
satellite
please.
towers on buildings and whatnot, antennas.
Let me
They'll
speak.
triangulate your position that way. But it isn't a geostationary satellite floating outside of Earth's fucking
No, they're
atmosphere
not
around the Earth.
geostationary. You're right. They're
Billions and
on
billions.
higher orbit. But please let me talk, because the thing is, I've heard this argument before that it's cell towers or whatnot. But the problem is that they don't use triangulation.
Most cables
They use,
go
For
through
learning
let me
person,
talk.
for learning people, for
They
learning
use
person,
trilateralization.
let this conversation just flow, because he obviously doesn't know that it actually does come from towers. But
You can't use
so don't get excited about it.
argument if you don't understand how the internet works.
Let me have it,
How
guys.
how the fiber optic network works, right?
That's communication. That's not location.
It's so obsolete and slow, right? That there is no practical use for it today. The only people that probably uses what you think is a satellite is the military, the governments, and agencies that work for big corporations. Not you or right? Right? Services like, oh, I'm lost on a boat and I need somebody to come find me. Maybe you might utilize that service then, right? But we don't use it for everyday use like you think a satellite is being used for. That's crazy. Bandwidth, speed.
I had a GPS receiver.
Fiber optic, light speed.
I had a GPS receiver, and if you can let me talk, the issue, guys, let me talk. The reason why I know it's not a cell tower.
All of these.
All right, well, hold on.
I know it's not a cell tower.
Let him show us why it cannot possibly be a cell tower. Why he's receiving a message on his phone, and that's why it cannot possibly be a cell tower. He's receiving a message from a satellite, 12 to 13,000 miles away, revolving, spinning around Earth. They shot it up in a rocket one day. Tell us, help us flat earthers out. Hold on, everybody, shut up. I want him to explain this.
Yeah. It is because GPS used trilateralization. And the reason you cannot argue about that is because all of that information is open source, open documentation. They tell you the frequency that it goes on, and they show you how to do the trilateralization.
So
trilateralization.
Hold on, everybody shut up. Nobody's talking while he's talking. God damn it, he's about to explain how we have GPS.
Trilateralization requires that whatever signal you're coming from tells you exactly where it is. Like, it's the source of the signal must tell you exactly where it is. It must. If it tells you something wrong and you use the trilateralization, you will not get your position here.
Trilateralization is just adding another dimension to
shut the fuck up! Let him explain how he understands it, so that we can debunk it later. God damn it, Bong!
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so once again, all of this information is open source, open information. You can go and build your own GPS receiver, and when you do, you'll get signals that will say where the signal came from and what time it came from. From there, you can use the speed of light and the time it takes for that signal to get, and use trilateralization to get your position on Earth. If your position is correct, they must have told you correct information, or the trilateralization would not work.
So, Dan, well, hold on. Before we even get into it, Dan, from your understanding, did they put satellites around the Earth so that they would be able to use GPS to how you access it on your phone and shit? Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm simplifying it for a reason. So then, in your understanding, so there are satellites that your phone is accessing to consider where you are on Earth, altitude, longitude, latitude, all that shit. There are satellites that you're accessing from your cell phone.
Well, no, and I should be very clear. It wasn't just my phone. I had a handheld GPS receiver that you have to plug into an
that's kind of old school, but you do have a cell phone, right?
Yes, and it gets GPS.
All right, so how about that one? Is it accessing GPS satellites?
So I think on
what
phones,
the fuck, man? Hold on. I have a thing going on here. Come on.
I think phones use both GPS and Wi-Fi to determine their location.
Sure. Okay. So what? So
mainly
Wi-Fi nowadays. So is it GPS and Wi-Fi or GPS? Because
for phones, both. For GPS receivers, which is why I specifically mentioned I've used a.
Does anyone ever use like Garmin anymore?
No. When I say a GPS receiver, it was an IMU. You can look it up. It's called the Berry GPS IMU. I put it on a model rocket, and we used it to gauge the altitude of our model rocket. So it wasn't like one of those big ones. It was just a little small little.
Like what, 500 feet or something?
4,000.
And that proved you're on a globe flying through space. Cool.
This kind of reminds me of friggin' what's that? The dude that had flat Earth on the side of the rocket. Oh, we went up 4,000 feet, but he was dumb enough to put his ass in that rocket. But you know what's really fucking funny about this is
what
nobody in their right mind would put themselves in a rocket and try to shoot themselves to space when it doesn't exist. Anyway, you guys can fucking continue. Anyway, go ahead.
I don't think astronauts. Think about it. Would you, after seeing so many rocket launches fail, right, blow up, would you volunteer? Would you willingly? All right. I think
I want to go to space one day. I do want to go to space one day.
I'd be so scared of dying. I don't think.
It's pretty scary.
And you gave up on your dream to go to space? Why aren't you at NASA right now?
Oh, no. Commercial space flight's coming out. All I got to do is wait 20, 30 years. I'll be good.
Oh, just 20, 30 years. Yeah, makes sense. They were going to have colonies by 78 on the moon.
Wait. Well, what about the GPS? Hold on.
Dude, think for a fucking minute. Nobody's going to space, buddy.
No, but what about the GPS?
20 or 30 years.
my whole point was the GPS, though. Dude, what's wrong with what I said about GPS?
20, 30 years.
About GPS? But
you want to get on Jeff Bezos' penis? You want to get on Jeff Bezos' penis and go about 60 miles up and then land with a thud on the ground until you went to space?
Guys, I said I know that the Earth is a globe because I have used GPS, which requires you to use trilateralization, which requires that the satellites.
You don't know your elbow from your asshole. You don't know shit, bud.
How does GPS prove the Earth is a globe, and how? Do you even know how it works?
Yes, it is open source information. It requires you to use trilateralization, where the GPS tells you its position.
I'm not talking about code. I'm not talking about code. I'm talking about how the signals propagate and the path that they take to reach your phone and back.
It goes from the satellite, which is 22,000 miles. Well, no, it's in higher orbit than I'm geostationary.
Wait. Stop. You have the phone in your hand. You want to look something up that uses GPS. Okay, start from your phone. Go ahead.
Oh, my phone? My phone probably just uses the Wi-Fi to determine its location. I said a GPS receiver.
How does it get to the satellite and back? Go ahead.
I said the GPS receiver, so it doesn't go back. The GPS sends a radio signal down to you. It tells you its location. It sends a signal. That's what it is.
You must have asked it. You must have sent it a question, right? Where am I?
No, it's one-way communication. GPS is one-way communication. You do not talk to GPS; it talks to you.
Okay.
You do not
you're driving down the street, and your GPS is on, right?
Yes.
Can you explain the signal path and the time it takes for that to get to your phone and back to update? Because it has to be updated, your phone. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if it's using satellite, right, and I don't know, phones use a couple of things. If it's using satellite, what it does is, well, the phone doesn't do anything. The satellite sends the phone the location it was and the time it sent the signal. Your phone collects about 5 of them and uses trilateralization to figure out its position on Earth. Then, if you're going to some location on the Earth, some map finding algorithm will give you a nice little path for you to follow. And the reason I know this is that it's open source information, and you can test it yourself. And if it's wrong,
How they united the radio signal from Australia to UK without
Let me
GPS?
respond first. First of all, that's not how GPS works. Okay.
Yes, it is. It's open source information. You can
Not
test
really.
it.
Well,
Yes,
let me
it is. It's
explain.
open source
I
information.
was a radio man. I was a radio man and an IT in the Navy. Okay, and I do IT stuff here at home. IT is kind of like what I do, right? Like so please, okay, look and verify what I'm saying to you. Look up how GPS works, how cell towers work, right? How the signals are propagated and how they are sent down. Look up the speed and bandwidth required for you to use your GPS. Look up how they use servers, okay, to load all the GPS information. Look up how your phone can download all of that information, and your phone basically becomes a server itself because it knows where it's at in the world, and it has a map that was downloaded, and it's just guiding you, just like you would a map in front of you, right? And you're looking at it, and you're looking at the road. See, it's all in your phone. This is, how good technology has gotten over the years.
Yeah, but that's why I mentioned the GPS receiver I put on my rocket. There was no data downloaded into it. It was an accelerometer, a barometer, and a GPS receiver. That's it. There was no downloading from servers or anything like that.
GPS receiver, okay, are all the cell towers, all the radio signals that your phone or your Raspberry Pi, your computer, your transmitter can pick up to get that information. So it's how automated missile guiding systems work. It's how drones work. It's how we find things in space. It's how drones work. Look up how drones work.
Yeah, but the issue is the reason I said I know it's not cell towers is that trilateralization requires that the source of the signal tell you where it is. And that's what GPS is. It's trilateralization.
That's what you think
multiple
it is.
GPS. No, but the issue is it's open source, and you can just go test it and see if they're not.
Okay, relax, Linda. What if I told you GPS means ground positioning system, not global?
Then you'd be wrong because
it being open source. It being open source, okay, means you have access to the code. Everyone has access to the code, but the code has to do with calculations on a flat, non-rotating plane. Do you understand?
Satellites use the WG-84 ellipsoid. What do you mean flat?
All the calculations needed, right, for what you need, it's all done on a plane, on a flat, non-rotating surface plane.
When the GPS sends you the coordinates, they're WG whatever ellipsoid.
Go research GPS and how they work. Become an expert at GPS, and then come back.
I've literally seen a GPS satellite being built. Thank you very much.
That's not how GPS works. Okay, just go learn a little bit of IT stuff and come back.
Here, I'm gonna just send you a link.
Have you seen curvature from a plane like all your other globe friends? Because I jump out of the fucking things. Okay.
What, you mean from 30,000 feet? You'd have to have a pretty wide field of view.
No, hold on.
But that's just circling back to where we were talking about earlier. Hold on. Let me get the GPS stuff real.
Yeah, this is not working for me. This dude, he saw a GPS satellite
built. No. He said he worked on one.
No,
I said it being built.
Oh, you saw it on the ground.
But my whole point was the trilateralization. That is the crux of my argument. It is the trilateralization.
We were talking about that earlier. Triangles are straight.
No, not triangular.
Linda, how does your trilateral argument prove curvature or spin or any of that shit. It doesn't.
It proves that satellites are where they say
You're
they
off
are.
in the weeds.
Hold on. I mean, all right.
Bring it back down to earth.
That's why.
Yeah.
GPS proves that satellites are where we say they are. That's what they prove.
No,
Really?
we're gonna
Really?
stay on the
Okay.
ground. We're
Yes.
not going to talk about the sky
I
anymore.
think a lot of people that hold on.
John, we're not going to talk about the sky anymore. Okay,
I think
let's
a lot
stay
of
to the
people,
ground. Where's
I
the
think
curve?
I think a lot of people that use GPS a lot when they're in remote areas would fucking totally disagree with you. They don't know where they are because of they don't have a tower signal or a fucking satellite signal, in remote parts of the earth. So it's not like I think you have in your mind that they've built this array around Earth that has GPS and everybody knows where they're at, as long as they're connected to the satellite from their phone or their GPS instrument. Is this your idea? Do you think this is really happening?
I mean, planes and boats.
Hold on. Is that the yes or no question?
Yes, it is.
All right. Well, then you're fucking wrong. Everybody knows that. So you look like an asshole right now. Everybody knows that's not what happens.
But it is, because it's this information, right?
Really? So where have you been? So you've tested this, and everybody can receive a GPS signal no matter where they are on Earth, on the globe. All of that is happening for them because there's an array of GPS satellites.
If you have a strong enough receiver,
Hold on, I want to hear his response. Everybody shut up.
Yeah, if you have a strong enough receiver tuned to the satellites and you're not under
So your phone wouldn't work. Your phone wouldn't work, or your Garmin wouldn't work, depending on where you are.
I mean, have y'all ever been in a situation where you're
okay? I didn't ask. That was a yes or fucking no question.
I said yes. The GPS receiver should work everywhere, so long as there's nothing above you and you have a strong enough receiver.
What's happening right now is you're believing in a pretend GPS satellite system that doesn't fucking exist. And we're trying to explain this to you, but you don't fucking understand it. Whoever told you this shit is out of their mind. It doesn't exist.
But you can test it. That's my problem. You can test it.
Well,
it's testable.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's testable. It's very testable.
Where?
I'm going. That's what I was doing.
At the four corners of the earth. Where
you are sitting right now. Just you can go outside, build a GPS receiver, use trilateralization.
All right, I'm done with my rant. Go ahead, gentlemen.
You can test it.
I've used my GPS all the time, and I lose it all the time in the mountains. So.
Oh yeah, I've been in
clear
Colorado.
skies and everything, and I lose my phone, my GPS, and everything through the mountains. That I should have it because I have a completely clear sky.
Yeah, but hold on, because I want you to think about this, right?
Hey, listen, Linda, have you seen that episode? Hold on,
there's no thinking. He was going to give you a...
Wait, 2 seconds, please, Joe. I want to ask...
He was going to give you a personal
gentleman. Please, I want to ask Linda a question. Hold on, Linda. I want to ask you a question. There was an episode of Survival Man with Bear Grylls. He had about 5 satellite fucking phones with him, just in case.
I saw that one.
And shit went all fucked up. None of those fucking satellite phones fucking worked for him.
None of them.
None of the satellites, the GPS, nothing works.
Well, I want to hear his explanation. He's going to have one for it, of course.
Explanations are worth bullshit.
But I've never heard of this. I have an explanation for you.
Assumptions, more like it.
That's because you're very ignorant, and that's what we're pointing out here.
You don't listen to anybody else. That's the thing. You want to listen to one source, and that's it.
But I'm talking about a test.
But we're telling you things that's not happening in your reality.
But I'm talking about a test, a way you can tell if GPS is a lie or not.
It's not possible.
It is possible. But here's the thing, right?
You haven't done it.
I'm wrong.
Wait. Hold on. All right. So since you're so fascinated with GPS, how about you give us your explanation of what you think GPS is.
You already did.
It's trying
No,
to
just did.
All right,
Yeah,
so it's an
He doesn't
array
understand it at all.
It's an array of satellites around Earth. I used to think that too.
Helio, he said that if you have a clear sky, you should inevitably have a GPS signal.
Yes,
That's
and
what he said.
I was gonna mention your whole Colorado comment. If you pulled up your GPS app and it was not working, because I've lived in Colorado too, and it didn't work, right? That is because that is not your phone failing to connect to the satellites. It is your phone failing to download the information around you. If you go back there and go to your Compass app, if you pull up your Compass app, it should give you your longitude.
If you think your cell phone can connect to a satellite fucking 12,000 miles away, you're out of your fucking mind.
What about this? How many satellites?
You have to have a
do you
satellite
think-
phone.
How many satellites are actually up there that we're all using today?
That
like
we
how
are
many
using?
Yeah, that we think is floating around in a low Earth orbit, right? Or where? Like how many satellites should be up there?
Thousands.
A lot? Thousands?
Yes, thousands.
Hundreds?
I don't know the exact number.
It's more than. Well, I mean, it's always thousands, but I mean, it's hundreds. I mean, it's. Yeah, it's,
What do you mean? You can go look up the answer.
It's
I mean,
like
of course,
tens of
everybody on my side
thousands.
doesn't
I
know the
wouldn't say
answer.
hundreds of thousands, but it's a lot. And how did they dump these fucking satellites into space that you're supposed to be connecting your cell phone to?
Are you paying attention to the live stream voice text there, Linda, for what we're posting?
Who, me?
Yeah,
I can't-
you're Linda.
I'm the homie Don. And I can't. I mean, the answer is no because I can't multitask.
So everyone that thinks, and I don't give a shit if everybody. Thinks
about
I'm
that
being a
satellite,
dumbass.
yes.
Whatever. Your fucking cell phone can't connect to a satellite fucking over 12,000 miles away. That's ridiculous. If
Why not?
you think that's possible, really?
And
Why
going
not?
thousands of miles per hour.
I have a question.
Sure. I'm just confused as to why it would be impossible. You just need a very powerful emitter.
I would like the Glover to just show us one real picture of satellites in space.
Yep. Satellites.
No CGI. Just post one for us to see.
Can you give me about 120 seconds? I got you.
I'd like to see a picture of one when they introduced satellites in space.
You have 90
falling
seconds.
around Earth.
20
And
shit.
you're like
90
a
seconds.
satellite
Get on
in
it.
orbit. That's
Well, this dude's about to send 127. That's crazy because I typed in Google real picture of satellite in space, NASA, and the first pictures that pop up from NASA.gov are CGI.
They are, but the one I'm going to send, who I sent it to because I got it.
Just overlooks that.
He's got the one real photo of a satellite, guys. Hold on. Wait.
Overlooks that it's from NASA.
Who do I send it to?
The one that's connected to his phone.
I can't post in chat. Who do I send it to?
Not me.
I mean, I'm not authorized to post in chat. I can tell y'all where I found it, and y'all can go look it up. But
Okay, we're excited. Tell us.
Go ahead and send it to me. I'll post it.
Send it to me. I'll post it.
Oh, who's me?
Me is.
I wonder if
Just send it with it or any of the mods in there.
Yeah, I don't know y'all. I don't know y'all's names by voice. I'm new.
Hey, while we're all waiting in anticipation for this magic picture of a satellite in a magic place called Narnia, what do you think about how a couple days ago a couple had one of these Samsung satellites crash in their backyard, attached to a parachute, and whenever Samsung was contacted about it, said, "Oh, sorry, the balloon had a malfunction and fell," but yet they were running PR stunts all before that, saying it was going to be the first satellite to go to outer space and take a selfie.
That's
real,
crazy.
Real story.
You're gonna have to post that one with it. I haven't seen that one before.
That
It's
is
right there.
crazy
You just posted
indeed.
it.
Oh, you did post it. Oh, my bad.
Hey, what's it? Can I send it to you? Are you a mod, or is there somebody else who I should send it to?
Well, I mean, you can send it.
Just
Yeah,
gonna
you
sit there.
send
I
some
mean, you
beer
can
with
send
it
it to
or
me.
whatever. I mean,
can you post it?
I mean, this shit is getting so ridiculous. I mean, you might as well send it to anybody.
1 moment.
Oh my gosh, man! He's like, I got proof that I'm getting I'm getting a GPS signal from a satellite in space.
I mean, I said it multiple times. You can test it.
All right, so you think you? Well, man, I'm just telling you. You think you're getting a GPS signal from a satellite in space?
You can test
we
it.
It's telling you no, you can't, and you just don't listen to that. But okay, you still can.
Okay, hold on.
I mean,
You can get a test
and I'll tell you what, that's the deal, right? Everybody, like most people that use GPS, think they're getting a satellite signal from fucking space. And so that's when we can actually prove that's impossible. We can prove that's impossible.
How far is space up from the ground?
I sent it to Creation.
How far is space, actual space from the ground? Like from off the ground?
The Kármán line, 60 miles. But that is pretty arbitrary, to be honest.
Oh, well, yeah, 60 miles. Well, that's a kind of the generic term. Whereas, where do they send these satellites, and how do they make them orbit around Earth? That's another discussion. But whatever. I'll shut up. You guys continue the discussion.
Yeah, can a mod send me a text, and then I can send it to them?
65 miles up from NASA, straight.
Well, 100 kilometers.
This photo of this satellite's supposed to prove we're on a ball, guys. I can't wait for it.
I mean, y'all wanted a real picture of a satellite. I got you. I just need somebody.
A real picture of a satellite in outer space. Yes, that's right.
Yes. Yep. I got you. I just need somebody to text me.
Where is this picture?
Where is somebody to text me? Photograph. If you can text me, I'll post it.
Well, all right. What's your username?
The homie Don.
Here,
I'll send you something.
I'll give you a temporary display.
That should work.
Your linkage here. I'll give you the link for just a minute.
Yep, there you go. You got temporary terms.
To do what? To post it here?
Post your magical link of fairy tales.
Okay, give me a moment.
Yeah. We want the source too, so we can.
Sure. I can get y'all the link. I'll get y'all the link first because it actually comes from the video.
I'm just glad another company was able to do this because NASA seems to not be capable of doing it.
Is that it?
Oh, it's a NASA. It's a NASA article. Oh my God! This guy's a fucking retard.
So you're posting CGI. You do know that, right? You are posting CGI. They have confirmed
the videos come from space.
They have confirmed themselves doing it and CGI, all of it. They have said it from the baseline. If you don't know that, then you are lying to yourself, and we don't need to listen to anything because it's from NASA. Like I said, we can show you all the CGI shit that NASA sends as well, but it's CGI. They've already admitted it.
But this is from SpaceX. I mean, it's on NASA's website, but SpaceX is the one that...
Well, then we must be on a ball flying through space if SpaceX tells us so.
I mean, you said NASA was the one. I got
NASA and SpaceX are the exact same fucking formula. I don't care what you fucking say. They work together. That's why they're on NASA's website. You fucking
I'm not allowed to use SpaceX either?
No, we're not listening to this anymore because we keep telling you that SpaceX and NASA are the same entity, and you keep telling us that they're not. Yet fucking SpaceX is posted on NASA's website. You're an idiot.
Okay, wait.
This is the first time I've heard that.
I have a question for the Glober.
Yeah, you wanted a real picture from space. I got it for you.
Okay, you posted a video. That's great. But here's the thing. The satellite that's in the video, you see Resolve also posted an article.
Yes, I did. Well, no, I saw a picture. Which article?
Sorry, I meant picture. And it says the artist illustration.
Yes.
Artist.
Yes, the picture you're looking at is CGI. Well, but that's not my picture. That's
it's the same video.
That's an illustration. The one I sent you was from the SpaceX camera looking at the ISS. That's what I said.
He won't listen to anything.
But I'm confused.
So wait, the real picture of the satellite is the ISS? That's what you got for us, the ISS?
48 minutes, 21 seconds.
Listen, guys, the people you told me are lying to me told me they're not lying to me. So come on now.
Yeah,
okay, but hold on.
Time out.
I didn't realize y'all didn't want it from space either. I can get y'all another one.
Calm down, buddy. So you're saying the only real picture of a satellite in outer space is the ISS?
No, there's a bunch of them. That's just the one I got.
Oh, because you said you were going to send me 137 pictures, and you sent me a 2-hour video on YouTube of CGI.
I said 137-minute pictures? I don't remember saying that. I'm sorry if I don't think I could produce 137. I'm sure you could find
there be like thousands of pictures of satellites in outer space?
I'm not sure why you would take a picture of a bus from 300 miles away and expect hundreds of thousands of them.
Was that a satellite from the Dragon?
Stupid ass statement was that, dude? Listen, bud.
Satellites about the size of a bus.
Listen, buddy. You think that there are satellites in outer space, like even past low Earth orbit? I'm asking for a real picture, okay?
I just sent one. But y'all don't like SpaceX. I can go get another one if y'all want.
Well, SpaceX admittedly gets hundreds of millions of dollars of funding from the government and admittedly can do nothing without the approval of NASA. And Elon Musk himself said he had to give full unimpeded access to all of his computers to NASA to be able to contract with them.
Okay, that's fine. I'll get you another one. What about does Astronomy Live work? Are y'all cool with Astronomy Live?
Well,
Is it a NASA
sure.
picture?
Whose magic satellite took the picture? Astronomy Live has a satellite up there?
No, that would be from the ground. Do you want a picture of a satellite from another satellite?
Well, I said in outer space, man.
It's the picture of the ISS in outer space, but from the ground. But you want a picture from outer space of a satellite in outer space.
Yeah, so if I look at something in the sky from the ground, what does that have to do with your fairy tale of outer space?
I mean, but I thought that was what you were asking for.
A real picture of a satellite out in space.
Yeah, so like the ISS, but why can't you get that from the ground?
Yeah, well, no one disputes that there's something in the sky that you can occasionally see fly over you.
But Astronomy Live clearly shows the ISS, like not just a light. I mean, clearly shows the ISS.
You can occasionally see it, like lunar transits and stuff like that. Yeah, there's something that flies over top of us. It's not 252 miles going 17,500 miles per hour or 5 miles a second with people just chilling outside of it like it's not moving. But I'm talking about stuff out in outer space. Hey, man, if there are thousands of satellites all flying out there past low Earth orbit, can we get a real picture of one, please?
I mean, so hold on.
There's multiple satellites that we should be seeing out there all at once. It should be like blocking the sun out at sometimes.
Why would that be the case? Space is huge. That would be like
it's amazing that you say that, yet the satellite is so close to us. You're not even thinking about it.
Oh, think about this, right? A satellite is about the size of a car.
Yes, but they're all flying around at the same time.
But there are
you're not even
billions of cars on Earth
at all. You're not thinking about it. You don't think.
But no, hold on. Listen to my argument, right?
No, I don't have to listen to it because I've heard it. You don't know that, but I've heard it multiple times. We're just telling you to try and think about our statements and listen to us, but you haven't listened to anything that we actually have said. You just want to blow over that and say what you want to say, and that's fine because it's the exact thing that Globers do. They don't want to listen to anything that a flat earther says in a flat earth Discord, but they just want to state everything that they have heard from the Globe side, and that's it. That's nothing.
I'm just repeating.
Nothing that we've heard before, right? Nothing that we've heard before. Anybody in here have heard anything that this guy has said? I haven't. Nothing that you have said, we've heard before, correct, right? Don?
But why would I say anything new? The heliocentric model is consistent.
It's amazing that you think that we are just going to listen and convince ourselves with what you say. It's amazing.
No, I don't.
So for everyone to know, I'm posting the picture from his video that he wants us all to look at.
I
want you guys to know this is a really good picture. Right? Boom! Do you guys see that? If you don't think that's real, you're crazy, bro.
100% crazy, guys.
Wow.
Wait, that's not from 4821 though.
Wow.
That's the fucking video you sent, dude.
By the way, yes, that is real. I don't know why you would say it's not.
Hey, hold on. How do we know that? It's just a black background. What are you doing right now?
I mean, that space is dark.
What if we listen? What if we showed
This
you
one's
something that
real,
looked
too.
just like that, and the tables were flipped, and we said, "Look at this. This is just direct proof that not only is the ISS where they say it is, but Earth's a globe."
I mean, you asked me for a picture.
I didn't, but they did.
Or Austin asked me for a picture. I don't know what else to say.
Okay, listen. Empirically demonstrate that this is a live picture of a live thing in space. Go.
That this picture?
Yeah, the one that Witsit posted, right?
I have absolutely no way to do that.
Exactly. So why the fuck did you give it to us?
Oh, I have a
That's our
better
picture.
one, guys. I
Okay,
just
go
posted
ahead.
it. This is the best picture of a satellite.
That's a sweet fuck.
Look at that.
Dude, take me to that satellite.
Okay,
I want to travel on that with it.
Dude, I'd go on that thing in a second. I'd live in that.
Dude, that
oh
is...
boy, which one? How do we know which one is real?
That is so real, Witsit.
How do we, like, for real? How do we know which one is real? How do we know?
Question.
Whichever one looks the most fake.
Okay, good.
I mean,
Right, right.
Look at the lighting. Just look at the lighting. It looks so good.
We just can't trust just an image provided to us because that doesn't really determine if the vacuum of space is real. So we should go to other things. One really good thing is the second law of thermodynamics, which is a part of physics. And it describes, just calm down. It's going to be okay. We'll be there every step of the way.
Go ahead.
It debunks the vacuum of space. Are you familiar with the argument?
Yes, I am, and it hurts.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, it hurts.
So, how do we have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum?
Well, I'll go ahead and say that it starts by the fact that I've heard the argument before, and that's not the second law of thermodynamics. The laws of thermodynamics tell you how it tells you how heat will get transferred into mechanical energy or an internal energy. The second law of thermodynamics.
Yes, that's right.
Anything about gas fluid motion. It has nothing to do with fluid motion. That's why.
But it does.
Absolutely.
Because heat moves.
Listen carefully.
As an aerospace engineer, that's what I'm saying.
Entropy will increase because the system's seeking equilibrium. High pressure goes to low pressure. Heat goes to cold. This is the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase as the system seeks equilibrium spontaneously.
But the problem is that's not the second law at all. Not even close. Not even.
Wait, what is the second law, please? Tell me.
The second law
please
is
tell me.
that the second law of thermodynamics is that the entropy generated will increase. Not that the entropy of a system will increase, because you can decrease entropy. That's what refrigerating is.
It dictates that heat moves to
There was
cold.
no talk about a container?
But still, you can decrease.
There's no talk about a container?
Okay, I'm sorry, but you can decrease entropy.
Can you please talk to me right now, Don? Was there no talk about a container? Please tell me.
I'm just bringing up an example of how you can decrease.
Please tell me, Don, that you know that the second law of thermodynamics means you do have to have a container.
No, it has nothing to do with gas motion.
Holy fuck. This
Guys,
kid is off the rockers, guys.
Listen to me. Well, actually, don't listen.
No, hold on. I think. Hold on.
Here's the thing. The second law, the laws of thermodynamics tell you how heat will turn into mechanical
You need a container.
energy.
You need a container.
Why? Why do you need a container?
Listen though.
Wow. This kid.
This part of it, I mean, as far as natural law, I mean, you don't need anyone to introduce anything or anything. It's natural law. It's just what we observe, right?
But the problem is,
there's not a problem. It's not a problem. This is what you think. There's a problem with. Why
y'all don't know?
Are you confused about natural law? Hold on,
y'all don't know it.
Oh, you don't, Don. We know.
Yeah, we know, and you don't, and that's what I'm saying.
It's just bullshit on all of us, and we know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you don't make natural law happen. Nobody can do that.
No, I don't.
All right, so you know that part of it.
This was done when he says there's no container, so it's done.
Yeah. So I mean,
that's incorrect.
I mean, even with it's just like you have to understand the first law to understand the second law and the third law. Once you put them all together, then you'll understand that no person can affect that.
But the law of thermodynamics just says that the energy generated will increase. That's it. That's what it says.
It's an effect. It's an effect that is you can't do anything about it. It's an effect.
Please, Pat.
It's an understanding.
That the energy cannot.
Citation, sure.
No, listen, buddy. It's that entropy cannot decrease. You need to respond. You need to respond. It's that entropy cannot decrease.
The entropy generated. You can decrease entropy. That's what I mean. He doesn't like refrigerators, so I'll give any system that you use to cool something down from high energy to low energy.
All science is based on these natural laws. And
you can decrease entropy.
All right, so then we're talking about something else.
Energy that cannot be used for work, right? It cannot decrease. The entropy cannot decrease.
The entropy generated cannot decrease. You can remove entropy from a system. And it's because
wait, time out. How are you going to remove entropy when you set gas pressure next to a near perfect vacuum?
You can, because it has nothing to do with fluid motion. It's about heat. Entropy.
No, it's about gas pressure. It's about gas pressure.
No.
Wait,
the second law
are you
of
saying
motion
that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to gas pressure?
Yeah, because we use isentropic systems all the time that have nothing to do with entropy. An isentropic system is a system where the entropy remains zero, and we still produce many fluid calculations that have nothing to do with entropy. Most of the fluid calculations real aerospace engineers do have nothing to do with entropy.
Not measurements, calculations. Once again, you're lost in your fucking math.
Like in nature,
that's how I design airplanes. How can I design an airplane without math?
In nature,
no. Afterwards, what happens is equilibrium, right?
Yeah, entropy happens in nature without man's influence.
But there are
right. So when you start talking about, well, we did this and this and this and this, and we performed this and this test, with this. You're not talking about natural law anymore. You're talking about science. You're just like, hey, this. When it comes to natural law and the first, second, third laws, you can't do science. You can do them based on the laws, but once you manipulate the natural laws, then you can start, to understand how this might or might not have happened.
But the thing is, I'm not manipulating the second law of thermodynamics. Like,
if you build a vacuum, then you are.
No, but let's talk about a natural system then, right? If we have wind,
I just did. I just talked about the natural system, and you actually
then wind.
Hey, check this out. Walk outside your front door, take a deep breath, watch the sunrise. You experience a natural law.
Okay, but can he demonstrate gas pressure without a container, though? That's the only important thing here.
You want me to demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, McToon tried it. And
Linda, like you're on your way over to my place for a barbecue. You got to sit. I got a 2-4 on ice here. We're gonna put on the football game. I need gas for the barbecue, like some propane. But don't bring it in a tank. Just bring the propane, 15 pounds of propane over for the barbecue.
Yeah, no, that would be incredibly dumb. I don't know why you wouldn't bring it in.
Can you inflate your tire? If I drill a hole in your tire, can you inflate it?
Yes. Yes, you can. What you need to do is you need to pump a lot of air into it really quickly, and when you stop, all that air is going to leave again. But you can inflate it.
It will leak out. Why?
It will leak out,
because it finds balance with the surroundings, right? It finds balance with the force.
Because what it does is it follows Newton's second law of motion, which dictates how gas moves.
Yeah, no, I'm going to cut you off right there. If you don't plug the fucking hole, the fucking tire's not going to hold the air pressure, and it's not going to inflate. The air's just going to go out the fucking hole you drilled in the fucking tire.
No, you can inflate a tire. I've inflated plenty of tires that have holes in them. They just leak out over time. That happens to my bike tire all the time. It'll have a hole in it. You pump it up, it goes up.
I'm not saying a hole. If I drill a 1-inch hole in your sidewall, if I drill a 1/2-inch hole, you're not going to inflate the tire, dude. Are you delusional?
Yeah, sure you can. You're just going to need a really big pump.
Dude, come on.
Okay, sure I can. Come over and do it to all 4 of my tires. I'll drive around the city, no problem, guy.
No, it'll be
Still,
deflate.
right?
What do you
Like,
mean?
what we
It'll
don't
deflate.
want to do is let him get us worked up, right? Because he's just wrong about everything. And so this is just for the audience at this point.
Where have I been wrong?
Hey, dude,
because the second law of thermodynamics says nothing. Okay, sure, I'll find it.
I'm just going to mute you if you always clip me and talk underneath me like a little gamma male, okay? I'm going to need you to calm down. Thank you, bro. So can you define gas pressure for us so we make sure we all are talking about the same thing?
Pressure is force divided by area.
What's the definition of gas pressure?
It is force divided by area.
That's an equation.
It is force divided. That is what pressure is. There is nothing else to it.
Gas pressure is the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container.
I mean, it's force divided by air. Like, I mean, I don't know. You probably got that definition from somewhere, but pressure is force divided by area.
I don't. So is the pressure of a shark bite the same as gas pressure?
Mathematically, yes.
Well,
yes.
We're talking about gas pressure.
They'll do the same thing. If you have a gas,
the same thing. One of them's a shark bite. One of them's gas.
They have the same thing. If you get bitten at 100,000 megapascals and you're subjected to 100,000 megapascals of air pressure, it's going to do the same thing to you.
Okay. Gas pressure, right? So pressure, and so what's the area?
Whatever you choose.
Oh, so it's a surface area.
It can be whatever you choose. Aerospace engineers,
area, right?
No, I just said area, not surface area, just area.
Oh, that's crazy. How do you measure the pressure in an area without a surface area?
With a pressure transducer.
So you can measure gas pressure without a container?
Yes, pressure transducers do it all the time.
Really?
Yes, but the pressure transducer.
By measuring what pressure? The one that's on.
Oh, wait, hold up. Without an area, I guess it would be over the area of the pressure transducer.
Okay, so I just now use NASA.gov's definition of gas pressure. It's the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container.
Okay.
Okay, so do we have gas pressure on the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the walls of the container containing the gas pressure on the Earth?
There are none.
So then we couldn't have gas pressure without a container, could we?
No. You just need, according to Newton's second law, all you need is another body force. And then, or a body accelerative force. And then you would have your pressure. That is what Newton's second law, the conservation of momentum, says. That is what
Newton's laws of motion have been debunked.
Newton's laws, like, you mean force equals mass times area?
Yeah, Newton's laws of motion have been debunked on the quantum scale. You didn't know that?
Well, we're not talking about the quantum scale. We're talking about the classical scale.
The homie Don, check your messages. Yeah, I just sent you something.
I was getting up a picture of gas pressure without next to.
It's okay. You can claim like out of date pseudoscience if you want to, but I was just giving you the opportunity, to stay current and modern and realize that there are no more Newtonian laws of physics. They've been debunked.
But the issue is engineers use Newton's laws all the time. We should probably tell them to stop.
You can't stop equilibrium, ma'am.
But engineers use Newton's laws of motion all the time.
Excuse me, ma'am. You cannot stop equilibrium. You cannot stop it. Everything wants to find equilibrium. Are you saying that you can fight equilibrium? This goes against everything we know about science, that everything seeks equilibrium.
It might seek it, but if you have a body force...
You're a fucking theoretical physicist, aren't you?
No, I'm an aerospace engineer. I am an engineer. I deal with the real world. I literally deal with the real world.
No, this guy's an aerospace engineer, guys.
All right, let me just prove to the whole room that you're lying. Okay.
He's a NASA boy.
Wait, I'm just gonna expose you.
I'm an aerospace engineer.
So okay, you're an aerospace engineer. Okay. So whenever you have a satellite in the sky, how do you determine its distance?
I would use orbital mechanics to determine its distance.
You're going to use orbital mechanics to determine its distance?
Yes. I don't see why.
How are you going to do that?
One of the parameters. You would track it across the sky.
You would do what?
You would look at it, go across the sky. And as it moves across the sky, you could use some very complicated orbital mechanics to get the 6 parameters, one of which is the distance away it is from the Earth.
Yeah, how do you get the distance?
Using orbital mechanics. I mean,
you can't just say words. What's the process?
You track the motion of it across the sky. So I guess you take a video of it or take some pictures of it, right? You see its movement across the sky will tell you its velocity and some other things. And you can use the velocity.
Without the distance, it won't.
You can't see.
You get the angular velocity.
You
get
can't
the
see
angular.
them.
So how do you? Okay, so you have to know the size and the distance.
Yes, and you already know the size of your satellite, right? Because you built it, and you already know. And you can track it across the sky. You can get the angular distance, and from there, you can get all the other parameters. You can get the velocity.
So that's
and with the velocity, you can get all the pressure.
No,
that's one way. You can use the orbital.
That's not even how it's claimed to be done.
But that's one way you can do it. You asked me how you can do it. If you want parallax, that's how Red's Rhetoric did it. But that's if you
not
don't
how
know
anyone in the actual field does it, which is why I'm exposing you. I know that you don't actually do it.
What? Why? Okay, please tell me.
Don't you understand? You don't actually do that. You've never done that, have you?
What?
Have you ever tried to verify the distance to a satellite?
Have I ever?
Must be hard to hear.
No, I haven't. No.
Okay, so.
Oh, wait, yeah, I have. Yes, I have. Yeah, I talked about it earlier with trilateralization and GPS. I did it with
This
those.
guy's an aerospace engineer, guys. You're not going to trip him up.
Yeah, you're using signals, right?
Yes, but they tell you
your
where the
duration is relative to the medium differentiation, right?
No, but the satellite tells you where it is.
By doing what?
The signal literally, it's the WJ whatever ellipsoid. It tells you in the coordinates where it is. The satellite tells you
where it is. The signal, and then you have a duration of time for you to receive the signal. No, this is objectively what happens.
But that's not how trilateralization works. Well, that's the next step of it. But the first step is that it tells you where it is. That is the first step. Is that the satellite tells you where it is. It has to, or the trilateralization would not work.
In order for you to know where it is, you're going to have a duration of the time it took to receive the signal.
But you already know where the satellite is because you launched it. Once you launch it and you confirm that it's in orbit, you don't need to. It's not like it's going to move very much. Maybe some small perturbations, but you already know where the.
Okay. Whatever. You've been exposed, but anyway. So, do you agree that to put something in orbit, you need a radius of orbit?
Yes, you would.
Okay, and so in order to have the radius of orbit, do you need the radius of the Earth?
You would need the radius of the Earth.
Okay, so if we falsify the radius of the supposed globe Earth, then you couldn't successfully be putting anything into orbit, right?
Yes, but I'd imagine it would be quite difficult to falsify the radius of the Earth. Space Engineers is a great game, by the way. Thank you very much.
Just use geometry.
Oh, it's geometry.
Yeah, it's the measurement of shapes.
No. I said which geometry, not what's geometry.
We're just going to use the radius value, and then we're going to know the rate that the surface should curve if it's a sphere.
I really hope that's not 8 inches from L squared, because that's
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will show you the geometric horizon based on a radius of 3959.
That's incredible, but it doesn't account for refraction.
Doesn't account for what?
Refraction.
Okay, so how do you calculate refraction?
You use Snell's law.
Snell's law is actually about differential between two mediums.
No, it's the differential between two densities.
No, two mediums. You have to use a differential equation of Snell's law to apply it to the atmosphere, a singular medium.
But you can do it with different densities. The medium doesn't matter. The density.
Well, it's a differential equation.
What's wrong with the differential equation?
Doesn't matter. I'm just making sure you kind of can pretend you know what you're talking about. So then, what's the calculation?
I've actually worked with differential equations. They're normal equations. They're no different than normal equations.
Okay, they're normal.
It's just calculus.
It's not the same as Snell's law because it's not two different mediums.
You don't need two different mediums. You just need two densities.
That's the definition of Snell's law, though. So whenever you invoke refraction, you're talking about terrestrial refraction.
I'm just talking about refraction.
Well, yeah, I just said 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is exactly where you should see the geometric horizon if the radius is 3959. You said that's not accounting for refraction. I said, okay, how do you calculate refraction? You said Snell's law. I corrected you. It's a differential equation. And then I'm saying, okay, so...
you just apply Snell's law.
Listen, buddy. Do you know what kind of refraction that you just invoked? It's called terrestrial refraction because you're making a claim about the terrain of the Earth.
I just said you needed to account for refraction.
It's specifically terrestrial refraction because you're making a claim about an optical change in the appearance of the terrain of Earth.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so the way that you calculate terrestrial refraction in your fairy tale is 7/6R. It's actually a fluctuation of the R value.
That's an approximation. You use Snell's law to get the exact.
No, you have to have the R value to do terrestrial refraction regardless.
That's an approximation. You use Snell's law to get the exact value. Just you use a differential equation of Snell's law.
I don't feel like you're understanding very much, right?
No, I do. You said 7/6R. That is an approximation.
Yeah, it's an approximation of standard refraction reifying and assuming the globe.
Right, but I mean, if you want the exact value, you would use... No, nobody... I don't think many people use it, but the other thing is that refractive conditions can change. So that 7/6 wouldn't be true if it wasn't standard refraction.
Okay, so is there like a limit to it? Can you put 100/6?
I mean, I would just use the differential. Pop up a MATLAB, just integrate over time or integrate over space. And that's how I would do it, personally.
Okay, you might want to read what Indio posted as well. But here's the point, right? So if you're claiming that we can't falsify the radius because you can make up a calculation reifying and assuming that radius and then fluctuating it arbitrarily, even though it's a category error because the Earth's not breathing in and out, and you can change it to whatever it would need to be to fit the rate needed to bend around a presupposed curve, and therefore, voila, that's your proof of curve. That is called a begging the question fallacy, my man.
What I'm saying is that how can you say that you falsify it if you did not include refraction, which
I'll include your terrestrial refraction. And so when we're 1 foot off the surface and we should see the curvature at 1.2 miles, we saw it over 10 miles away. If I apply your terrestrial refraction, which is a begging the question fallacy and a category error, right? If I assume it anyway, it only extends the horizon to 1.32 miles from 1.22 to 1.32, but the horizon was over 10 miles away, though.
What'd you get that with? Where'd you get 1.32?
Standard refraction would only fluctuate the horizon from 1.22 to 1.32.
That isn't standard refraction. There's very clearly very heavy refraction. No, but there's very heavy refraction.
Matter expert. Do I need to cite him?
Yes, please do, because Andrew Thomas Young would clearly say that that's very heavy refraction. That's not standard refraction going on there.
No, that's standard terrestrial refraction.
It's pretty heavy.
Linda,
it's not heavy enough because it only moves the horizon to 1.32 miles, and we need it to be to 10 miles.
But my guy, with a coefficient of refraction of 2, you can get the light to bend at the same curvature of the Earth. So according to Andrew Thomas Young,
calculation of a coefficient of 2 or more to say that effectively it can infinitely refract.
That's what Andrew Thomas Young says, and you just invoked him.
Well, no, coefficient of 2 or more, that's nothing more than a calculative fairy tale. It has nothing to do with reality. You're basically saying there is no way that you could see something in the distance because it could bend all the way around the globe back to your butt.
If the conditions were right. They're never right. They're never right, so it would only go for...
Is this a one-on-one, gentlemen? Just curious.
It's not a one-on-one. Anybody
okay, Linda, do you think you evolved from a puddle of mud and a monkey who fucking mated with a squirrel?
I'm a Christian.
That's all.
I'm a Christian.
Okay, well, that's crazy because the very beginning of the scriptures say that there was a firmament created that's strong as bronze that separates the heavenly waters from the earthly waters, and that the earth was flooded for people sunken in depravity, lying and twisting the word like you're attempting to do, and then that the heavenly gates were opened and the earth was flooded. And the reason the rainbow shows us of the pact that he won't flood the earth anymore is because it shows that the heavens gates are still intact because of the reflective surface of the firmament has 7 layers, which is why it has 7 colors. It says it's immovable and fixed on foundations and shall never be moved. I guess that means spinning, wobbling, orbiting around the sun on a 66.6 degree tilted axis. And it says that the sun stopped moving in Joshua, which is impossible and would literally destroy the earth in the heliocentric model. And it says that the sun was created on the fourth day, which is also impossible in the heliocentric model if we're going around it.
But there is no
firmament. The moon has its own light. It says that the sun's the light for the day and that the moon's the light for the night. So how does how does that coexist with a spinning ball where everything came from nothing, but not really nothing because it was a pre-existing energy proposed by a Catholic religious zealot known as George Lamonte, or however you pronounce his name. And then the big G that replaces God with the big G, gravity. It's the creative force that replaces the creator, and it coalesced everything into perfect spheres over billions of years. And then lightning struck primordial soup on this tiny speck of dust that came from this big bang and coalesced by gravity. And then it made rocks turn into living organisms, abiogenesis, inorganic matter turning into organic life, that then evolved into rocks. The rocks evolved into fish eventually that decided to grow some feet, and then evolved into rodents, and then evolved into apes that evolved into humans. All this is dependent upon this idea of the spinning earth, and none of it's real, and all of it's antithetical to the scriptures. So I would say maybe you need to reread the book again or something. I guess there's a little bit of a reading comprehension issue.
But there is no firmament. That's you can stop
strong as bronze. That's who Nimrod was trying to build the tower to. What do you think Nimrod was building a tower to?
No, but there is no firmament. Like there is no dome.
So you don't believe the Bible?
Well,
okay, so you admit we'll get past that real quick. So Ritz, real quick, just see if you're admitting you don't believe the Bible. That's what you're saying.
You do. I have a different interpretation of the Bible than
right. So you don't believe it, right? You do not believe it, right? That's what all weirdos say. They have their own interpretation, right? You're a weirdo. Yeah.
I'm saying
I write my own scriptures.
Yeah,
no, I'm saying y'all are misinterpreting the Bible.
Right, so you think God would make hold on, okay, Witsit, one more thing, Witsit, I'll get at, I want Witsit to continue, real quick, let me say one more thing.
There is no
so you're saying God, hold on, watch this, so you're saying God made a world where we can never trust our eyes and senses, that's what you believe?
Sure, why not?
That was easy, thanks for playing. Next.
I mean, he also gave us brains so that
you are absolutely no, bro. You are literally. Listen, you are I'm sorry, I can't even say the word. I'm not permitted. I can only say it 3 times a day. I'm not going to use up my time. But clearly, you're possessed. Thanks.
But there is no firmament.
I gotta. If I'm misinterpreting it, help me out.
You start at the very first part where there's a firmament. There is no firmament.
Where does it end?
Okay, so your questions are wrong, but here's my question, okay? If I'm misinterpreting it, help me out, okay? So when it says that the earth is immovable and fixed, how does that mean it's actually spinning and revolving?
To the people who wrote it, it definitely sure would have felt immovable and fixed.
So the creator, you don't think that the creator inspired the scriptures, it was just humans writing stories?
No, it was definitely inspired by the creator. And then
the creator said the earth was immovable and fixed, but that actually means that it's not immovable or fixed.
And when the person wrote it down, they did it through whatever cultural context they did at the time.
You know, it almost seems like they experienced it that way, and that's the way they wrote it down.
Well, their cultural context was Hebrew cosmology, and that's built upon how the scriptures describe the earth.
Yeah, I'm sure in the Hebrew cosmology, I'm sure.
Any cosmology, check this out.
Immovable.
When you see the sunset, do you see it moving away from you?
No, it doesn't change in angular size. We started.
No, that's not what I
don't. I do not see it moving away.
You don't see the sun moving away from you.
No, no one ever has.
All right, well then.
Okay, but wait, let me ask you.
Disagree with me on that if you want.
I was going to bring up
whenever the Bible says the earth was flooded, because the gates of heaven were opened, as were the fountains of the deep. Did all the heavenly water come from outer space vacuum?
Metaphor. It probably just rained a lot.
Okay, so nothing that it describes about what happened is actually true.
Oh, I'm sure the entire earth got flooded. It's just a metaphor. When people say the gates of heaven opened up, that could easily be rain, right? It just was global rain, global tsunami, or whatever. Raised the waters.
And Nimrod was just building his tower to a vacuum.
He was building a very tall tower.
To a vacuum?
I guess so. I don't know how high he got up.
Then why did the creator have to interrupt him then?
First, I'm going to be honest. I don't know what scripture you're talking about.
Genesis.
Nimrod built the
Tower of Babel. It's a pretty common.
Genesis. I didn't know Nimrod built it.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought he did
common thing.
I thought he
you got a lot to learn about the scriptures, bro.
I thought he
stuck
stuck
you
it
go,
because.
man. I'm not even joking. I'll help you out here.
Let me. My interpretation of the Bible, right, is that a lot of the beginning of the Bible is metaphor and analogy, and the reason I say that is because we can measure the things that are talked about in the Bible. So pi is not 3. The sun is not close. There is no firmament. These are things that we can all confirm. That the Bible.
How is that? Because it's illegal to go above a certain altitude without the approval of the FAA. It's illegal to even purchase the fuel needed to go very high above like commercial flight or like 100,000 feet. To go higher than that, you need a certain type of fuel. Illegal to even purchase it without approval. No private exploration above there. When we go to 128,000 feet, the Earth is still flat from that distance. So how was it measured? Are you saying that NASA is the credible source and we should take their story over the words of the creator?
No, what I'm saying is I have never heard of anybody in the amateur radio community bouncing radar off the dome. If the dome existed, there should be no reason why we can't bounce radio waves off of it, of all frequencies.
Just because you never heard of it doesn't mean it never happened.
We do.
Wait a minute. Do they bounce radio waves off the ionosphere?
Yeah, we bounce waves
off of nothing.
Dude,
waves off the sky all the time.
Hold on, he was talking about amateur radio. Ham radio operators have been able to communicate with each other for decades, from Australia to London to America. Yeah, you can contact people. All right, so what does it have to do with the globe?
Because you can only do it at certain frequencies because you can bounce it off the ionosphere. If the Earth
may or may not be the case, and I mean, it really doesn't have anything to do with the globe. It just has something to do with your belief in a globe.
Wait, let me just show him though. Just show him. He doesn't know anything. He just said
radar waves working. They only go in straight paths. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, but wait. So, how was the ionosphere discovered? Do you know?
Not a clue, but guys, hold on. My whole point is that there's no firmament.
No.
There's definitely no firmament because nobody has bounced radar waves.
Right, so now he's deferring. Hold on, you're deterring from the entire point. You were talking about ham radio, and everyone and Witsit was trying to explain this to you. Go ahead.
No,
his main point. He just said his main point.
That is
the point, bud. You just brought up the ionosphere, and you don't know anything about it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so back in the day, this dude named Marconi, he was going to try to send some radio waves over 2,000 miles. And then all the people told him he wouldn't be able to do it, right? The detractors, because it hit the curvature of the Earth at 200 miles. But he went and tried it anyway, using line of sight assumption, right? A straight line. And he shot it, and he hit the target over 2,000 miles away, the first attempt. When this happened, they then had to come up with a way that it could have still happened on a globe. So what they said was he shot the radio wave out and the Earth was going down away from the radio wave, so it's effectively increasing in altitude as it increases in distance. And then there was a magic area that made it ricochet back down and land where it needed to. And that's how they came up with the ionosphere and where it supposedly was.
And the thing is, I don't see an inherent issue with that. If there was a firmament, you should be able to. But the thing is, if there was a firmament, you should be able to shoot radio waves at any frequency. I mean, you should be able to see it with your eye.
The issue is that they made the theory an ad hoc patch to the narrative. That's the issue. So there is an issue. It's an ad hoc patch to
but we can't see the firmament. There's no firmament. Nobody's ever seen it. Nobody's ever measured it.
Hold on. The radio waves.
He just explained that they made an ad hoc patch to their globe theory model. That's an issue.
Yeah.
It's ad hoc.
But then it was already measured, so...
It wasn't measured.
Measured through what method? How did they measure it?
The 1900 American arc of the triangulation of the parallel. That is how they measured it. That was in 1900 before they could have sent, a ham radio operator could have sent and bounced it off the ionosphere. That's how they measured it.
No, again, you're whistling past the point. Austin just explained to you that they came up with the concept of the ionosphere because the radio frequency did something that would not work on the theory. So they had to make an ad hoc patch to the globe model concept.
But the thing is,
they didn't discover the ionosphere. It's simply a supposition that's ad hoc to patch the globe model. That is not logically valid.
But look at where they're coming from, right?
You're bouncing something off of nothing. How do you bounce something off of nothing? Typically, you would need to bounce something off of something, right?
Yeah, it gets worse. They sent the waves 10,000 miles after that, buddy.
Okay, so the way I see it from where they got it, right? They already knew the Earth was a globe because it was measured. And then you sent out the radio waves and it did something weird and funky. So clearly there's something else going on. So
hold on, you're whispering and whistling and whispering and past the graveyard. You said Earth was already a globe. Earth was already a globe, and so then they knew that once they were able to contact each other over 2,000 miles, then they were obviously bouncing off the ionosphere of the globe. So, all right, so they presumed it was a globe.
Well, Tommy, do you know what the ad hoc fallacy is? Do you know what that is?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, so then there's no reason for you to try to help this globe model when what Austin just explained to you is patently highlight that it's an ad hoc response to something that is occurring in nature that is contrary to the globe model concept.
Okay, so the thing is,
because hold on, just one second. Affirming the consequent is not the same as an experiment, right? An experiment is highly more valuable than a logical fallacy. So we know the waves bounce. We don't know why they bounce, right? Because you can't remove, right, whatever you think they're bouncing off of, and we can't remove, but you still got the naming rights. So we're going to call it the ionosphere, right? But you said, right, in the beginning that if there was a firmament, that we could bounce signals off of it. Well, you're still calling it ionosphere, but you're whistling past the graveyard, not addressing the elephant in the room, is that we can bounce radio signals off of something up there, and you're saying that it's, what, air?
Okay, but the thing is, we know it can't be physical, though, right? Because if it was physical, then it should be able to bounce radio waves of all frequencies, of all wavelengths.
Are you serious? Are you serious right now?
Solid, because gas is physical.
How can you?
What?
Do you mean solid because gas is physical?
But the ionosphere, it's ions. They're bouncing off the ion.
This dude's all
because
this guy's like a young math. Listen, this guy's like a young Matthew Learns on crack. You need to record this.
Tommy, seriously. Do you believe that a wave frequency is bouncing off gas?
Ions, yes. I don't see why they couldn't.
Why doesn't the wave frequency bounce off the oxygen around us?
Because the oxygen isn't ionized.
Anyway, they can bounce off gas.
Yeah.
Because the oxygen isn't ionized. Why would it bounce off the oxygen? It's not ionized.
What does it have to do with ionization?
I took chemistry in high school. I think it's very plausible.
I mean, I'm sure.
So do you see how this assertion reduces to absurdity? Because given what you're telling us, a wave frequency can bounce off gas, but it doesn't bounce off gas down here into the surface of the Earth, but it does happen over there. That's inconsistent. And if you follow this logical conclusion, then wave frequencies will never travel anywhere. Because gas is everywhere.
The bigger question is, why does he keep making shit up to try to prove Flat Earthers wrong when he's obviously ignorant about it, most of this?
Because that's what sophistry does.
Yeah.
But what did I?
Well, his entire reason why there couldn't be a firmament has already been refuted. So, I guess we could just move on from there.
But it's but wait, guys, y'all blew past the whole all frequencies point. Why aren't all frequencies bouncing off of it?
I don't know. How come all frequencies do not? How come no frequencies bounce off of? How come no frequencies bounce off the sun? How come the sun absorbs all frequencies that shot at it? That's why it's called a black body. I'm sure you know about black body radiation.
Yeah, but
Mr. Astrophysicist.
No, I'm an aerospace engineer, not an astrophysicist.
Aerospace engineer, my bad.
They bounced radar off the sun, but I didn't want to bring that up because none of y'all would
Really, you got a citation for that? That'd be interesting.
Wait. So they bounced radar off the sun 93 million miles away. That must be a fucking huge radar gun. That's a
that's golden.
But hang on, what homie just tried to do is he tried to reduce our position to absurdity, asking why don't all frequencies bounce off the firmament? Just think for a moment. Just think for a moment, because not all frequencies are being shot towards the firmament. But it's so difficult.
No, but
Why don't all frequencies penetrate your wall?
No, but amateur radio.
All right, I'm just gonna send this link about the whole.
This is really cringy. This guy believes that radar works for 93 million miles when the most advanced radar can't even work 10,000 miles. I'm sorry, you guys have lost it.
I mean, here's it's from MC2's site again.
This guy is literally the most psychotic young religious zealot I've ever heard in my life. He takes.
I wonder if he realizes that radar.
So there's no way we can.
Why don't all frequencies bounce off the firmament? Why?
MC2 is not a credible source.
MC2's not okay. I'll go get.
He's a Mick Clown Tune.
Yeah, sure.
Why do you think his last name is Tune?
He's been in this server a couple of times. I mean, you can listen to his channel and listen to his bullshit, you know, but he rarely comes over here. He's been here a couple of times, and he goes through the same rigmarole that we're giving you. We're trying to explain to you how what he is saying is impossible, and you don't have to believe us. I mean, we're not here to convince the world that the Earth is flat. That's not the idea. I mean, you have to figure this shit out for yourself.
Well,
There's no way we can be contained. Is this what he's saying? There's no way we can be contained.
Yeah, because there's nothing to bounce signals off of up there. Oh, except there is.
Okay, so if there's nothing to bounce, for gas pressure you need a container.
Yeah, so we talked about that, but no, pressure is force divided by area. You do not need a container.
No, that's a mathematical equation, right? That's a mathematical equation with
yeah, but pressure is a
numbers that represent variables that are constantly changing. That's why they have certain variables with them, right?
Yeah, but pressure is not a fundamental concept like math or mass. Candelas.
Yeah, the problem is with gas pressure, you're still going to have equalization.
Not if there's a body force.
You're still going to have equalization unless there's a container.
But what about body force?
You know why a balloon expands? Do you know how you breathe?
Yeah. Can you?
Do you understand what the five phases of matter are?
I do. I don't know why.
I can't tell if he's being serious right now.
I think
gas pressure.
I think he's experiencing cog dis. I think that's what's happening.
Here.
Wait, so
difficult.
posted a
There
definition.
you go. Gas pressure next to a vacuum.
Really?
Yes.
The gas is pressing on nothing, is it?
Yes, because there is an electromagnetic field, which is the body force in this case, that is holding it together. You just need a body force. That is what I've been saying this entire time. You just need a body force.
How do they measure the pressure to make sure that it's staying there next to the vacuum? And how do they measure the vacuum to make sure it's not scavenging? And what's this invisible force field that's holding it back?
So the visible force field is electromagnetism. The things they use to measure the pressure would be pressure transducers.
Because you do understand that vacuum does not suck anything, right? That's not how it works. It goes from high pressure to low pressure. High pressure that has high pressure, and it means it has energy in it. Excuse me, you've been talking for quite a while, and I've been trying to talk, and I keep getting talked over, and that's when everybody else starts talking. So, basically, it's one of these things to where you have gas pressure, right? There's a couple of things that cause gas pressure. I'm not asking for the fucking definition to find out the measurement of it. Right? What causes gas pressure? There's a couple of things that causes gas pressure, right? Temperature, which is energy. Temperature gradient, you're going to have a gradient, right? That's what causes the pressure gradient is the temperature gradient. It's very simple. Now get this. It's a dynamic closed system. Dynamic means non-static, which means there's energy in it, which means there's entropy flying around trying to find equilibrium to get to balance. Because eventually it's going to go to what? Absolute zero, right? 0 Kelvin? That's what equilibrium is. Everything's going to eventually get back to what? Heat death. Absolute zero. I don't know why this is so hard of a concept for you guys in this higher learning field that just make shit up to get into a field. Now, I understand you're doing this possibly for a career. Maybe you're a lathe technician. Who knows? Yeah, maybe you can read a micrometer down to the 16th digit, right? I can only read it to the 4th because that's the instrument that I have. You might have a laser micrometer.
Hey, Joshua, I mean, if you don't mind if I interrupt just a second. I mean, I'm always an asshole at the end of the day. But this concept, this idea of creation, which for the most part we promote, against their bullshit idea of Big Bang ideology, shouldn't this doesn't it make much more sense the way that you're describing it? I mean, we're in the middle of it. We're kind of like trying to figure it out, just like the backwards engineers of freaking politics and science or whatever. They're trying to backwards engineer of what they saw, and then they're applying bullshit ideology. We're actually trying to say, hey, this is actually what's happening. We're using natural science to try to figure out. And I think that's what you were explaining. Instead of applying some weird ideas about our beliefs about how it could happen, we're just taking a look at what actually happened.
I mean, the thing that kind of I don't understand, and I don't even know if I'm talking, actually.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Cool. So the whole reason why I brought up that I was an engineer, it's because you all rely on the things that aerospace engineers make, like planes.
I don't.
Have you never flown in a plane?
Well, hey, since you're an engineer, who engineered this place?
No, the plane.
I've flown into plane that my uncle built, and he didn't go to MTI.
Got engineered.
Were the Wright brothers aerospace engineers?
They got incredibly lucky. Let's be real.
Actually, that was a hoax.
Oh, or it was a hoax. I don't know.
So, the homie, finish your point.
So many
people that were
may or may not have been. I didn't really mean to rumpus you, Joshua. You were on a good point. I just wanted to.
That's all right.
Point out that
I'm used to it.
No, it's cool. I was just saying that the creation idea is like it was made for us to figure this out and to know that it was created. We're supposed to know our creator. And so like all of the other people that are trying to say, oh, it could have happened on accident. Yeah, you're just absolutely wrong.
I don't think it happened on accident. I think God made it.
On a more positive note, and completely unrelated, Aaron Siri just won another case against the FDA. They wanted 75 years to release the Pfizer data, but the judge ruled it has to happen within the year. All right, you can continue.
Yeah,
well, it was on the docket for over a year.
Oh yeah, it's still taking too long, but that's just hilarious.
It's not his fault that the bureaucracy drags ass. Maybe you need to fire the bureaucracy, put new ones in that are hungry, that want to work.
Yeah, but they wanted 75 years before they had to release all the data, and the judge said nah.
It took them less than 9 months to come up with that data, submit the data, review the data, and then approve it. So.
And they want to make sure everybody alive now is dead by the time anybody gets to see it.
It's insane.
Yeah, they needed 75 years. What a joke. It's less than 1 year to inject it into people.
Right. Wild.
Kind of reminds me of
Seems legit.
Of some of the WW2 and nonsense that we've been subjected to over the years.
Hey, you boosted up over there, Glober?
Oh, what did I do?
You boosted up.
You have your 4th booster?
Oh, I am 3rd. Got my 3rd.
Jabba jabba
Good
do.
little.
I got about like
Good job.
20. I got about 20.
That's a good job. Hang on.
You are.
That's very good for you, man. I'm proud of you. That's a bold step you took. Yeah.
Why rely on the creators?
Joshua, don't do that.
Yeah, let's not talk
remember
about
live stream.
don't change your temple or whatever. That doesn't matter. But so, are you going to take one every 6 months?
I don't know. Haven't decided yet.
So if they said just 2, and then you're done, and then they changed it to 3, and then they said you have to take one every 6 months, you would take one every 6 months if that's what they said?
Depends on the data. I would go by what the data
How
says.
many boosters until you are free?
Is data science though?
I mean,
Is telemetry
depends on what the data
science?
says.
Is telemetry science? Is telemetry science?
I'm not trying to argue with them about the logic of this because it's non-existent. But
well, and we're not supposed to do it here
please,
anyway.
bro,
But
please, bro,
I know that we're not.
Do you have a limit? Like
there a limit?
Yeah, like how
No.
many before you would tap out? Like, do you have a limit of how many you would take?
No, so long as there wasn't any harm to my body.
Wow. What if they ended up telling you in like a year,
On and on and on.
don't take
No
one
matter how
every quarter, that you could die because of antibody dependence?
That would be very unfortunate.
But you would keep taking them?
If the data was there, sure, why not?
Really?
You and them at the same time.
You go to the general practitioner and he says, "Hey, I need you to come into the clinic, and I'm going to charge you $200. Come in here and get your booster." Well, the boosters are free, but the clinic visit costs you $100. You know.
Wait,
had to pay for
I got a few questions for you, man. You're
let me finish.
I get live survey of a zombie. So, no, seriously. So, do you support them mandating it and there being a passport system?
Haven't decided. I don't know.
Oh man, so you haven't decided. Do you think that they should be giving it to 5-year-olds before we know long-term effects?
No.
Okay, there you go. We got a win.
I remember what I said when it's an IQ
I
test.
don't have opinions on everything.
I wouldn't consider I don't know a win, but you know,
He doesn't know if he agrees if people should be forced to take a medical intervention to enter a grocery store. The fact that you're undecided on that's kind of.
Dude, every grocery store I go to, they're like free, free jabs here. You know, every time, I walk up.
He builds satellite components, guys.
Jab up here, you know.
He puts satellite components together. Of course, he's going to go with whatever his masters tell him.
I said I don't know, not that
he's a good slave.
I know, but the fact that he doesn't know is what is concerning to me, because you would just think that as a human being, you would respect that everyone has full autonomy over their own body, and getting things like groceries, gas, everyone has a right to survive and live. Right? Because they could have a medical reason they can't take it.
Yeah, but the way I come across
Damn it! You're trying to make me cry.
But, okay, so I've actually that's why I don't know, right? My counter argument to it is, at what point does one's individual's rights trump public safety? And that's the debate raging on in my mind. So if this is really for public safety.
Oh my God, you're so naive.
That's just my
opinion. To reason with one another about this matter. That's the problem.
That's why HIV positive people are only allowed to buy red undergarments, so people can identify them as HIV positive.
Well, and we, as a society,
HIV instead of the other one.
As a society, it is important to put health accountability on the individual, right? Because, for example, here's a great example. I used to work at a restaurant that would serve peanuts, and there would be peanut dust everywhere because you could crack the shells of the peanuts and put it on the ground, right? But there were sometimes people would come in and their child would be deathly allergic to peanuts. Okay. And whose fault is that, right? Is it the restaurant have to never
I have
sell
an
peanuts?
opinion about that one too. Oh my goodness.
Okay, yeah. Should the restaurant never sell peanuts
Who
because
the
everyone could
fuck can be
die?
allergic to a nut?
Well,
But
I'm
that's
so
not even the
excited
case.
you're no. Okay, also apartment complexes, right?
How can a nut even kill you? Are you a pussy or?
Apartment
No. It has
There are people
something.
allergic to nuts.
It's very relative.
Guys,
What we're
guys,
talking
we
about,
everybody
we're being very obscure about.
Excuse me, gentlemen. The lady was speaking.
She knows what I'm saying. I'm not.
Everyone understands that it's the individual's choice. If you're at risk, you don't go into a restaurant that serves peanuts. Same with apartment complexes, right? Everyone's sharing the air there. Some people are allergic to dogs, but most apartment complexes let you have dogs. Why? Because it's up to the individual. People understand that it's the individual's responsibility to take care of their health. If you're at risk for something, then it's your job to take care of yourself. You shouldn't be going to Target if you're at risk from dying of COVID. Period.
I mean, that's why they have the pickup lanes now, which I actually utilize that now. Just like, hey, I'm going to order a couple items. I'm going to park in the
Okay,
pickup
but anyway,
lane.
the dude asked. My question, his counter argument was, at what point does personal freedom get trumped by everyone's safety, right? Never, but I would say it would definitely have to be lower than a 99% survival rate.
That's a fair point.
And that's a fair point. And also with
0.9%.
the way that they've actually implemented.
Got a few nines after the decimal there.
No, 99.9.
Yeah, 99.9.
Like, can you imagine if all the grocery stores were like, okay, guys, because 5% of the population might go to an anaphylactic shock if they go near peanuts, we have to eradicate peanut butter from this. And we have to test people before they go into work to make sure they haven't eaten any.
And you have to have a license to buy peanut butter
without even knowing that they were a peanut carrier. It's ridiculous. You tell the person, you expect people with severe allergies to be 100% responsible for their allergies. So it should be the same for everything else.
If you
here's another term I use all the time. Might as well be.
If you take my peanut butter away, you've taken away my reason to wake up in the morning and have toast.
Might as well be.
Yeah, if they go like that far with this political correctness.
Just switch to almond butter. What the fuck's wrong with you? Peanut butter.
Hang on, Elio. Hang on. Hang on.
Dangerous. Hang the fuck on.
No, seriously, like think about it. Like if that were to happen, I'd be like, man, we got to come up with some like kind of peanut butter scented fart spray and just like spray it around people and watch the cops warm up on them. Just pop. That'd be funny.
We got a new guy in here. If you guys are down to switch gears.
Yeah, because if he's obese, it's my fault.
If I may entertain his question with this quick answer, because what he asked is an ethical question. And in order to adequately answer that question, we're going to have to appeal to a metaphysic, which is going to be an omnibenevolent ultimate authority to arbitrate the difference between good and evil that we must adhere to. But I don't know if that's permissible in the thing right now. So that's how you know the difference.
Mic check.
Yeah, I'm here.
You're good.
So where's the new guy?
Hello.
Oh, there's a new guy.
His name is
Hello,
Marshmallow. He is my cousin.
Hello.
What's up, Austin?
What's going on? All sorts of people in here.
Salutations, Marshmallow.
Salutations. Central Banker? Is that where that came from?
No, this is Corporal Marines. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you made it in here.
Yeah, very, very interested.
Do you remember we had a conversation about like the stars with Trenton a long time ago?
Oh boy, I don't think so.
Well, you mentioned that, like, you said that the stars are like the size of a grain of sand, and I'm like, no. And as we started showing you all these space videos and crap, well, it turns out you might have been right. Because no one really knows.
Right.
No one really knows how big they are, or what they are.
Okay. Interesting.
So, we know what they are, but we can't appeal to empirical experience because all we do is see them.
Right.
Right.
But
So
when you appeal to revelation, as opposed to empirical experience, we're told that the stars
Oh wait, how did I get punished for swearing? I didn't swear.
As opposed to empirical experience, you can appeal to revelation as an epistemology to ascertain knowledge on what the stars are. And when you read the Bible, the Lord tells us that they're spirits, aka angels, and they move around in their orbit.
So if the Earth was flat, Austin, would you want to know?
What's
basically
that?
Would you want to know if the Earth was flat? Would you want to know?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I feel like everybody would, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone, but I do.
I mean, I'd want to know anything that's true, right?
The Saunier effect.
Open your mind instead of keeping it closed, because the mind is like a parachute. It doesn't work if it's not open. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I agree. 100%.
Yeah, so I want to talk to this guy if you guys don't object. So can you do me a favor and Google the... Yes, bro, you said you're open-minded? Right,
Well,
so what's the
I
radius
missed
of
the
Earth?
first
You
part
can
of that.
search it. Can you search the radius of the Earth? Tell me what the radius is?
Sure, can do.
Thanks.
Hey, real quick, while y'all are doing that, can y'all I got muted on the live stream voice text that said I cursed. I didn't curse. I don't know where it said I cursed.
You'll be
Did you
back.
post a link?
It's just
You were muted because you kept interrupting people that were trying to speak to you.
No, on the voice text.
He got put
not on
detention.
Yeah, you're in detention, man. But we'll
Like
work
you.
on you, man. You just sit there for a second, man. Don't make any paper planes or anything.
Probably the bot did it.
Couple minutes, she'll be back in.
Okay, thank you.
What's the radius?
6,378.1 kilometers.
Okay.
Ding, ding, ding.
Perfect. All right, so now go to Earth Curve Calculator. Do me a favor, just back out and go back to your search engine. Go to Earth Curve Calculator, and you're going to want to type in eye height, 1 foot. Just pick one, it don't matter. It don't matter which one.
All right.
All right, observation or eye height, 1 foot. You see that? Can you type that in? And don't worry about any of the other stuff. All right,
Okay.
where's the horizon? Can you scroll around and can you see the horizon distance?
Yeah. It says 1.2 miles.
So the thing is that even the anti-flat earthers, they don't disagree that we can see too far. They just have a reason as to why we can see too far. So the thing is, if you look at the Black Swan image in the live stream voice text, which I'm sure someone is about to post, this is a still shot from a video, but the most important thing is you can go out and do this yourself. You don't have to trust the video, even though we'll provide the whole video. And you can watch the whole thing beginning to end, and it eliminates all the other factors, like eye height, that sort of thing, distance, GPS coordinates, all the stuff that you probably have questions, because I would have questions. I would be like, these guys are trying to pull a fast one. But the thing is that you can take this Earth Curve Calculator, go anywhere in the world, find a large body of water at rest, and you can measure it yourself. So that's what we're offering here. We're offering the ability for you to find out for yourself, because we're not trying to convince anybody the shape of the Earth. We're just asking you, can you find any curvature? Because we can't. So go out there and see if you can find some curvature, because every time we look, we can't find it.
All right. Well, that's interesting. So what? Yeah. I don't want to sit here and argue with you guys either, because I'm new.
No, I'm just introducing you to the idea.
Yeah. No.
Objective reality.
It's definitely worth checking out. I'm open-minded. I don't want to argue. It's definitely something to check out.
It's not an argument, and nobody here to argue about this necessarily. I mean, I live in Arkansas. I mean, where the fuck am I going to find the curve? I mean, there's just mountains and shit everywhere, right? Now, this idea about globe or flat, most people that look for this curvature, this elusive curvature that nobody can find, by the way, would be near a large lake or at the ocean, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So, have you ever seen curvature of the Earth? Do you live near the ocean or a large lake?
I do. I'm about 2 hours away from the ocean.
All right, cool. So you have you been to the ocean and you're like, I see the horizon. That's curvature of Earth.
Well, that's what I would assume. Yeah.
Well, why would you assume that?
What else would you assume?
Who told you that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth?
What else would it be?
What would you assume? Like if you go out and you see, look, wait,
hold on, I'm leading you down a path. Go ahead.
That's cool. I got a valid question. Why would you assume anything else?
Yeah, I want to
Who told you?
So, like, if I see some.
Well, I already said it. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I just want to answer this question. So, because if I see some mountains one day and I can only see part of them, and I go back the next day when it's clear and I can see way more of the mountains further away, like I would never logically deduce that means that the Earth's physical sphere edge is moving back and forth. That would never be any type of logical pathway I could take.
Right, but it's still an assumption.
Yeah, so
it's an assumption either way.
Exactly. It's not either way.
Well, it's not an assumption because I have an observation where the horizon, it moves. And when it's clearer, I can see way further away. Right? So I can't see forever and things disappear in the distance. We have the appearance of convergence.
The only way it's an assumption is if you think the Earth is curving away from you and you believe that is the horizon that is causing the cutoff,
Yeah, wait up, Helio. I got this, man. I got this.
All right, cool. All right, go.
So, like, what I'm telling you is it's not an assumption for our side, right? Because I'm just addressing what actually happens, which is that the horizon is just an apparent location. Like, you can't see past it. It's a vanishing point. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. Now, the ground doesn't literally come up and converge with the sky. It's just an optical thing, right? Just like railroads, lights, roads, whatever. It's just perspective. Okay, so that's what we know happens, and that's what we observe. And then when it's clear that vanishing point is further away, I can see further when there's less obstructing what I'm viewing through.
Right, I agree.
Okay, so then what we see is that the horizon moves around. It isn't an actual place. It's just how far you can see.
Well, there is a limit to what you can see.
It's all good, baby.
Yeah, no shit.
We have an angular resolution limit, right? We have an angular resolution limit, and then we're looking through an atmosphere. So yeah, we can't see forever because there's attenuation of light, which is like the light being absorbed into the medium relative to the density of that medium. And we have an angular resolution limit, right? So we have dense medium that we're looking through as well. So yeah, of course we can't see forever. Like that's what we observe as well. So if the Earth is flat, I mean, that doesn't mean that I can see Mount Everest across the world, though. That's insane. Like that would never happen.
Okay, I see what you're saying. That makes sense to me.
Cool. You seem pretty honest. So then, like, the point is, right? This is where the people that just think there's a globe and the anti-flat earthers part ways. The truth is, just the default position is that the Earth's not moving. We don't feel it moving. We never account for it moving. We have no proof it's moving. That's the default position. We see the horizon is horizontal, which is why it's called horizon. So the default position is that it's horizontal. We see that the horizon moves around. Default position is that it's just an apparent location. It's not physical. It just can't see forever. It's just a limit of perspective. We see the sun and the moon move in the sky. Default position, the sun and the moon move in the sky. We see that they appear to be the same size. Default position is that they're the same size. We see the stars move in the sky in perfect circles around Polaris. Default position is that the stars in the sky move. So if you're making claims antithetical to all these default positions with all empirical evidence that actually exists, then you have a very big burden of proof where when I see the horizon move around, when I document it all over the US, it constantly moves. You're claiming that's a physical, real place if you're claiming the Earth's a sphere. So you're now going to have to prove the opposite of what we observe, right?
Okay. Well, I wouldn't say that the horizon is a physical, real space. It's a real space relative to the person viewing it, right? It is at least how I understand it. If you move, then the horizon's going to change because you're moving. Same thing you're saying, but just for a different reason, I suppose.
There's a fundamental difference, though. Like on a flat Earth, if you go higher, you can see further. Same on a globe, right? But on the globe, there's a physical obstruction. There's like an actual location that physically obstructs, like a pregnant woman's stomach. That's why she can't see her feet. Or
yeah, if you look at a sphere from a side, it's just a circle. I mean, if you model up a sphere and look at it, you're seeing a circle, not a sphere.
The argument, though, is from personal perspective. Like you're standing on a beach, or if you're standing on a mountain, or whatever. We're looking at the horizon. I think that's what we're talking about, right?
No, the deal is that at 10 feet, there should be 6 stories of curvature. Sorry, I didn't mean to say 10 feet. At 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. So if you're laying your head on the ground, there should be a 6-story hump of water in between you and the boat on the other side.
And that's why I brought that up. That's why I brought that up, Hank.
Right, because the horizon is geometric in the heliocentric model, right? Because it has a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So that adds up pretty quickly, right? And then within 10 miles,
certainly
you have 66 feet.
It certainly does. Yes, it definitely.
So you would see a geometric horizon blocking things out.
So your reason on why we see a horizon is just that we just physically cannot see farther.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely 100%. Yes.
Right. And
when you're standing on a beach, when you look across the earth, the reason you can't see further is because you just can't see that far. Yes, okay, 100%.
So, on a theoretical question, if you're on a thousand-story building on a pristinely clear day with a telescope, what do you see?
Yeah. Hold on. Let's hold on. Say you're standing
on. That's a solid question, right?
Hold on. Here's another question.
Hold on. Let me go with this. If you're standing across the water line from Chicago and you see those 1,000-foot buildings over there, why aren't they leaning away from each other if there's curvature?
Exactly. Hold on. Let me say this. Let me see. You're standing 1,000 foot above where you were standing on the beach.
The building tilting is not a good argument.
God damn it! Please, can I finish my?
You're fucking it up, dude.
All right, well, fuck off.
The flat earthers are the ones that are scattergunning here. It's pretty bad. So can we try to keep it just on subjects here, right?
Yes.
So, with a fundamental difference here that we're explaining to you is there's a fundamental difference. Flat Earth acknowledges the horizon is just an apparent location, not a real place. Globe Earth intrinsically is claiming that the horizon is a geometric, physical horizon. Like I can't see through a hump of Earth curve. I can't see through a mound of dirt. I can't see through a corner. I can't see through a pregnant woman's stomach. That's the difference, because when I can't see any further on a flat Earth, it's just because it's perspective and there's air there. Like when the boat disappears, I can zoom in and bring the boat back. It never actually disappeared. On a globe Earth, it actually gets blocked physically, right? So they're fundamentally different things. The horizon is fundamentally different on a globe and a flat Earth.
Yeah, but no, you got a point though. Like, say, if there's a building, a tower the same height as a building that's the same height in China, for example, it's going to be and if you measure it, okay, it's going to be the same. It's going to be the same thing, same exact height, okay. And measurements have been done before, I think. So, I mean, that's proof, you know.
I'll be real honest. Y'all muted me because I wasn't using push to talk or something, and I was looking at the chat and trying to push to talk. So I missed most of what was just said. I'm really sorry.
Oh, it's all good. Here, quick synopsis. Very fundamental difference. The horizon is fundamentally different on a flat Earth and a globe Earth. On a globe Earth, it is a physical, actual location. On the flat Earth, it's just apparent.
Right. That makes sense to I understand what you're saying for sure.
Right. So we know where this physical location should be based on the size claim they made of that radius value you looked up. So if I'm 1 foot off the surface, I should see the curvature at 1.2 miles away. It should block my view at 1.2 miles away. We have an observation, for example, 1 foot off the surface, and there is no curvature blocking our view at 1.2 miles. The horizon is over 10 miles away.
Right, but with the question, I don't understand how that answers the question I asked.
Well, wait, no, it's the point. No, I'm trying to make a point to you, right? So that can't be the physical Earth curvature because it's 10 times too far away. That would require the radius of a sphere be over 250,000 miles.
Interesting.
Yo, you know what's funny? I was a while ago. I was talking to someone about it. This globe earther. I was saying, well, how do you know the Earth is flat? I'm like, listen, dude. I've been in planes multiple times. I've looked down out the window, and all I saw was flat land, no curve. And he said, well, you want to know why? Because the ball is so big that you can't see the curve. And I'm like, dude, get out of here, bro. You sound.
Yet they say you can see it from an airplane.
Yeah,
the fuck?
Say, oh, the
Get
ball
your
is
story
so
straight.
Big.
What difference does 3 miles make?
A ball is a ball.
Man, we're gonna let the guy answer. Right? Look, we're not gonna keep jumping in and changing the subject. Okay, I'm trying to explain to this guy. He seems decently honest. It's really pretty baffling that flat earthers are doing this. So what I just explained to you is that the radius value of a sphere would have to be over 250,000 miles. Okay, and this is an observation we made on the Earth. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. It is simply impossible based on geometry. A geometric necessity is that geometric horizon is no further than 1.2 miles. It was 10 miles. So that falsifies the radius. So what does that leave us with if we falsify the radius? We have to trash the entire model. Every single aspect of it depends on that radius value. So that is the heart of the issue. If you actually want to know the truth, you will test the radius value. And if it is falsified, the entire model is falsified. Don't care what cartoons they show you, what stories they tell you about going to Mars or going to the moon. None of that matters. None of it matters. If the radius value is wrong, the entire model is wrong.
Okay, so I'll believe you there for this. But I'm still curious about the question I asked. If you're 5 miles up in a building on a beautiful clear day with a telescope, what do you see?
You can see much further if it's super clear, but you still can't see forever, right? Because telescopes can't see forever, and they point them up at the sky, and they say that these lights are thousands of light years away. So people think that telescopes can see really far away, but they cannot. In fact, P900s typically have way better zooms than telescopes, but either way, usually one of them, they can't see forever. Neither one of them. They both have an angular resolution limit.
Right. I own a telescope and spotting scope, lots of zoomy things. But I'm just curious what what the limit is. What's the limit? I'm confused.
Well,
miles, like it depends on what you do, right? We have infrared pictures from hundreds of miles away.
NASA hold on,
What
you
kind of
guys.
telescope do you
NASA
have?
operates a bunch of observatories, and they decided that they wanted to be able to see farther than they could with the atmosphere, the density lower to the ground. And so they built an airplane with a telescope in it so that they could see further with the telescope from the upper atmosphere. I think it's called Sophia or something like that. I'm going to go get the link, though, and put it in the live chat here so you can see.
Yeah, Sophia, like a little moving off NASA office in a plane, which shows the exact. It literally, there's an article NASA admitting that it has the same exact picture capabilities as the Hubble telescope.
Because it is the Hubble.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, you see, I answered your question. So do you see the importance of examining the radius value? You're following me on that? Like you understand that it would falsify the whole model?
To an extent, yeah. Assuming, I mean, there's definitely, yeah. I don't know. I suppose I'm at a loss of words.
It's all good. It's all good. This is a crazy truth to uncover, but like for example, we know distances between different locations on the Earth, right? So those can't change. We know them. Well, if the Earth's a sphere, they'd have to change because the radius would have to be way too big. It would change location distances. The Earth would have to be spinning way faster, right? All the distances between the different planets and the sun and everything else is dependent upon the mass of the Earth, the size of the Earth. Every claim of going to space would require a radius of orbit, right? So you can attain gravitational orbit around this theoretical ball. So you need the radius of the Earth to do that. So every story about going to space is intrinsically falsified with the falsification of the radius. Day and night cycle use this number. So the whole model depends on it. And so then you might ask yourself, well, how was this first proven anyway? Right? How was this proven in the first place? And the answer is this dude named Al-Biruni looked at the horizon. The horizon kept changing where it was. He took an average. Anytime it was way too far away, he threw it out. Took an average and then reverse engineered and guessed that it was actually the physical sphere edge of the Earth and came up with a number. That's literally how the heliocentric model to this day claims that the radius was initially discovered.
Initially discovered, right?
Well, so, yeah, so that's still to this day like the best methodology. Like the only thing else that anyone will invoke is they say that satellites help do it from space.
Right, but you guys don't believe anything
in space without the radius, though. They would have died.
Mm-hmm. So all space travel, all satellites, everything, none of that exists.
No, none of that can exist, as they say, with an R value. Now we know there are things at higher altitude, right? 99% of all transmissions are tower to tower, underground, and undersea cables and wires, right? But yeah, there are some things up in the sky. I mean, there are things called satelloons, which are very efficient to float in the sky for pretty long periods of times, and they network. Like the Google Loon project in 2018, when Google wanted to give internet to people in the remote areas. They did not use satellites. They used satelloons. It's called the Google Loon project. NASA admittedly has fleets of satelloons. Even on their own website, they talk about it. They have a whole section for satelloons. And NASA buys 90% of the world's helium supply.
I got a challenge for Marshmallow here. Marshmallow, can you just get us a picture of a satellite in space? Just a real picture of a satellite in space. Just from anywhere you can get it on the internet. Just try and Google a real satellite in space. I want to see a picture of a real satellite in space.
All right.
Okay, wait a minute. That's not going to happen anyway, so give me 1 second. Witsit, if you can help me out with this, just because you can piggyback on this later, but I heard him talking about the limit of view. Witsit, can you help me out with his question? He was talking about there's a limit to view, right? Did he ask a question like in between there? I didn't hear what it was. It was something about like, can you tell me the limit or something like that? Unless he wants to restate it for us, that would make it easier, but I wanted to go over that real quick because there's some devices
I think you might be roboting really bad.
Am I roboting bad? I'm sorry.
No.
I hear it fine.
You're 5x5, XO.
Okay, right on. So, don't get that nervous already. You haven't even said it yet. So there's these devices called binoculars because we have a limit of view. And when I use the binoculars, all of a sudden I can see farther. Have you heard of these?
I actually have some on my face. Call them
right, there you go. Isn't that amazing? So when we use binoculars, we can see further directly horizontal to our horizon. We can see further out, right? So, and then we can even bring up something larger and see farther, right? So obviously everybody knows that we have a limit of view because that's why we need help with binoculars to see farther. So I just want to put that out there because it didn't seem like you've ever heard of them. Right, so that's why we need binoculars because we can't see that far. Does that make sense?
Glasses aren't binoculars.
And I'm not trying to be a dick, but
you're missing two
It
lenses.
seemed like you were. Well, hold on, just give me a second here. I'm not going to be here long. So, do you understand that's why we need binoculars because we have a limit of our view?
Well, of course.
Right.
Like,
So,
what else?
exactly. So, does that make sense?
He conceded that earlier, bro.
Oh, okay, because I kept hearing this about if we go higher, we can see farther, right? Which is exactly what happens on a flat surface, right? When a cat sticks his head out of the grass, the cat can now see farther because he raised his head. When I see the wall, in my backyard, I look over the wall and I can see farther. And then if I get really high, like on my roof, I can see several miles. Actually, here in Arizona, I can see 100 miles flat to the Winchester Mountains all the way back here at the border of Mexico. Right here in the desert. So that's just how everything works. That's what our limit of view is. Yeah.
And especially on a clear day where there's no wind and no humidity. Yeah, you can see far.
Right. So if we were
like,
on
man,
a ball,
you can see the mountains all the way there.
Right. So for the record, just to conclude this, so in conclusion, if we were on a ball, we would be limited with our vision much greater, right? We wouldn't be able to see that far. Well, there are these other devices called radar systems that actually see far past any ocular system, right? And they can see actually up to some systems, such as the one in Ukraine, Russia. They have, of course, everything's bigger in Russia. They see 5,000 miles over the entire Atlantic Ocean flat, for the record.
Yep. Hey, can I get a picture of a satellite though? Because I just Googled satellite and just went to images just now. So here's
I got one for you.
Here's a screenshot of what I got here.
I doubt you found one.
Okay, so this is what I get when I Google
buddy.
it. Yeah, so this is what I got. It's loading right now.
Yeah, good luck. I typed in real pictures of satellites in space, NASA, and the first ones that pop up for NASA are CGI. Like it says under the pictures on the website that they're CGI.
It's all made in Cinema 4D.
Dude, we should have so many pictures of satellites in space. Yeah, there should be.
So all the pictures of satellites you think are just CGI, straight up?
NASA is essentially Pixar.
Whoa! I just uploaded. I Googled it. You can see the timestamp on my.
Yeah, I see it. There's the one I grabbed.
We're not the ones saying it. They say
No, that's not a picture of a satellite.
They're saying it themselves.
What even is that, dude? What even is that?
This is the one I grabbed was from SpaceX's Starlinks. So this is all their Starlink satellites.
Hilarious.
That launch. I watched some of their launch.
Wow, that's just totally hilarious.
I'm going to share what my result
got a
was on that
question, man.
search.
Why is the edge of the Earth curved like that? No, I'm serious. Why is the edge of the
Where are
Earth
the
curved
land
like that?
masses? Where did you get a shot?
Fish
of-
Islands,
Can you let me finish and let him answer the question? Why is the edge of the Earth curved like that?
In the photo I posted?
Yeah.
Why is it curved?
Yeah, why is it curved like that?
Well, because it's a ball.
Oh, well,
if you think
the
it's a ball,
ISS
then
and
that's why.
Starlink and all those satellites, they're not high enough to see the curve of the Earth. So why is it curved like that?
What do you mean?
They're not high enough.
Feels like there's a bunch of globers.
Have
in
you ever
here
done the
tonight.
math of the geometry to figure out if they're actually high enough to see curve from that altitude?
No, I
Because
haven't.
they're not. 250 miles isn't high enough. You know, if you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, right? If you rescale it, So the radius of the Earth is supposed to be 3,959 miles. So let's say it's an 8,000 mile diameter. You just rescale it to a 6-foot ball. The ISS would be 2 inches above the surface of that. You think you could see curve that looked like that from 2 inches above a 6-foot ball? Now, if you took your eye and put it 2 inches from a 6-foot tall ball, do you think you would see that?
Probably not. I just want to dispute one thing you said. I'm really not trying to be a dick or argue or whatever.
This is the point. The point is, you test predictions. You don't just go look at stuff and go, oh, I think that looks curved, so it must be curved. No, you test predictions. The globe claims a geometry, 3,959 mile radius. You test that prediction. That's what observations, long distance observations are. That's what laser tests are. We test the predictions of the globe. That's how science works. You test predictions. You just don't go, it feels like a globe, so it is a globe. And it's not me that just says this. You can't see curve from the ISS. I actually have a quote from a planetarium director that was doing a presentation on flat Earth. He's not a flat earther. That dude thinks he's going to Mars. But even he said in his presentation, they made a physical scale model, right? A physical scale model of the Earth and what the ISS horizon would be. And even he says the ISS, International Space Station, is not high enough to see curvature.
Interesting. Well,
I'm gonna post.
I'm not disputing.
I'm gonna post. Listen, I'm gonna post some stuff in geometry in the live stream because I don't just talk. I back up what I say. I post. So I'm gonna post all that stuff in the live stream. You'll be able to look at it.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I'm not disputing what you have to say at all. I do just want to say one thing. You mentioned something. How high did you say that the Starlink satellites were?
Well, I have no idea. All I know is the International Space Station is supposed to be 400 kilometers or 300 or 250 miles.
Right. Well, if you're going by at least what they claim, the Starlink satellites are in a low orbit, which is far lower than the ISS, and they're
all right. So
100 and 641.
Orbit?
Hey, let him finish what he's saying.
Oh, it's even worse.
According
I was
to
just
their
going to ask
website,
him what his claim about how high the Starlink satellites
Oh,
are.
I'm talking, man.
Man, let him finish.
My bad.
So according to them and what they claim, that's what they say. So that it's a lot different.
So
than
they're even lower than the ISS. So
they're substantially lower than the ISS.
So you should definitely not see curvature.
But they're lower than the ISS at 600 miles.
No.
Okay, wait. I
ISS
made
is supposed to be
a
250 miles.
I made a graphic here to address the
Dude doesn't
picture
even
that
know
he
shit
posted.
about orbit.
Okay, so I want you guys to look in the live stream voice text. See this picture that I've made? And this is, I've overlaid what he said is a real picture from a satellite over the first image that NASA put up as a globe image. So when you Google NASA globe, I took the globe that comes up in the first spot. I can prove this too. I'm going to put that image where I did the search, the screenshot of that up. It takes a little bit longer because it's larger. But I'm going to put that up so that you can see where I got this globe image. I just wrote NASA and I wrote globe into Google. And then I picked the first image there of a globe that comes up. And this is unbelievable because in order to believe this globe image, you would have to believe that all the other continents of the Earth are on the backside of that globe and that North America is larger than all of them, which is fraud. So I've overlaid your image that you put up as a real image of a satellite. I've overlaid that over the globe here.
Uh-huh.
Where is it? It's not showing up again. Why is it not showing up? I want it to send. Okay, so it's going to send that again. All right, so I've overlaid that so that you can see the absurdity there of that much space that you have over what landmass, what area is this supposed to be over? Because it's not realistic, the curvature that you're showing us. It's obviously not realistic, this image of the globe that NASA is claiming right here with North America that large and all the other continents on the other side of the Earth either. So those are both, those are geometrics that can't work out. It's false. It's demonstrably false because of the dimensions that anybody that's done geometry or studies physics, there's no way that these angles of these things with this curvature can exist. Or are you going to concede then that the image that you're using here, if it was real, taken from whatever height you're supposing, that they are in fact using a lens that adds extra curvature to the photo that isn't there, giving a false illusion maybe that is actually curvature of the Earth there and not just a lensing effect?
Assuming it's even a photo.
Yeah, that's so CGI.
So, but I just want to explain to him what exactly you're showing him, because sometimes it's hard for new guys to really understand. What he's doing is completing the circle, right? So he's taking that arc and fitting it on the circle, and then comparing the sizes. Because look, if you look at like the curvature of the Earth, right? You should be able to say I was on a satellite, and I look down and I see the curvature of the Earth. I should be able to spin 360 degrees and see that curve all the way around in a complete circle, right? It should make a complete circle all the way around. So that's what he's doing. He's taking that arc, sticking it on a circle, and comparing the sizes. And it's obvious to see the arc of that circle and that image can't possibly match.
Okay, that's fair enough. But it's also, if you assume it's real,
That looks like a good fit to me.
Photo.
I just put a lot of time into that. Okay, and I just I want him to either admit that the lens is adding extra curvature that's not there at that height, or he has some other explanation. And I put a little bit of energy into just making this just now to throw up in this chat, and I would like an answer.
Yeah, no, that's definitely. I'm not discrediting you at all. That's definitely a possibility. I mean, if you think if you say it's a photo and it's real, then it 100% depends on what it was shot through. I mean, different lenses affect perspective immensely. A picture isn't just going to be exactly what you see. It's going to be altered for sure.
You presented the photos with the statement that this, I believe, is a real photo, and then I went and I got what NASA claims is a real photo of the Earth. So I took these two images and I overlaid them, and it clearly shows to all of us here that those dimensions are not right, and that nobody who's taken basic geometry would be able to just explain away the dimensions that you're seeing there. And I just want to hear what your explanation is as to why there's so much curvature in this picture that you presented as a picture from a satellite.
I grabbed a photo off of Google Images at pretty much random, so it's not my photo. I'll say that first.
Can I actually just put a point in real quick? Just a quick point. I know I've already talked a lot.
Nope.
Well, there was your first.
I can't help him. I can't say nothing.
There's the second one. Go ahead with your third point.
Yeah, go.
Oh, I was just gonna say that the one he got is fisheye, but those Starlink satellites are, just because the camera is fisheye, those are Starlink satellites in space. It doesn't mean that the rest of the picture's fake. That's all I have to say.
How do you verify that they're 100 to 600 miles away? Because I watch them launch them, and they start to go over in a parabolic trajectory pretty quickly at a low altitude. So,
they have ion thrusters on them that raise the altitude afterwards.
Say again?
The Starlink satellites have thrusters on board that can raise the altitude after the launch.
Oh, convenient. After it can actually even be kind of attempted to be verified. So, how do you verify the distance?
Yeah, but so is it in space or it's still in the atmosphere? That's what I want to know. Are you saying that those are going into space, or are you saying they're still in our atmosphere?
They're in space.
Well, hold on. If they're in space, where there's a lack of atmosphere and thrust to generate thrust with rocket thrust, you need atmosphere to push against, and there's no atmosphere in space, then how do they have thrusters that are moving them around?
The conservation of momentum. That's how.
You said that you need atmosphere to push against.
Yeah, no, you don't need an atmosphere to push against. The conservation of momentum.
Okay, so no, hold on. even in Star Trek, they recognize that there's no atmosphere out there. That's why they developed
Even in Star Trek.
Yeah, Star Trek.
even in Star Trek, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm fascinated by what they've done with sci-fi here to overcome some of these feats. And that is that they developed a warp core which sprays photons out of the back of the vessel and uses the background of all of the things that are in space behind it like a spatter pattern to push through space, because regular rocket propulsion would not work in space. And so you're saying that yes, indeed, without the atmospheric variables that you need for thrust, that is a physics equation that they do to generate thrust that all people that are interested in hobby rocketry and
the
stuff.
rocket equation.
Like, so what you're saying is that this doesn't apply at all, and these physics are. And so, do you have the actual physics that how this works in space? Because I'm really into this subject in math, and I'd love to see the numbers of how the displacement in space works with a rocket, what type of fuel you're using to make combustion without oxygen, and how you're generating thrust without an atmosphere. I'd like to see all of that. So if you could provide that, I'll wait.
So do you disagree then that for every action there's an opposite and equal reaction?
Oh, and check the live stream voice text. There's the math you need to see how rockets work in space.
No, that's what he's asking you, man. You have no medium to reciprocate the action.
There's the math. You got a demonstration?
No, he asked for the math. He specifically did ask for the math.
Oh.
They have dark matter.
Have you guys ever heard of oxidizers?
Spaghettification too. They have spaghettification. They have theoretical physics that they have no numbers for. But I'm asking for the hard numbers and the way this works because I'm generally interested in physics. Comparative cosmology it's a favorite pastime, but I spend a lot more time looking at the physics of things in my life, and I'm really interested to see those numbers since nobody from your side has ever provided how that actually works.
Have you ever heard of an oxidizer? That's how you get combustion.
Yeah. So when I learned to dive, I also was with some people who weld underwater, and so I'm very familiar with using this, having all the sources of combustion there to create thrust. See, the part where you're failing to understand is you need a medium to thrust against, and so you're saying that this thing is in space, which means that it's in a vacuum where there's no density. At least that's the argument from your side. I haven't seen any evidence for that either. But I'm just asking for the evidence of the way that the thrust. So there's going to be a threshold of the way that the fuel consumption and everything is inside of the atmosphere, higher into the atmosphere until there is no atmosphere. And then how thrust works without any atmosphere at all. I'm interested in the physics of that. So do you have any evidence to support what you're stating occurs here, or it's just theoretical?
There's a Mythbusters episode, or actually, no, not Mythbusters. It might be the Action Lab or somebody that lit a rocket. It was a solid rocket inside of a vacuum chamber. I can get that video if you would like.
Small. Yeah, and they pressurized
the vacuum chamber.
Listen, did the vacuum... Hold on a second. Did the rocket move before the vacuum chamber pressurized?
It provided force before the vacuum chamber pressurized. I think it did.
Are you sure
Actually,
about
no,
that?
hold on. Actually, let me take it back. I do not know if they have a force sensor on there. So actually, I will not speak to that. So, if that doesn't count as evidence, then, I mean...
Well, we've been asking for about 4 years.
Thank God for Mythbusters.
The anti-flat earthers that are way more motivated than you have never been able to provide any evidence that there's thrust in vacuum. And I'm talking about I'm not talking about equations. I'm talking about actual demonstrations of thrust in vacuum.
Oh, okay. Well, I will go mute.
The one guy almost got to do it. He told me he couldn't show me because it's classified. And it was a violation of International Trafficking in Arms Act, and so he couldn't show it.
Probably
He's not lying. He's not lying.
He's not lying. You're lying.
Nope. I actually know that guy. Me and him go way back.
Cool. You know some random guy from YouTube comment.
I just couldn't tell you because it's classified.
Sure. You're just full of shit, dude. I'm just banning you now. Fucking liar, dude. Why would you even do that?
He must have been in a class of flubs.
Oh, what happened?
He got banned from lying, dude.
Vietnam.
Wait, who got
He says
banned?
he knows somebody I talked to on YouTube 4 years ago. Like he's a clairvoyant. Not only does he know who I talked to, he knows all about the guy apparently. Even though I didn't say his name and I didn't indicate when, where, how, and under what circumstances I talked to him. But he knows.
I'm sorry. I
That's
thought we lost
actually the second time he lied because he'd made up a
I'm
story
here,
about
but I'm fixing on
refraction
you.
over water, and then he gave me two papers that were one was over ice and the other was an actual theoretical model where they actually did zero measurements in it. So, and anybody wants to know why they would lie? We have Globers come in here every single day and tell lies, factual lies, and I'm not talking like they believe the Earth's a globe, and I'm saying that's a lie. I'm talking about actual factual lies.
Yeah,
and they get
one thing, Indio, thanks for the chats. Thanks for being nice. And
well, I get really irritated. I've been lied more times in this Discord than I
believe
swear
it,
to God, man, than every person that's ever lied to me in my entire life combined.
People suck.
I saw curvature from my airplane. I saw curvature from my porch. I saw curvature while I was skydiving. I saw curvature from a hot air balloon. I've literally heard every single possible lie you can think of to try and convince the people in here not to leave the fucking cult.
What's the what would you say is the biggest lie you've ever heard of all?
Well, hey, I'll come back at some point. But
I mean, we've had more astronauts here than actually worked at.
Thanks for joining us, Austin.
Hey, no problem. We'll talk to you again soon, Nate.
Man, I really wanted to know what the biggest lie what he thinks is the biggest lie.
No, they're just little. They're not like serious lies. They're little. I mean, there's people who've claimed like I was an astronaut. My dad was an astronaut. I worked in NASA. You know, stupid things like that. But they just tell like little stupid little lies, like you know.
Horrible.
I don't.
I was. So you had me hooked on that.
I'll
What's
just
the
type in
biggest
"you're a
lie?
liar" in the chat, and I'll find one. So.
I can't believe you hooked me on that. What's the biggest lie you know? And then I was just like, oh yes, I want to see from his perspective what he thinks is a ginormous lie in our system.
Well, no,
like what?
They're just like we'll be debating, and they'll just tell some stupid little lie, like just to like quote unquote win the debate or whatever.
You think
they'll be talking about the space aliens? They think we're working with them or some shit. What the fuck?
Do you think they're like agents or something trying to like throw us off?
No, I think they're just
Some of
mentally.
them.
No, just
some of them.
Like what?
Some of them just wasting time trying to obscure the point, and then they realize they can't because we're all really direct.
And some of them just like eating crayons.
Bro,
Hey,
I don't know.
as a Marine,
Oh yeah, that's shit. I forgot.
So the last one was like I flew the airplane. I flew Sydney to Santiago, and that they were on that flight. Ask them when the flight was. Ask them everything. That flight is flown like once every 3 years. But he didn't know this. He thought because you could go on a website and book it, they actually fly this flight. But if you go on like FlightAware and actually look flights that have actually flown, this flight almost never flies. But he was sitting there for 30 minutes trying to lie, and eventually he admitted it that he was lying. But it's stupid shit like that. They'll come in, try and convince us the Earth a globe, and they'll just tell some stupid little lie. It happens all the time. All the time.
It does, yeah. Dude, I don't know one person who's ever said to me, my father's an astronaut. I know people whose fathers are firemen, policemen. Not one person who's ever said, yeah, my dad's an astronaut. Not one.
Stick around. It'll happen.
I mean, give me a break. Come on. Come on.
India said we've had more astronauts here than have actually flown.
Yeah,
exactly.
We have, no doubt.
Come on.
So who liked that cartoon I made with his picture from the satellite? I thought that was pretty good. Have you guys ever looked at that globe that I put up where it shows just the North American continent is like that whole side of the globe? I really did just Google NASA globe and then take the first image. It's just so funny.
I mean, don't people realize that there's only 3 hours from New York to LA? Like the difference in time zones? I mean, they're missing like, I don't know, another 2/3? Another 3/4?
Somebody should do like a little thing on that, how the time zones are just for their contract law. It has nothing to do with the physics of everything. It's like preposterous. They've like metered out their trade regions or whatever just for their contracts. Like it It doesn't. It's not. It has nothing to do with the physics of everything. It's preposterous.
So we had a guy like, okay, here's another one. Dude says, "Oh, maps were created using the stars 3,000 years ago." Now, if you look up what the world's oldest map is, it has nothing to do with any stars. It's a freaking gibberish in a clay tablet.
Yeah, they're gonna have to jump around a bit because they used an astrolabe. They used and that's
astrolabe.
That only works on a flat Earth. The astrolabe does not work with the globe physics. It does not. It's not sympathetic to globe physics.
You know, I'm finding, the other thing is type in my name and just how many times I called somebody a liar. It's something like 628 times, man.
Dang.
Yeah, in what 2.5 years? It's you guys. A lot of you guys just hang out in here in this voice chat. Go in the lobby. It's a whole nother experience.
Oh, I know. I try to stay out of that lobby for my health.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
But there's an underlying issue here, right? Like, I mean, they just refuse to see the absurdity of everything. I mean, it's to the fact now where they've had the smartest guy try to rectify the problem, right? To get everything in there by saying it's all relative, right? Relative means the math works both ways. It works in a flat, non-rotating Earth with the stars moving, and even his math equates for the stars moving at that speed. And it also equates for, gravity and the Earth being a ball. So it doesn't prove anything. It's just a big thing that we just listened to. You know what I mean?
So here's how about Professor Dave's lie? His 10 challenges for flat earthers. His very first one is make a map with a scale. How long has the Gleason's map been around? He says that there's no flat Earth map with a scale on it, right? Which is a blatant lie. The Gleason's map has been around since the 1800s. It has a scale on it. He also knew about Antonio Subrawitz's map, which also has a scale on it. Okay, so this guy makes a video, it's probably got 1 million views, right? And Globers will come in here and post that video, and the very first thing in the video is a lie. It's crazy to me.
Hey, did you guys hear that Antonio Subriats or whatever his name was passed away?
Yeah, he passed away. Sucks.
Yeah, I've seen some of the content.
A lot of people off because, like, some people didn't like his personality. I guess he had rips, but
it was breaking through. I seen it.
His material was. He did a lot of work on maps and sun and things like that, and I think some of the stuff he came up with is pretty genius. Quite honestly.
I'm just saying, I saw it breaking through, so I saw people post. I mean, it made it through whatever their veil of censorship is into the realm of visible stuff that's being passed around on the net. So, I mean, I was just saying he's gone. I noticed that, and I'm not sure if everybody else is aware, but hopefully people are conserving whatever they have left over from him. If you have good bits that somebody's put out, hopefully you're hanging on to that because his interest in that is no longer being looked after properly.
Yeah, one thing he did. So there's a race in that's supposed to circumnavigate Antarctica, and it's a race. And so he went and looked up like how fast that guy took to go around Antarctica, right? So this is a carbon fiber racing yacht. And he went and looked up the time. There's a ship called the Thermopylae. It's the 18th century. It's like one of the fastest clipper ships, cargo clipper ships in the 18th century, the end of the 18th or 19th century. It took less time for that boat, the clipper ship, to go from Shanghai to the United Kingdom than it did for this dude in a carbon fiber racing yacht to go around Antarctica, even though the distance is supposed to be 2,000 miles less. So this is like one of the things.
No, that's so my pops actually was the past Commodore of the Golden Gate Yacht Club, and he taught me how to sail when I was really, really young, and I was raised kind of into that aristocracy, And I know that among the wealthy elite, actually the most prestigious race that you can race is around all the known continents. In fact, I think they exclude Australia because everybody's already sailed around that a bunch. But it's called the Vendée, excuse me, the Vendée Globe. So you can look that up.
Yeah,
Maybe
I've heard of it. Yeah, he did it. He's got. Listen, if you go on his channel is probably still up. It's called the Book of the Sun. I think he did a video on that, on the Vendée Globe race. He came up. That's what he used to do. He used to come up. He used to look at like different like sailing events, flying events. He was really into like maps, and most of the stuff was like over the oceans. So I know he did something on the Vendée Globe. I think he quoted somebody that they were sailing out of somewhere and all the times were wrong or something and all the distances were wrong.
Yeah, so this race is
South America, and he also checked all the trains, the longest trains running.
Oh yeah, the train. The train that's like supposed to be right now by the length of it. Now if you take the length and like measure the globe, it's like somewhere the train ends in the middle of the ocean somewhere.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
So the Vendée Globe is pretty much the biggest feat that you could ever accomplish if you're a sailor. So if you were able-bodied and very wealthy, and you were a sailor, and you wanted to prove yourself, that separate yourself from your peer group as one of the masters of the ocean in your lifetime, you would race the Vendée Globe. And the reason why this proves your mastery of the ocean is because you have to take a 60-foot sailboat and rig it for single-handed sailing, and you have to sail around all the continents, all the land masses, single-handedly by yourself. Now, they have big support crews that help by, supplying and doing all these various things, navigating and things like this, because, rich people can afford that. But the people who have done this without all that, it's very impressive, and there's not a lot of people that complete the race, and some people are never heard from again.
I remember he got a clip from, there was some girl, some young girl. I think she was American, but I think she was sailing out of Norway, and she like went and like lived at sea. I think she like is the first girl of her age to like so-called sail around the world. And she was saying that it took her something like 6 weeks longer to sail from Australia to South Africa than like what all the maps and what everything said it should take. Yeah, so there was like he would find stuff like that, like anomalies of people sailing that were just like, New Zealand was supposed to be on my right hand side and ended up being on my left hand side, and like weird things like that. Very interesting stuff.
So they have a whole website for the Vendée Globe here. This is pretty interesting. I've never actually looked this up. It's just what I've been told. And I'm just going to post the link to the website and maybe the Wikipedia page for anybody that's interested, because it's actually pretty interesting. Boom. The official website of the only sailing race around the world, solo, non-stop, and without assistance. Holy macaroni, what a maniac. So, I don't know a lot of people with the physical agility to do this, let alone the cojones to try and single-hand a 60-foot sailboat around all of the known land masses, but that's, this is a thing that people do. Man, here's the Wikipedia link for you guys. Interesting. The race was founded as the Globe Challenge in 1989 by the French yachtsman Philippe Jeantot. Jeantot had competed in the BOC Challenge in 1982-83 and 1986-87, winning the 60-foot class, Class I, both races. The BOC Challenge was sailed in stages, with sailors being given the chance to rest and repair their boats at ports around the world. Dissatisfied with the race's format, he decided to set up a new round-the-world non-stop race, which we felt would be the ultimate challenge for single-handed sailors. Holy mackerel, what a maniac.
Yeah, but they called it the Globe Challenge. I mean, if you say it backwards in French, then it's Challenge the Globe.
Yes, and actually what they do disproves all the physics of the globe. So to actually do it, you would understand exactly where you live is not a globe. But also then for the elitists to fund that, to call it the Vendée Globe is the most prestigious race, or to reinforce the globe with all of the common people or whatever. So it's a globalist pursuit where they do something that would absolutely disprove what they're calling it at face value. Pretty interesting and unique, and I don't know anybody that's a maniac enough to try and do that. I mean, I would have been if everybody had backed me when I was in my heyday and I had my youth and agility about me. But I wasn't really that into sailing. I just know how to do it. When I was younger, I didn't even know this race existed. This is more like an elitist thing that you would do, where you could afford to have a really expensive yacht just for sailing this race and then claiming that prestige. I mean, think about it. When you meet this person and they're like, yeah, I sailed around the entire world. And you're like, oh, you sailed around the world? They're like, no, not like you're thinking. Like, you sail a boat here and there, and you've been everywhere, all over the place. I physically took a boat by myself with no help and sailed it around the world. And you're like, what? So that's pretty interesting and unique. And I don't know a lot of people that have the physical capacity to single-hand a sailboat like that. Some of it's pretty treacherous. If you don't have so they say without assistance, but they do allow, I think, assistance vessels for navigation and resupply and things like this. They mean without assistance on board the boat. It's just you on a 60-foot sailboat. So, are you guys picking me up here?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So, I mean, I wish I had the know-how from sailing to use all the physics of this and explain it properly. How this does not work properly the way that they're saying the globe physics works. And there's a whole bunch of things along the way that'll prove that. So the visible sites and land masses, landmarks of the water we were talking about before, when we had Marshmallow on here, about how you can see too far. So all along the way for this route, you're always going to be looking, and you're going to be using the stars to navigate at the same time. So to keep your orientation, all of this stuff is going to disprove the physics of the globe. And to call it globe at face value, I mean, that's what they do with everything. They're kind of a mockery then, isn't it?
Well, I don't think someone like him, pretty much, it doesn't matter what you say. I can just tell from, he is going to listen to you, but he's one of those that he's not going to sacrifice his position in the social order. He's never going to be a flat earther.
Then take it from him.
Then take it from him? He can have it.
Oh, this is excellent. They use a flat map for the Vendée Globe. That's even better than I would have imagined. I'm going to post that. That's very satisfying. What's wrong, Globers? Why is the map flat for the Vendée Globe? Do they just go off the edge of the flat
Don't post
Earth?
it under your name.
Look at this.
Corporal Major.
Yeah, yes, sir. What do I need to do?
Corporal Major, don't post it under your name. That name's a contradiction.
What am I posting?
Corporal Major, that name's a contradiction.
Oh, I made this when I made this little image of the chevrons with the star just when I was messing around on my Procreate application on my iPad here. But then TikTok deleted me. They deleted about 20,000 followers on my original account, which was actually corporal.marine. So I had to come up with a new moniker because they kind of blocked that one out. So I decided Corporal Major because I'd already made this little cutesy moniker, and I just ran with it. People think it's cute, so I mean, Corporal's the highest. Corporal's the highest rank that I attained, so I'm stuck with it. I mean, I guess the cross rifles are good too, but I don't see anybody else at my pay grade doing the same thing I do. So
that's not a pay grade.
Corporal's the pay grade.
Corporal Major isn't.
Yes, but this is my logo that I created. So anybody else?
So it's you. All right.
Yes,
so
anybody else who would say. Yes, anybody else would say this would be copying what I've created. A word
in is fucking impossible.
But yes, but also think about this: TikTok screwed up. So every time they try and shaft me, I come back stronger. So they shafted just my regular moniker, Corporal Marines, and I come back with Corporal Major, which everybody likes better. I was like, I don't understand why this is so popular, but I guess I mean it's unique. It's kind of weird. Oh, somebody just pointed out under the Corporal Marines moniker, where I was hosting people's whistleblower testimony and stuff from the military. So they really don't want veterans doing that. So
Well, my understanding of TikTok is if you're a guy, for whatever reason, you're something like 10 times more likely to get kicked off the platform.
Yeah, well, they're trying to get rid of me, but they can't now because everything I'm publishing is actually under a certified nonprofit organization. And all of them are pretty keen on suing the shit out of people when they do the wrong thing. So I think they're kind of tiptoeing around what they were doing previously to what they're doing now. And it happened about the same time that I started using this new image here, Corporal Major. So they screwed up. I mean, they tried to shut me down. They deleted over 20,000 followers, a lot of connections I'll never be able to reconnect with, a lot of good content that was one-time content that's gone now, and it doesn't serve a purpose to re-upload content. So I just come back stronger with all new content. My new moniker is more popular, so they haven't done. And then a lot of the people from before realized it was me. So I have a bunch of people that realized that they deleted me, which validates my content even more. So yeah, I understand that the image here is kind of a strange image, but it's kind of meant for entertainment purpose as well as to lend the validity to my military career, and for good reason. I was saying, somebody pointed out just now that in the sitcom MASH, they had Corporal Klinger, and some episode they had they called him Corporal Captain, I think. And I was like, kind of remembering that. I guess I could go back and rewatch the episode. I don't know how it happened, but somebody brought that up. They're like, Corporal Major, something about Corporal Captain from MASH. And I'm like, oh, that's not really what I was going with, but I mean, it is what it is.
You trying to get your 10 million words up?
What is it, 10 million words? I just, I had to do something. I'm not just going to be gone because they shut me off. I got more stuff to say. I create content. What I need outlets for my content. At TikTok, I was invited on there by people who said, hey, you got to be on here. It's popular. I said, isn't that like an application where like teeny boppers make little dance videos and stuff, like cutesy little dance videos? And, they said, no, actually, that's just how the media portrayed it. In order to keep people from coalescing there, they're kind of gatekeeping it and exploiting it for what they can. And I went on there, I realized there's a whole bunch of people in different communities that I'm involved with. So I'm involved with the welding community. I like to look at all the stuff from the welding community. I like to a lot of the different activism and stuff that I do. I like to be involved in those communities, and there's large communities for that on there. And I was put off by what they were saying and implying about the application, not to find those for a couple of years until I did. And I did that. And then I eventually came back and found this because I was invited here as well. to join this forum. And when I got deleted permanently off of Facebook, they deleted all my personal connections to my family and my friends and everybody I know and everybody I'd ever networked with online, and my ability to interface with all those people. So it really shut down all of that was going on there. And the invitation to come on this platform, this forum, was from Facebook. So,
holy shit, man!
I don't want to be rude, but are you auditioning for like Miss Universe right now?
You can drone on about absolutely fucking nothing. What's your favorite color?
Blue.
Balloon.
Blue.
Oh, I thought you said balloon.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying they're deleting veterans and patriots and stuff. Like, I was networking on Facebook with a bunch of different veterans, and they very effectively shut down what we were doing there, and they've been deleting a bunch of people off there, and it's egregious what they're doing, and they're doing it on other platforms, and I've been deleted off of TikTok, which I've only been on for a few months, so to accrue 20,000 people, lose them, and then accrue more than 20,000 people since then. In less than a year's time is that means there's a lot of feedback there, and like I said, I create content, so it's got to be put up somewhere. They blocked me off of certain forums. So
there's certain females in here that are blushing. You got the gift of gab, man.
Really?
Not
I'm
out of you, but you could talk with the best of them.
I'm engaged to the hottest flat earth girl in the entire world.
Can't be. Witsit's engaged to the hottest flat earth girl.
No. Here, I'll post.
Yes, Kiwi.
I agree with Kiwi. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we can post. I'm gonna put my evidence for to support my case.
Oh, please don't.
Here we go.
What's his name?
Boom. So this is my fiance here.
Well, that's boobies.
Man, she made that shirt, and it's very popular. Look at all the T-shirt mills that have copied her idea and stolen her intellectual property, huh?
I don't know about intellectual.
She has some other gems that we've done, but that one is the main one that's gone all over the place. Plus, she actually manufactured these T-shirts, so we've had a couple runs of them made, and she sells them through her small business. And I've had a bunch of different Flat Earth T-shirt stuff made too. This is by far the most popular.
Does he eat meat?
Your data to support your claim is her boobs. Her boobs? Hey, baby, are those your boobs? Are you wearing that shirt right now? Oh, my goodness.
Let me take it off.
All right. Yeah, but see, I'm supposed to be going PG on the forum here. It's not my fault the way she wants to display herself here. This is her display of herself that I'm merely sharing with you people here, you lovely people. And what? Stop? Oh, okay. She's telling me to stop, but I'm not supposed to say that. So she's going to make some strange hand signals.
Nathan, do you eat meat?
Who?
Is she a Muppet?
Who is it?
Do you eat meat?
It's got some static. Something beat? E-beat?
Do you eat meat?
Do I eat meat? I hunt. I like to kill things. I'm a Marine. I always wondered what the commies taste like, but the blue helmets haven't showed up yet. All right, if we get the blue helmets here and they cut off the supply lines to the civilians, they might be starving, but I'm going to figure out what commie tastes like.
What the hell?
Yeah, I got a big old barbecue out in front. It's like 4 feet around, big old bowl, double grills. Got a little spit that you can spin around if you want to put something on a spit and spin it over the.
What in tarnations?
I mean, I've never done something that big, but I'm sure it will discourage them when we're doing it out in front by the trees.
Yeah, we done bombed all the tarnations, bro. We bombed them all to smithereens.
Tarnation.
I mean, tell them to bring all their friends. I got a lot of friends too. We've been waiting. We're waiting.
Tarnations?
We are waiting so patiently.
I didn't know Tarnations had friends.
they like to talk all this talk, but they never show up.
What do
And
they
we've
look-
all been waiting here.
What does the
patiently.
Tarnation look like?
Well, that's some old school shit. See, that's when they stop having their insulation, and you get back to that whole telephone tar and feather type thing. You have nice
Tarnations with the tar and feathering.
Yeah, you just have a nice pillow fight out in front there. So you drag them all out, and you roll them in those
Maybe
buckets to put the telephone poles in.
Tarnations.
And you beat them with pillows. And they go, oh, because they think they're going to die, but really they're just going to look stupid for months.
QE, you need to turn up a little more. I got you at almost 200% QE. You're not loud enough because you need to be effective here, Anna. You're not. You're coming out like you're trying to roar like a lion. You're coming out like a mouse.
Wait, is there somebody else? I don't mean to be talking over people.
Pardon me?
Is there somebody else that wants to that has something here?
Yeah, QE wants to talk to you, but I can't hear him right now.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to hog the floor. I was just saying they've deleted me off all these platforms.
That's
good. Deleted me off of Facebook. It really scrambled everything.
Oh, that's good.
You don't sound old enough to have fought commies.
There's no what?
Come on.
Eisenhower.
I'm not old. I'm not old enough to have fought commies.
Eisenhower made communism illegal in 1954 with the Anti-Communism
That's not what
Act.
I was talking about.
Hey, so my wife told me to stop acting like a flamingo.
I'm a flamingo. Oh, who's that guy that does that weird "I'm a flamingo" thing with
Read
the
your DM with it and answer me, damn it.
What does that mean?
Who's that guy that sings all weird and he's like wears like a bathrobe and he like plays the electronic music and he has the freaking that flamingo. Man, I wish
that fucking vegan Nathan, that fucker. He does it.
Who?
That fucker, that vegan fucker.
Yo, you missed the punchline, man. So my wife told me to stop acting like a flamingo. I had to put my foot down.
That's hilarious. But no, that jarred my memory on this flamingo thing, and the guy goes, "I'm a flamingo," or something. Your sister, something. I'm a flamingo, or something like that. Oh man, my buddy sent it to me. Now I can't remember the name, or I could post it in the group for everybody, and then they would have it stuck in their head too.
Corporal, did you do your calisthenics today? Because you're hyperventilating here, man.
I did. I had to dig out my car. I was stuck in 2 feet of snow, and
do it again. Sorry.
Yeah, it was kind of buried there. I've been using the Jeep, but I need to have the regular car out now that it's in melt.
Bro.
Yeah, it was bad.
Caffeine mainline. Do you drink coffee?
No, not at all. That shit gives me the jitters.
Coffee. Really? So, okay. Cool.
So why can't?
Yeah, but I dug my car out. It was not easy, let me tell you. I didn't think it was going to move either, but it did.
Why can't scientists trust atoms?
What?
Because they make up everything.
Dad jokes.
It's PG.
Because if they shave their apple, can't never tell.
I don't know.
They get surgery for that, bro.
Yeah, they can add them too. Apple.
First they turn vegan though. And then they transit.
I don't know why they want to do that, but whatever you want to do in life, man, make yourself happy. I think that the statistics show that that's not a good idea to do things to your body like that, especially at a young age. Just saying. Hey, you guys want to see a cool informational page that's related to that subject? There's this thing called the Castrado. I wonder if they still have the Wikipedia page for that. Castrado. Oh, there you go. Now let's take this and put it here. A castrato, Italian plural. Castrati is a type of classical male singing equivalent to that of a soprano, mezzo-soprano, or contralto. The voice is produced by castration of the singer before puberty, or it occurs in one who, due to an endocrinological condition, never reaches sexual maturity. Castration before puberty. To make your voice higher, so it stays nice and high, right? Did that come in?
What Snap from Creed was talking about? I was wondering why he wanted to go higher. Like, take a flight, bro. No, he was talking about his voice.
Yes, uncomfortable facts. Castrato. Now you guys all know.
Did you hear about the mathematician that was
You
afraid
ain't
of
been
negative
around
numbers?
for a while. I know this one.
He'd stop at nothing to avoid them.
Now you guys aren't fucking nerds. Fuck you. Bunch of vegans.
Wait, what's wrong with vegans? I have vegan friends.
I don't like them. What's wrong with that? I prefer meat.
Do they have to
Yeah,
stay
vegans
outside
like-
raised in the yard instead of coming
No,
in?
vegans like to ignore the fact that vegetables scream when you cut into them, but they scream at a supersonic level and you can't hear it. So I think vegans are murderers just like everybody else. They're just, murdering the ovaries of plants all over the world.
How dare you!
So
I got nothing against vegetables, man. I stack them right on top of the burger. I'll put the whole damn garden on the burger.
So what does the termite say when he walks in a bar?
Wait a minute. A termite when he walks in the bar?
Yeah.
Darn.
Is the bartender here?
That's the bartender.
That was great.
Good one.
What's up, guys? How's everybody's night going?
Groovy.
Painful.
Painful.
All right, so good transition.
Why is it painful? Are you trying to build the Saturn rocket back? It's a painful process to build it back.
I'm still trying to prove outer space. What are you talking about?
I still think he says papal process.
Oh,
papal?
Oh, okay. You gotta get him a bowl.
Papal process.
Yeah,
Probably
I
is
call
a
bull on that. I'm calling bull.
You know what papal is? Papal?
Do you know what the globus cruciger is?
Papal is relating to the Pope.
And globus cruciger is the global crusade that they are using through that office, and it is the globe with the cross on top of it.
Yeah, that's a papal decree, yes.
Yeah, after they started executing people who were globalists, executing them as heretics, it took them a while to figure out that the globe model didn't ruin their sun models, that it was sympathetic to the sun model. And I'm sure it took a while for them to understand that because they were executing people for a while. And then when they figured out that there was just another layer, they were like, oh, we're going to stop doing that. We got to be doing that too. We got to rebury all those bodies. Holy macaroni. They go in like Westminster Abbey now.
Oh my God, there was silence.
What do you call a toothless bear?
Turn up, QE, turn up.
You need to turn up.
Hungry?
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Okay, got you at 200. Go ahead, check in, QE.
You need to turn up. What do you call a whore that likes macaroni?
What do you call a whore that likes macaroni?
Yeah.
Average?
A prostitute.
Yes, Kiwi.
Wow. I can't believe I didn't guess that one.
She'll show you a very good time for some angel hair.
I guess that makes me a pasta mancer.
Angel hair. Show me some of that angel hair, baby.
A noodle whore. I don't know.
You already gave the answer. A prostitute.
No, I know. I was trying to give him a
spaghetti, noodle, and a nut and pasta.
5 lashes with a wet noodle.
At least she's easily satisfied.
Oh,
a curvert. Macaroni's curved. They're curverts.
Wow. You guys made it worse.
Oh my God, you guys have too much time on your hands.
You're welcome.
Speed bumps. Drifting away, it's drifting away.
So I tried to cut one of those globes to make like a globe that I could put on my head with like glasses, like I've seen some other people doing. And what I realized is when you cut the bottom piece out for the neck, it makes like a yarmulke out of Antarctica. You can just put it right on top there.
Yarmulke, Antarctica, yarmulke. I hear a song coming.
I know, and then I think I'm going to put a tassel like from like a graduation cap, like in the middle of the Antarctica.
Antarctica.
What
the? You would
Get
be
you some of them ravioli tests.
Oh my God, who's talking now?
But those were not anti-Semitic movements. I just want to make
take it away,
aware. Yes, I don't know what to use that globe thing for, but I'm still working on it. I need to get some like metal frame glasses where I can like clip off the ends of the glasses and then wrap it around the edge of the globe so they kind of just stay on like that. But what am I going to use it for? I'm just going to walk around at Halloween. People are like, what the hell are you?
How does Moses make tea? Hebrews.
Oh no. Why don't we have like some like flat earth jokes or like aren't there anti-globe jokes? Can we just does somebody have like a cache of this?
Have you heard of the Dick Earth?
Have you heard of the claustrophobic astronaut?
He just needed a little space.
Let's go. Hey,
bada boom, bada bing. Hey, I created a new earth. Plagiarism.
Did you guys hear about? Oh yeah. Did you guys hear about the party on the moon?
Yeah.
It had a terrible atmosphere.
Well, at least you didn't get dust. At least you didn't get dust on your shoes.
Why can't you explain puns to kleptomaniacs? Because they take everything literally.
Oh my goodness.
A lot of globetards replace affirming the consequent with experiment because they're dumbasses.
How do we get around that? I mean, like, it's not like all the people that are, slinging this globe model are like stand-up guys. They're all creeps. Like, how are people falling for this still? I don't get it.
How come we always need an artist depiction, boys? Why? Is it that cameras don't work in space? Or space doesn't work in reality?
What does the Buddhist say at the hot dog vendor? Make me one with everything.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, these are getting hard to even say. I'm gonna have to tell.
Yeah, I could probably tell you the next joke on your list.
Yeah, I'm literally just reading off the internet.
You're gonna have to take off your sunglasses to wipe the tears away from your eyes.
Oh man, I just realized I should get some of those cheesy globe hologram sunglass or like whatever glasses, and then I should put that on the globe as the glasses that the globe is wearing. So it's like has like globe eyes. That's even better.
I've never showed you the real globe hologram, have I?
The real globe hologram?
Yeah. You just take 3 pieces of plastic. 4 pieces of plastic, triangles, put them together like a pyramid. Then you take 4 pictures of a globe and line them up on the outside of the piece of plastic. And you light them up, and it'll look like a globe inside the middle of the thing floating, like a hologram.
You should record this. You
I've already made a box. I've already made a thing that does it. It's my little thing.
I want to see it.
Okay, I will.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and you can move it also. You can spin each little image, have like a spherical image, and have each one spin, and it'll actually spin in the middle. It'll look like it's spinning, like a spinning moon or a spinning earth or whatever you want. Spinning baseball, basketball, whatever. But I mean, you can put it whatever you want in there. Whatever 4 pictures you have is what'll show up in the center.
Very interesting. I remember when we went to like Lawrence Hall of Science or something.
Idea for a hat.
And they put they had some like hologram generator thing where it was like a perfect image reflected. So you'd reach out and try and grab it or whatever it was, a coin or something, and it's just not there. Your hand goes right through it. But it looked real, and I always thought, man, if I was like a billionaire, I would have like a faux front of my house where people walk up and ring the doorbell, and I'd like have like a camera and screener like in my room, so it just projected me like right there when you open the door. They'd be like, "Oh hey," they'd be like talking to me, but it's a fucking hologram of me, and then I just disappear. I'm like, "Come on in," and I like disappear, and they're like, "What just happened?" Just make a big reflective chamber like the little one they had there for demo. It's like, why couldn't you just build one in a macro scale? Like,
well, I thought about putting one in like a hat and stuff like that, and like selling them.
Then you'd have to have like, wouldn't you have to have some type of like light source then to like make it brighter?
Light at night. You just have holes in the top. You slide over the little slit, and the light shines in wherever you're at. And wherever the light comes, then it shows, and you see it. And when the lights like goes away, it's dark again, and then when the light hits, it lights back up. It would be pretty cool. Batteries not included in my inventions.
Sounds interesting.
I mean, you won't need batteries. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you could have batteries on it if you want, or put an LED light. But if you just put a clear film up at the top, like a sunroof in a car, it's the same effect. Because everywhere you go is lit up at night too. You know, when you go in the stores, when you go to play. I mean, there's always lights everywhere.
Look at what I wrote. Please be these handmade turd cookies.
Oh my goodness, these people over here are just. All right, so how about that flat Earth? Hey, do you guys know that from where I'm at on the crest of the Sierra in Southern California, that I can see all the way out from the peak of the Sierra on the mountains here, all the way out to the container ships that are off the port of Long Beach right there?
I do. I've seen that myself.
Yeah, and I can also see that. I can see it all the way back.
Is incredibly flat.
Yeah, so I was trying to have this person that was telling me that Earth is a globe and talking about how you can prove that, and they live up here, and I was like, well, how is the can you prove to me that the land is curving away from me, like towards the horizon out there? Like, if that's what you're saying, like, can you show me that? And nobody can ever show me what they're talking about. So it's like, that's always where we get stuck, is like, well, just show me evidence of what you're saying, because I'd love to see it. And they're like, preposterous. Why should I bear the burden of proof? Your insolence. Everybody knows it's a globe. I'm like, all right.
Well, they're the ones making the claim that the Earth is curving, and so the burden of proof falls on you.
Yeah, I also have a Transit, which is a surveying device that I bought. As my hobby, just, measuring stuff. So I like doing things with, like, out of my curiosity. And I bought an old Transit, which works just as well as a new Transit. And I was kind of working with that a little bit. And that's how I figured out the way that perspective and the projected horizon and the way that surveying works. The way they project the horizon, it keeps going in a linear fashion past that where your visibility ends. So when they project it, their projection literally goes in a linear fashion past that line where you are not able to see any further. And we were kind of talking about this earlier, about how you can only see so far. And to perceive that as curvature, it's curvature now, it's everything else goes down from there, that's why I can't see it anymore, is preposterous. But I've never had anybody demonstrate anything to curve at all. So I'm still waiting on that.
What they do is they take something that you can't see, right? And then that's where their argument sits. No matter what, whether it's at the beach, up 1,000 feet up in a building, 10,000 feet up, doesn't matter. As soon as you can't see an object or a particular distance, that's where the curve. And they can argue just like when you argue space. Like, you can't go there. We haven't been there. They haven't been there. We haven't seen it. They haven't seen it. But they'll argue all day long on what space is and how things work.
Yeah, so that's why I was trying to deviate to physics. And I'm like, but you understand this is the way physics works. And you're saying that it works differently than that, but you're not telling me, like, you're not giving me any numbers or any rational explanation why you've deviated from all common known empirical reproducible physics. And I've yet to see any evidence of the ground curvature, but also at long distance. So their model, they have it's round and there's a center point, and they believe that gravity is emanating from that center point. So this is an anchor in their mind. And when we plumb buildings, so when you're building a building, after you frame it, you go through before you tighten everything up and put more nails into everything, and you use a plumb. And the plumb is just a weight on the end of a rope, and you're going to make sure that that is level and that it matches with all of the framing structure, so that the frame runs parallel and that the floors are level. And then you tighten everything up after that once you've made sure everything is nice and straight. So if you're hanging this thing down to the ground, right, and all of these are pointing down to the same point in the middle, then when I plumb a skyscraper on one side of a cityscape, okay, so like a city's a couple miles across and has all these large buildings, and I made a skyscraper and I plumbed it on one side of town, and then all the way miles and miles and miles on the other side of town, you plumbed that skyscraper too. So there should be a deviation where there's a measurable distance between the bases and the tops of the building, and the tops of the building should be farther away from each other than the bases, because they should all be leaning away from each other, because all of the plumbs are supposedly pointing to the same central point. But you never see that. And then when you look at cityscapes that are taken from long distance, you see that they're all perfectly square and that the horizon is perfectly flat. So that doesn't match up with anything that I ever see with their globe model.
That's funny you bring that up. I've been on construction sites for the last 20 years, and long before I even knew anything about the flat Earth, anything pertaining to the topic, I always questioned that in my mind, because I know about the leveling and doing the foundation. And then I had times where I seen LA was so fucking flat, and I would be like how long? And then we do this all the way down. It continues down. It goes down to Orange County, and we're leveling out the entire city. So this whole city is level. How do we do this?
And they build the whole edge of the coastline so close to the water, and the water doesn't curve, so like every single coastline they have built out in all these metropolitan areas all the way to the coastline, and so they're representing a permanent edge there to the ocean, dealing with erosion, the ocean encroaching from it lapping on the ground, right? Because they built out too far and didn't leave room for nature. And in all of this building madness, not once ever accounted for any curvature at all. And you can't see any curvature when you measure across down the coast or out to islands off the coast. So like they've never accounted for curvature at all in anything that they've ever built.
Hello. I got a question.
Shoot.
Does Venus go in front of or behind the sun at times? Or both?
This Venus, if I'm not mistaken, is one of the supposed planets, the stars that wander in a different direction than the rest of the parallax, and they project that in the heliocentric model as being in between the Earth and the Sun.
I witnessed the transit of Venus in 2012. I don't know for sure that was Venus. All I know is I saw a little circular dot traverse the surface of the sun from the, as it was setting, I guess the northwest side, all the way to the southwest side of the sun, over the top at about
that's interesting. So I'm in California.
So I don't know if that's Venus. I just know that I saw something that looked like an eclipse.
I'm sure it'd be easy to look up, but from California, you can see Venus very clearly most of the year, right off the coast there, almost all night long. And that doesn't match up with their heliocentric model at all. How is Venus jumping so far out around the Earth to the is it have like a wavy orbit or something? It just comes in and out every night, like it travels at supersonic speed where it can just be everywhere at the same time, because it doesn't look like when they say, Venus travels in this orbit, and they show you the little line of the orbit, doesn't match up with what I see in the sky. Because if Venus is supposed to be in between the sun and the Earth, it's clearly visible too much in the nighttime from where I am. So I don't know how they explain that away, but I'm sure the globe apologists have some trick some sleight of hand that they use to explain it away.
So Stellarium would not be a good program to use then?
Well, they're going to give you their excuses for why these known reoccurrences in the sky are happening, but I'm not, necessarily certain that's the best source of information. It's good to catalog things if you want to look up some type of cosmological happening, or okay, I want to know when this alignment happened last or whatever. I'll go on Stardate and I'll just put in the eclipses, and they probably have a whole page that says, it recurs at this frequency or whatever. But on my own, from my own observation, I know that I've seen a bunch of different monuments where they've built viewing holes for certain stars at certain times of the year to reassure everybody that they don't move from their path. And that also doesn't match up with the globe and heliocentric model, because in the heliocentric model, they're showing you 3 axes of rotation, and we never get that with our parallax, no matter whether you're talking about the stars that don't move in the same pattern as the rest of them, or the stars that move in mass as a parallax. So none of that matches up with 3 axes of rotation, which is what they're claiming. They claim Earth has its own axis of rotation, and then they claim that the sun is actually has some type of massive rotation, and you're hurtling around the sun, and the sun is hurtling around the Milky Way, I guess is how they explain it, which doesn't match up. Like, you can't just put that in AutoCAD. You're like, all right, well, we'll just get this engineering program and we'll reverse engineer what we're seeing here, because it doesn't work out. What they're saying doesn't work out. So the reasons they're giving, I'm sure they're going to, wash as much as they can into the public realm and give excuses for it. But when it comes down to it, you can use all that information against them to show that this is definitely not correct to match up to the model that they're presenting.
Okay. Now, we know that the planetaries have their own kind of tracking. They've got a path that they're following. Now, but like in the morning time, if you see Venus come up, you're really not going to see that much of a movement, I would say. But you do see the sun move up. Is it moving along with the sun? Or does the sun have anything to do with the same pathing that the rest of these wandering stars?
The ancient Romans used to say something along the lines of Mercury and Venus are akin to the sun, right? So Mercury and Venus apparently make a circuit around the sun, right? Now, does it actually go behind the sun? I don't know. I've never seen anything like that. Right? Is it actually Venus that goes in front of the sun? I don't know. All I know is that I've seen something they call Mercury, which is kind of hard to see because you have to catch it right after sunset, and you can barely see that little sucker, and then it sets. And then I've seen Venus lots of times throughout my life around sunset or around sunrise, the morning star or the evening star. But you're never going to see, Venus and Mercury way the fuck over there away from the sun, like on the other side of the sky. They're always going to be pretty close, relatively close to the sun.
Right.
I remember in the old server, someone posted a picture of Venus that he took at 11 o'clock at night. The response from the Globers that were in here is, that's impossible because Stellarium says it's impossible.
I just don't understand.
Known to be wrong. It's been wrong before. They couldn't.
I just don't understand how they can.
Eclipse.
How can they
posted a video where it showed that they're wrong about the Southern Cross. So Stellarium has been wrong. So I would say.
So you have a bunch of stars that predictably rotate in a certain axis, and then you have a bunch of ones that don't participate in that common rotation, and that still doesn't equal 3 axes of rotation, because you have Earth spinning, then you have Earth tilted and spinning, then you have Earth rotating around the sun while it's spinning, and then you have that whole system of the Earth and the sun and everything else they say is going on physically rotating around through space, like around the Milky Way galaxy or whatever they want to say. So there's like a lot of different axes of rotation going on there for all of these different things, and that doesn't match up with the patterns that you see in the sky, and people don't explain that away with the explanations that they give. It just doesn't match up.
Doesn't even matter. We can sit here and talk about Venus and the sun all day long. None of us know anything. None of us can do anything. The most accurate predictions of the transit of Venus were by the Mayans, and they weren't globe earthers. They were flat earthers. So celestial bodies and luminaries are just all speculation. We can just sit here and speculate, and that's all we can ever do. And we're going to just tell stories like they did 2,000 years ago, and like they did 2,000 years before that, and 2,000 years before that. We can give them names, call them gods. We can do whatever we want. But it's not going to make the surface of the Earth curve.
Correct. Just clarification on just movements.
Well, I people get all like stuck on the sky. Like, you can't prove anything about the Earth with the sky because fundamentally it would always be an assumption because of their inaccessibility.
That is true.
I always use this kind of analogy, like if I had a table and I measured it with a tape measure and it said it was 48 by 48 inches, does anything conceivable that the lights do above that table going to change that measurement? No, it's not. I can come up with crazy, insane theories about the lights over the table and how it indicates that the table is something else, but the direct measurement of the table cannot be refuted by indirect observations and speculations about what the lights should or shouldn't do. Damn, Nameless, don't go down on her.
Neat pictures. I put up a picture
There's no
of.
meaning to skull candy.
I put up a picture of what they say is happening with the solar system. The solar system is supposedly rotating around galactic center. Apparently, the correct way to refer to that was galactic rotation, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But also at the same time, this is a real thing that they're saying. So our entire solar system is rotating around galactic center. So that's the third axis of rotation there. So you have the Earth's rotation, right? And then you have the Earth's rotation around the sun. So those are two positions based on the axis that are constantly changing. And then you have a third position, which is us moving through the galactic center in a rotation pattern. So that adds an extra rotational pattern there, and that's not what we observe above us happening.
Well, here's the other funny thing. Like, you posted that little galaxy there. Well, that's not the actual galaxy. You can't see something like 85% of the galaxy. Remember, it's dark matter.
Oh, yes, and spaghettification. Don't forget about spaghettification.
So, like, all those little lights that are supposed to represent stars, like, that's just a tiny fraction of what the galaxy is actually supposed to be.
Yeah, but you left out black holes. That must explain everything.
It's because they're competing theories.
Black holes and dark matter?
And spaghettification. So don't accidentally go through the black hole, or I think spaghettification, but I'm not sure because they've never provided any clarification on that.
Is that where the flying spaghetti monster religion comes from? Grab your calendars,
in
folks.
Star Trek, they always fly through the black hole and bounce along the inside of it. Like they're like ricocheting off some tunnel or something. And so that's as much as we've got on that. Like,
a black hole is a colander with a funnel at the bottom.
Where does the funnel go?
Pac-Man effect. I don't know.
Oh, you just pop out somewhere else? That's like Event Horizon.
It's so funny. Like, I was listening to a live stream from that Sky Free, and they were actually reading something that Einstein said, and he actually postulated a Pac-Man effect, that the universe was unbounded but finite, and that if you went in a straight line long enough, you would just pop up back to the same place. And I told a Glober this yesterday in lobby, because they were like making fun of like, oh, where's the edge, yada, yada, yada. So I was like, well, Einstein said that you could go in one direction and pop out on the other side. Oh, then it was okay. Then they had no problem with it. If a flat earther says it, it's ridiculous. Einstein says it, it's perfectly legitimate, and it can probably happen. Just another level of intellectual dishonesty.
Man, I just went back and looked at the comments. How did I miss this beautiful Corvette right here? Looks like a 03.
Well, Indio, didn't you know that Einstein was smarter than you, even though everyone hasn't compared your IQ to his, or your ability to pass your college entrance exam, or tie your shoes, or brush your hair, or not marry your first cousin? He's smarter than you, bro. Thought you knew that.
Huh. Hey, Hank, remember that sniper that did that $100,000 Coriolis challenge?
Yeah, did he finally get a contestant?
No. Someone's asking me about it. Do you know his name off the top of your head?
No, sir, I'm not good with names.
Meathead.
Meathead?
Yeah. Oh, Miguel. Miguel is another Marine. Miguel,
that's his name, right?
I used to talk to him on Facebook before they deleted everything. You guys just jogged all of that memory back.
Do you know how to spell his name, perchance?
It's Migul. He's on my Facebook if you want to go look.
I think I can pull that up while I'm on this.
I know he had a video where the challenge was in. I was just going to send it to this person.
Miguel Michael Angel. That's the name that he uses for his flat earth stuff. Excuse me.
So that picture of the moon, and I'm guessing that's Venus or Mercury. Is that a crescent on Venus?
Yes, it is.
Wow. Okay.
It just makes their story more believable. Not.
Damn, that Fiat is in great condition. Holy macaroni. Why they advertise these things, I do not know. Well, I can't find any of his flat earth stuff, though. I only see his profile. Maybe he had to rebuild his profile?
Yeah.
I mean, I can like DM Karen B. I know Karen B knows him.
His name is Miguel Michael Angel.
Yeah. So, yeah, trying to search YouTube, forget it, man. I get Professor Dave and Brian Sucks Cox.
I think he did put it on YouTube. Let me search that.
Yeah, I know he did. But, like, searching YouTube using flat earth as a term is rest in peace. Happen. Moon launch to the edge of space. Some of these videos that are up, they're just like National Geographic one, where they like prove themselves to be coolest freaking bike guy, prove that he can't actually measure. Neil deGrasse Tyson starts his little thing with 3 logical fallacies in a row. Like, it's unbelievable, man.
Man, I cannot find anything that he did, and I know I read all of that because he's also a Marine, and so I wanted to see what his take on it was.
Looks like he got, because the only thing that comes up on the internet is this post on Facebook, and if you click on it, it doesn't go to it. It just says Miguel Michael Angel, U.S. Marine weapons expert, debunks Coriolis effect, $20,000 cash bet challenge to prove Coriolis.
What's that on?
Facebook, but if you click on it,
it doesn't go anywhere?
No, it goes to the group, but it won't take you to his post. And the group is div, so there's posts.
Yeah, I bet he probably has the challenge open in some group, some obscure group here on Facebook. But you know how easy it is to find stuff on Facebook. So, sad. He did a complete explanation of that, and he was much more in depth with the ballistics because he had used more types of weapons than I had in the military, and so it was just, that was really good material. Man, modern day book burning, that they can just delete people off and get rid of all of their information like that. Miguel? I don't know what Miguel's MOS was.
Well, that's why they enjoy the internet so much, because it's so environmentally friendly to do book burnings. There's not even any smoke.
I think Miguel was a weapons technician.
Because they won't let me have Facebook. The internet hates me.
Well, there was some clown in debate text arguing the Coriolis effect. And they said, go get your money, man. Dude, there's an open challenge, man. Go get your money.
Yeah.
Think there's a Coriolis effect?
Hey, man, you shouldn't do the homework for the Globies anyway. Let them look it up.
Coriolis effect. That would mean that every single direction that you aimed in every different hemisphere, you would have to make different calculations.
I know
the dumbest
that.
shit I've ever heard.
It is. Like, you would need to know the exact geometric position. So you need your azimuth, right? You need to know where you are relative to geographical north. You need to know your latitude, right?
Yeah, that's not the way it works. And then, but
then
there
you
is a
need your,
chart.
how fast your bullet velocity coming out of the muzzle, right? So you would
But there
basically
is-
need a slide rule or a scientific calculator just to fire your weapon. By then you'd be dead.
Yeah, we do have instruments that measure the trade winds every day. So, I mean, we have balloons, modern ballooning, where people go up and go out, and then when the trade wind changes, they come right back and land in the same position. And so, like, we understand the way the trade winds work, and that completely defeats what they're saying about the rotation of the Earth driving anything in the atmosphere. You wouldn't have the effect where, at any point in time, where you could land a balloon back in the same spot. And it wouldn't be predictable where you can do that over and over again, season and season again, all the right days where you know how to do that, and go up and ride the trade winds. And so they're materially misrepresenting what's happening, and I'm sure there is some type of hemispheric effect from the jet stream and everything, where they attribute it to whatever, some atmospheric effect of Coriolis, but it's just simply not true. And if there was some type of calculation for long-range deviation from the trade winds, it would have nothing to do with the supposed spin of the Earth, and Coriolis specifically means spin of the Earth. So it's a fraudulent nomenclature. They've made up a fake word that means nothing because it's not real, and that doesn't really happen. So Coriolis doesn't affect anything.
Well, hold on, you got to be careful. You got to be careful how you say it. The Coriolis effect is real. Earth-based Coriolis effect doesn't exist.
Yeah, they're calling the trade winds. They're trying to say that that's because Earth spins, and that's not. That's not the way that the evidentiary process works. And if we never had a globe model, the trade winds would still work the same. And the way that they're supposing it works, when you look at the way that it actually works, doesn't match up with what they're saying works. And there's no evidence that there's any motion of the Earth at all. And Einstein specifically stated that there is no optical experimentation that can be done that will confirm the motion of the Earth. That it's impossible to create an optical experiment that will prove that Earth moves. And so, unless one of these globularly challenged people comes with the evidence contrary to what Einstein stated, I'm inclined to validate that one statement that he said, even if it is cherry picking, and I would throw the rest of what he had said out.
Okay, so one of the things this Earth-based Coriolis, so MC Toon has the firing table for the Mark, for the 16-inch gun that were on the battleship Iowa, Missouri, all those ones, right?
Yeah,
So they have a Coriolis calculation in their firing table. So here's the funny part. These guns were tested off the island of Crete in the 80s, and the spread, right? The uncertainty of where a round will land is 250 yards, right? So it'll land somewhere in 250 yards. The Coriolis correction at that distance is only 90 yards. So even if you correct
Yeah.
for Coriolis, it isn't going to help you because the uncertainty is 2 times that.
Well, the problem is that they can't prove, with the way they developed the barrel system and the munitions, that they're of match grade, and you can't prove the calculation of the magnus of the round, which is the actual spin drift of the round rotating. It's called magnus, and that effect deviates. And they're not going to give you the calculations for magnus on anything that rotates because they just fundamentally don't want you to know that there's a deviation for magnus, because it throws their whole postulate that it's because of Earth rotating, which they still haven't proved. And Einstein said that you
The
can't prove
actual
it.
firing of the gun, though, the actual testing of the gun shows that it is not even measurable. The difference between a corrected and an uncorrected aiming, you can't measure the difference because you don't know where the round is going to that level of precision. Right? So say I make an uncorrected calculation of where the round is going. I fire it. The corrected calculation says that it's supposed to go 90 meters farther. But I don't know where the round is going within a certainty of 250 meters. Right? So any round I fire, like if I was aiming at a bullseye, it could land anywhere within a 250 meter radius of that. That is as precise as I can get. Why do you need to correct for 90 meters when you don't know where the bullet is going within 250 meters?
Yeah,
That
I mean,
makes
I
no
think the
sense,
first
right? The
mistake was
uncertainty
actually
is larger than the precision. This is a common thing in measurement, right? If the randomness is larger than what you're trying to measure, you can't pick that out of the randomness. It's like think of it like a signal to noise ratio. That's really what it is. The signal is the signal is like measuring the bullet. The noise is the uncertainty of where the bullet is going to land. You can't pick if you measured it, okay, where's the round? I want to tell if the Coriolis effect even matters. You can't tell by measuring it. But
yeah. So I think the
it's in
problem is
firing
just
table that it
taking
actually means something because they put a theory in the firing table.
Yeah.
They get caught up in these concepts, right? Like, oh, they have a concept and they implemented the concept, so it must be true because they implemented it. No, people implement things all the time that don't mean a goddamn thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Kuhn makes ridiculous arguments, so I wouldn't entertain his evidence. I would
Well,
just.
I mean, it's just silly, dude, because they get all bent out of shape. You flat earthers are just denying reality. Like, how am I denying reality? I just posted like the actual firing of the gun and them testing it. That is reality. You're pointing to a firing
why
table,
would
not
why
reality, right? The firing table is just a bunch of words on a piece of paper.
Why would you use something as an evidence of long distance and the supposed spin of Earth that had a deviation at all when we have very accurate radar systems and sighting systems, telescope systems, digital acquisition systems that go farther than optics can see, and they're much more accurate. So why would you then use something with a questionable deviation? Because it's Toon, and Toon, that's all he does is try and obscure. He's paid to do that, and nobody should entertain his garbage because he monetizes everything. So even if you go there curious just to look at his video, that's racking up count for him, which he's going to get paid. And nobody should fuel that nonsense. He tried to say he burned me, and he looked like a clown and just beat around the bush because nobody will ever entertain that. And if anybody was to ever entertain Toon, it should be in person. That way you can see his mannerisms in real life. Because nobody believes that guy's even married. He says he's married, and nobody believes that. There's no evidence for that. Just like everything else he says, there's no evidence for that.
He's probably married for a furry. Anyway, The
Who
thing
knows
about
what
MC
who
Toon, and I'm
knows
gonna
what
tell
his
you straight up,
preferences
MC
are? He
Toon
implies that he's
is
straight
a
and
liar,
that he's
dude.
married. Okay,
Well,
that's all I know.
I don't care about his personal life. All I know is, as
Exactly.
far
I
as
don't
this
care about his
issue goes,
preferences either.
he's a
But
liar
that's what
on
he
other
claims, and I
levels.
don't believe exactly. I don't believe the other things he says either. I think that everything he says is a lie, and that he's trapped himself in some bizarro world, or that's what he does, and nobody should feed into it because it's obviously a mental disorder that's not being addressed by people, and it needs to be addressed. But unfortunately, there's nobody to do that, and he's monetized the people that play into that, so they're already feeding into that. So just by even entertaining that, it's going to get more people to look at that, and then it's going to validate he has a mental disorder, man. He's actually has
Thought
a
about that.
undiagnosed mental disorder. He tries to dox people. He's posts inappropriate stuff about people's families and stuff. Yes, he's been well documented doing a bunch of illegitimate stuff, and the people that he rolls with do even worse stuff than that. So it's like, why anybody would lead any credence to that is like creepy. I don't waste any time on it other than to tell him that he is a liar and that nothing he says should be entertained at all. And that we don't even believe what he says about his personal life. He looks like he has like a teenager's room, like in his mom's house, and he still like lives there in that like teenager room that he had, and he has little NASA models and shit, and it never changes. And you don't never hear his wife in the background like, "Come here for dinner." Like, hey babe, are you there? Oh, look at that. She's right in the background. I can just say hey to her. But why can't he do that? Because he's lying. Why would you materially misrepresent your entire environment like that? Is he really so cooked that he has like a room that's just for doing that in? Because that's bad. He has an unhealthy obsession, and he materially misrepresents everything and then tries to slander people, and he has it monetized. It's really dingy and low. Like, he's a slitherer. He's a belly slitherer. He's like bottom barrel. Mentioning him gives him too much credit, and his evidences are preposterous as he is, which he's not even going to entertain. So if you went and challenged this guy and you said, we have this channel here and we would love you to come on and we would love to entertain whatever you're going to say about this subject, he would never allow you to go through any evidentiary anything. He would immediately start to deflect when he felt you honing in on the root, when he felt you sorting things and cornering him. He does this and monetizes it, and anything he can get out of you like tickles him, and nobody should feed into it. It's an undiagnosed mental disorder. He has a serious mental disorder to do that. He wastes too much of his life and his time, and it's created him into a compulsive liar, and he is like supporting a completely fraudulent artificial personality that he would never display in public or let anybody know that he does out in public. And there's nobody that would ever validate what he does in real life. And he would run away. He would scamper away with his tail between his legs if he ever met one of us in public, because we would absolutely eviscerate his points in person, and we would take pleasure in everybody around us hearing that we are absolutely just dismantling him piece by piece. And he wouldn't be able to talk over you, and he wouldn't be able to do anything like this that he does with his dramatic little show where he pieces it back together. So it's a mental disorder, and he does this, spends an exorbitant amount of time on it and monetizes it to keep self-feeding itself. And nobody should play into it because it's very unhealthy and it's sick.
You see his attempt to prove gas pressure without a container with a demonstration of gas pressure in the container.
No, I wouldn't watch that.
It was bad. The only reason I watched it was because it was in this debate with Witsit. That part of it was good.
Oh my God. It must have been so satisfying to watch Witsit pick him apart until he finally shut him off and blocked him, or scampered away with his tail between his legs. That must have been so satisfying.
Yeah, it was a total devastation for him.
Well, Apparently there is something that I would like to watch that has Toon in it. I would love to watch that.
Fighting a losing battle, so it's always going to end that way for him. And it's just going to get worse the further he digs.
Yeah, but I wouldn't entertain it because then he's going to use my image to promote his channel more. So I wouldn't play into it. But the people that are doing it effectively and shutting it down, that kudos to them. Does he have is it like a little cubicle office in like a NASA building that he just made look like a room, and he just says these things like he's paid to do this? Like, there's no evidence that he has any real life. Is he even using a real name? I mean, like, I know people that do investigation, like criminal investigation work. They could just look this guy's name up, all of his information and everything about him. If I really wanted to find out, like, who wants to do that? We don't care. Who cares? Like, about how, like, he chose to waste his life like that. Like, he spent so much of his time doing that, wasted, that he'll never get back. And so, really, it's sad. You have to feel sad for the guy because he could have just picked anything else that's more gratifying than that. And if that's gratifying to him, then, like I said, he has a undiagnosed mental disorder that people are feeding into. And I'm sure that anybody who is a professional psychologist would be able to identify the different mental deficiencies that he has and write him up with the proper codes, because obviously nobody's ever done that yet.
So what are the actual indications of a psychiatric disorder? Like, they say if it's classed under the DSM-5. What are the behaviors?
First off, general obsessive compulsive disorder. Like, I spent a lot of time on Flat Earth just in my activism and networking, and I don't intend to spend a lot of time rehashing the same area or in semantics where you're just you're just beating around the bush, or in any ad hominem or trying to speak over people and obscuring the direction of the conversation, which is all the things that he is fantasizing about doing in every single encounter that he can structure. And then it has a theatrical value where people are playing into this, and like everything does on the internet. I mean, look at these people like Logan Paul, who just do really ridiculous shit in order to climb their way up the ladder and then eventually be validated for producing a bunch of propaganda that mocks Flat Earth. So,
like, you'd be looking more at but you'd be looking more at histrionic personality disorder probably than obsessive compulsive disorder. Just saying, I mean, if you want to actually start being
I was reading off like he's the type of guy that like wipes things and like locks his doors a couple times or whatever. Like always wiping. It's interesting though, obsessively, or like I was getting,
compulsive disorder. Sorry, but under the DSM-5, like, it's basically statistical manual of psychiatric disorders. I'm sure most of the listeners here know that. Obsessive compulsive disorder is actually just being constantly assailed by horrifying thought processes. So almost graphical images of literally the worst stuff on earth, and that person isn't comfortable with that. So they create these defenses, and it's the defensive ritual, such as hand washing,
that's what I'm saying,
door systems, knocking, and things like that. But people with obsessive compulsive disorder, they don't have social personalities.
No,
they're not social people.
I'm arguing that that's not the case at all. I'm arguing that this is a manifestation of one of those repetitive behaviors because he never gets anywhere with it. So it's like you're having some dream where it's just always a dead end, but it's like a gratifying behavior. And I'm saying that's what he's doing. And I'm saying that there would be, when you looked at it, there would be these other manifestations, like you were saying, washing your hands repeatedly. You would see he's doing that, and then he's stuck in this loop and people are feeding into it, and it's fucked up. And I don't agree with it at all. I think there's something wrong with the guy. And if not, he's doing it like in a controlled environment on purpose for money. And that's pretty fucked up too. Either way.
So you think profiting off the bullying that he's receiving? Because people do that. But it's almost jaded. They actually like the negative press. So they.
When he looks at his metadata, the waves of his set, he sees the waves of people that view at what time. He's not able to separate the people that are coming there that are not in support of what he's doing from the people that are. He doesn't see it that way.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm saying there's things that don't work, like, because I talked to the guy very much in depth in text. And that's why he became obsessed with trying to get me onto one of his little forums where he can record and then reprocess it in internet content, where he can, like, go further with it. They make little cutesy memes out of you where they, like, draw stuff on your picture or whatever, right? Like, so they, like, take it to a level that's fanatically obsessive. And I go in and I like to like thump trolls. Like, that's what I like to do. It's gratifying for me. But when I find somebody that's not just there just being a dick, and there's obviously something fucked up, like short circuiting in their head, and they're stuck on some loop that's just a waste of, like, this guy's wasting his life. He makes nothing.
Right. It's more caring than persecutory, right? Like, you're actually concerned.
End.
Yeah, you're concerned. Yeah. But the best example I've ever seen of something like obsessive compulsive disorder was, I think it was an article, but there was this woman who literally created a community that was just her. But it was ridiculously repetitive. Like,
you have like a fractured personality where you just have a bunch of repetitive behaviors where you're trapped in some different mental state.
But it wasn't sort of it could have been probably something like dissociative disorder, but it was weird. It was like, how many times have you checked the tap? And
I don't think it's that far. I'm not insinuating that he's like super glitch mode off a camera. I'm saying that what he's doing, that he's focused in on, that he has no control over it, it's self-feeding. He's not getting anywhere. He's not redressing anything. He's just chomping at the bit constantly. And that there's got to be other things that are wrong there. And that there's probably, like, I don't think that he's open about what he's doing. So, like, the people that he talks to in his regular life don't know that he does this. He doesn't be like, hey, check out my YouTube channel where I'm smashing these flat tards over here, right? And so he has created a disassociative environment from the behavior that the way he's conducting himself, the behavior patterns, and that there's nobody there to for him to bounce any feedback off of it, like that, that he's going to get good feedback for what he's doing. And then the people that are encouraging him, obviously he's going to make channels of connection to those people that are validating and encouraging him. And so,
I don't think it's exclusive to Flat Earth. I think a lot of people on the internet, YouTubers, have that problem, right? Of content, of keeping consistent content, and especially if you've chosen the wrong niche, or you know what I mean. Like, say you've chosen Flat Earth. I mean, that's even worse. So, I mean, knowing that he's not talking, he's not talking to people in his real life about it. That's another red flag that he's just doing it to try to, at least build some kind of YouTube career, I guess. You know what I mean? But that's just my 2 cents.
It's like a virtual punching bag for him. And he sees these people as a vulnerable target because of his worldview, but he doesn't make any valid points with what he's doing. It's, I don't know how to explain his behavior. It's just obsessive because he's not getting anywhere. What is the point to that other than to do it repeatedly? That's obsessive.
YouTubers are told that consistency is what causes the algorithm to start pushing as long as you're putting out consistent content. So, I mean, he's probably playing the algorithm too and hoping that's going to help his channel blow up. But, the content is wrong. You can't pick Flat Earth, though, you know what I mean? It's the worst niche.
Yeah, and that's like the animal of becoming positioning yourself as a personality in an open discourse, right? Like you don't have any protective factors in place where you choose what you share with people online because that's just the safe thing to do, right? So these people are creating a forum that's only going to lead in their destruction. I mean, a perfect example of that would be like Nikocado Avocado. That's actually a tragedy, like from where he started to where he's ended up in his physical and mental health. I mean, it's probably one of the most fascinating case studies of personal annihilation in a public forum. You know, like those people, like, you say what you want about Nikocado Avocado, but he actually developed a set of skills that very few people, globally achieved. He was part of the, he was doing work for like the New York Philharmonic.
Hold on a second. Globally, you're just trying to sneak there.
No, so what I'm saying is that, like,
as in their commercial brand globally, as in the globalists.
No, I just mean on skill sets. He was in the upper tier of musicians for playing the violin.
Yeah,
globally.
Where's the globally thing come in? I don't understand.
Oh, sorry.
He means world fucking wide.
Worldwide, however you want to call it. So earthly, okay. So earthly, he was in the upper tier for musicianship in his field, which was violin. And he was, a very, very intelligent person. So watching his personality unravel and then starting to make money off that, he still made money off it. So the thing that was killing him was sustaining him. It was basically an Ouroboros situation in a public sphere. And you can't help it.
Sounds like you're like reciting the title plot to that like movie with Jamie Foxx in it, where he was it called The Violinist?
I'm not too sure. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen. Jamie Foxx who played
That just shows us what social media and the internet has done to people. You know what I mean? Like values have changed, and we're not even like, why are we doing it? Like, right? Like, what was the cause of his, a success, if you want to call it that? If it's killing him, you know what I mean? It seems like toxic content, is what people want to see.
Incredibly toxic.
It was called The Soloist. The Soloist is like you just recited like the prologue to The Soloist, my friend.
I'm not reading Wikipedia right now, but I haven't seen the film. I have seen the one where he plays Ray Charles, if you're talking about Jamie Foxx.
No, it's called The Soloist, 2009. Los Angeles columnist Steve Lopez, Robert Downey Jr. has reached an impasse in his life. His marriage is on the rocks, and he's disillusioned with his job. While he's wandering through LA's Skid Row, he spots a homeless man, Jamie Foxx, playing a 2-string violin with virtuoso skill. Lopez initially thinks the man named Nathaniel Ayers is just a
The point is, see, these people are trying to build up a community, some kind of, to try to present their anti-flat earth. The point is that real flat earther, like this server and the YouTube, right? Like, we don't, you know what I mean? People are looking for this content, and YouTube is censoring it, and people are still finding it. Yet the people who are doing the opposite, right, putting out content YouTube wants them to put out, they're not getting anything. You know what I mean? So when you look at that, you can kind of figure out what's going on. You know what I mean? Like with this McToons guy, with all these other so-called globers.
Mr. Global Globa. Ooh.
Even Mick West came here. You know who Mick West is? science communicator.
Scientism communicator, yeah, I know. Made the Tony Hawk games. Runs that stupid website, Metabunk, yeah.
Yeah.
Metabunk? What the hell is that? Like a knockoff Snoke?
Just like an anti-conspiracy. Just anti any sort of conspiracy. Just pro every single mainstream narrative, basically.
Right. Public relations, right? That's what science communicator means. It's like propaganda, right? It's the guy that tells the public what.
Well, I thought a science communicator was that person you hire to whisper to your science, and then he turns back to you and tells you about your pet science. Or you put the saddle on it and ride it off into the sunset.
That's a science whisperer.
It's just about as much science involved.
Hey, can
probably more.
you guys hear me okay? So META stands for Most Effective Tactics Available, and BUNK is short for debunk. So the most effective tactics available for debunking, not the mainstream narrative. Thanks. Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
That's cool.
Did you want to say anything?
Nah.
You just wanted to interrupt me just in case you wanted to say something later? I'm just fucking around, bro. Continue.
Hola. Who's new here? What do you want to talk about?
I think Bonk. Are you there?
Yo, Bonk. What's that?
I was a little bit distracted.
You're new here?
Yeah, I'm new.
Into the topic.
You think?
Did you look into the topic?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? What are your thoughts?
I think it's great that things are being discussed finally.
I know. Okay. You are waiting for things to be discussed then.
Yeah.
Like what?
What do you mean?
Well, what things are you glad that are being discussed then?
How the Earth isn't a sphere like they say, and how obvious the footage that they took during the moon landing is hokey. It was in a studio.
Right. Okay. So why? So the Earth isn't a sphere. How did you figure that out?
I think that there's. I didn't personally figure it out, but after seeing all the fake stuff that's easily disproved online, it was pretty obvious.
Well, that isn't the Earth, right, Bonk?
Yeah.
Just talking about the Earth.
Yep.
Well, what about it? How is it not a sphere?
Well, it's just not. I'm not sure what exact shape it is, but.
Okay. So just by looking at a picture, you derived that it isn't a sphere?
No, not just a picture. I'm talking about the stuff they're trying to sell to you.
Yeah, well...
Narrative.
That would be pictures from space then, right?
Yep.
Okay. So just by looking at a picture from space, you derive that it isn't a ball? Is that how we do science? Looking at pictures and then declare that something isn't? Are we Bonk?
Well, yeah, science can include looking at pictures.
Right.
No, it doesn't.
Why not?
Okay. So you're telling me if I'm looking at a Playboy magazine, I'm doing science?
No, that.
No.
Well, I don't know. Maybe if it's science on Playboy.
I mean, if you use the Playboy as a variable, you know.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think
So
I'll be
it's okay.
manipulating that variable.
Right. So it's okay to believe that you're on a ball Earth, Bunk. We don't mind you believe what you want to believe. It's all perfectly fine, right? We like honest people here.
I don't think it would make much sense if it was a ball. We would see the curvature, like when you're out on the ocean.
Is he just going back and forth?
What?
I don't know. So you would see curvature then? Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did this guy just flip back and forth and like kind of support the globe model and then go back to kind of questioning it?
No, I think Roger might have misheard him, but he's I don't blame him because he's not really speaking up so clearly.
You guys are really putting me on the spot here.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, bro. We want to know what you know, right? So is the Earth a globe?
No.
How do you know that?
I think that people who are smarter than I am could answer that better. But what I would say is that
we're trying to figure out
if it was a globe,
what you know.
Out,
we don't care what you think. Where would you see the curve at?
If you're out on the ocean.
Would you see it in the sky?
What? No. On the waves.
Where would you see the curve? You would see the curvature of the Earth on the waves.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to see like so far. Eventually, you would have to see the like the sunset.
Don't we see the sunset?
Well, we do. But that's
Are you a flat earther?
Well, I'm not saying it's flat.
Well, okay. Well, you're saying things that make me think that you might be a flat earther, but on the other hand, you're kind of him-hawing around about a few things. I was just curious, that's all.
I'm just skeptical and trying to learn more.
I just come here to take shots at the globe. Yes, I'm kind of in the same boat as him. Like, I'm not gonna like sell somebody on something, but I'm definitely here to. I'll use a flat model to suppose that Earth is not a globe. That's an easy way to compare. You're saying globe and rotating, or globe and motion. I'm saying no motion and flat. That's an easy way to compare the concepts. But really, I'm just here to take shots at the globe. So, Bonk, you're not sold on the globe, but you think it might be something else other than flat.
Are you just gun shy, or what keeps you from pulling the trigger on one or the other? Because it's pretty self-evident what truth is.
I'm leaving myself open.
To what? Get shot in the head yourself?
Get shot in the head.
It's a figure of speech, my friend.
Oh.
Maybe we should ask him the 3 questions. Do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, or how they came up with the radius value we were taught in school?
No.
All right.
I think he's definitely not supporting the globe model in any way.
Do you know of any time of when anyone has ever proven axial rotation of the Earth or measured it? We observed the sun moving across the sky, but we were told in school that the sun is relatively stationary and the Earth is rotating once a day. Do you know how anyone has ever proven that to be happening, even though our senses don't pick it up?
No.
Do you know how anyone has ever proven that gas pressure can exist without a container due to gravity?
No. Would that relate to the Earth?
Well, yeah, because they claim that gravity is holding gas down onto the alleged planet Earth, and they claim that there's no physical barrier between us and this place they call the vacuum of space above our heads. But as far as I know, cannot have gas pressure without a container. And we have or to be more specific, you cannot have consistent gas pressure without a container. And we have consistent gas pressure here on Earth, obviously, for hundreds and thousands of years, and who knows how long beyond that. So, as far as I know, you cannot have gas pressure, consistent gas pressure, without a container, because the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas inside of it. The word container is in the very definition, and air pressure is gas pressure. So I would believe myself that the vacuum of space is above our heads. I would believe that claim if someone could simply demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Like take, for instance, 20 psi in 1 cubic square foot and have that consistent 20 psi without a container somehow, some way due to gravity. If someone could do that for me, demonstrate that, then I would say, all right, so gas pressure can exist without a physical container, without a solid container. But as far as I know, such thing cannot exist.
Yeah.
So from that, we can deduce that we must be enclosed. It's a closed system, and there must be a container above us. We usually call it the firmament.
Yeah, but Bill Nye even said that we live in an enclosed system. That's a direct quote.
Yeah, that's one thing I really want your generation to understand. There's no place else to go. Earth is a closed system.
So how long have you been looking into it, Bonk? Just now? Or
A few weeks.
a few weeks? Have you watched any videos or?
Not a lot. I've seen
Okay.
two.
Two.
Which one?
I'd have to find them again to link them.
Okay.
I might be able to find them on my YouTube because I like them.
Lost History of Flat Earth is a pretty good place. No, that's not what it's called. It's called What on Earth Happened. That's a pretty good one to start on.
Can you link that one?
For sure.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, thanks, man. That's
No
it.
problem.
I'll have to watch this over a few days.
Yeah, kind of gets you going. I mean, the 8 hours flew by for me. I didn't really notice it. Pretty compelling stuff.
Well, I have my job in 7 hours, so.
Well, that gives you just about enough time. Probably get most of it in.
Well, I need to sleep before that.
Oh, come on.
I'll
watch
watch
it
it
knowledge.
after.
Awesome, man. Yeah, this is the best place to learn about Flat Earth and Globe Earth. So if you scroll down this server, you can find tons of channels, all filled with relevant information.
Yeah, I was looking at the Horizon one earlier.
Cool. Yeah. So YouTube is actually censoring Flat Earth. Admittedly, through Congress, they admitted they are censoring. We try and find the most relevant videos that are mostly buried by more anti-flat Earth videos. But yeah, we tried to find the most relevant videos and post them in the channels. So that would save you some time. Yeah, this place is open 24/7 for you to ask questions, right?
Okay.
This isn't something someone would learn in a day, or rather unlearn the globe in a day. It takes time, right? Everybody here, or I think 99% was raised in the same school system as you were, right? They've all teach the globe, the heliocentric model. We all are acquainted with the model, right? And when you come across this topic, it takes time to unlearn stuff, right? You need to unwind the programming and look at it without bias, without the globe in your head, because whenever I don't want to say normal people, but whenever people hear the word Earth, usually this ball pops up in their head, right? It has a connection with the ball Earth when you talk about Earth. And yeah, you need to let that go and look at all the evidences from different angles, not only with heliocentric glasses on.
Yeah.
So when he says let it go, he doesn't mean like forever, right? Just long enough to entertain the other side of it, right? So we're not trying to convince people or brainwash people to think that the Earth is flat. We're offering the opportunity for everyone to go out and measure it themselves, right? And we'll show people how to do that using an Earth curve calculator and making observations.
Yeah, correct, Hank. Thanks. I also wasn't advertising Frozen movie, right? Let it go. No, just you need.
Okay.
Yeah, you can also
I have
become
to
a
go do
professional
my
critical
laundry for a
thinker
bit,
as
but
well.
I'll come back another time. Thank
Oh,
you,
sure,
guys.
Bunk. Sure, you're welcome, man. Have fun on the server.
Is he really interested in flat Earth, though?
I don't know.
You should be interested in becoming a critical thinker. We offer that as well.
It's so whenever people come here and then they tell me, I don't know how about you guys, but tell me that they think that the Earth is flat because of pictures of space and how fake they are. I'm immediately like, right? It's always
That is one of the major things that swung me, though, I'll say.
Sure.
Why would they have to fabricate it if they could just take an actual pic of it? Like, why not just give me the actual pic, you know?
It's me, right? It's just me. Because that usually winds up in why would they lie, and they're liars and we need to step up to the liars and lie the, you know, it's
not that quite that simple, is it?
Right.
Wish it was, but it's not.
And it's not the first time some troll comes in and then say, "Well, I know the Earth is flat because NASA is a load of shit," and they make. And when you press them on, so how about the Earth itself? Yeah, no, NASA just lies. You know, it's like, okay, that's one of the telltales of a troll, of a LARPer. Couldn't tell you anything about the Earth.
Yeah.
Which is the most important thing, right? It's the most important thing.
You would expect them to know a few things about it if they're actually interested in the topic.
Right. But I that's me, right? It's just me. I've been in here for a long time now.
Hey, yeah, you're the one doing this job, so you probably know that.
Well, good night, gentlemen. Thank you for your input. Have a good night.
Thanks. See you later.
Good night. Sure, I get it. I thought I heard Witsit say that somebody told him that there are no real pictures from space, and then he looked it up, and then his mind was blown, and then he went into the real research, right? So I get it.
Yeah, that is quite an eye-opener when you realize, like, what? There isn't, like, one real picture of a satellite? They say they got thousands of the things up there, and they just can't show you anything but CGI? That's pretty weird. But sure enough, you Google it, like he says, Google the words, literally, real pictures of satellites in orbit. You'll get nothing but cartoons. Very first thing will be a cartoon.
Yeah, allegedly they claim that only one picture is real. The Apollo 1972 halfway picture.
Yeah, they've got thousands of the things up there, taking pictures of the Earth allegedly all the time, but they never take a picture of each other. They've never done that once. They say they can go into space and they haven't taken one real picture of a satellite. Yeah, okay. Oh, and then they doctor their space pictures too. Their pictures of the Earth, even their time lapses of so-called Jupiter, everything. So it's like once you figure out the curvature lie, like a whole bunch of other stuff implodes. It's quite a wake-up call.
Yeah, I usually... So there are a few things like the ESA woman with the toy doll, right, that pops up into image. I like to use that one because that comes from their feed. That's a good one. But you usually get within this argument for global. Yeah, how can you prove it's fake? And you don't want to have a debate about pictures, right? You want to go to the Earth and not about pictures.
Yeah, that's the core. That's the crux of the whole thing. Is the Earth a ball or not? If it is, it should be simple enough to test the ground and see if it is.
I mean, we can have a debate about Bigfoot pictures the whole day and then end up nowhere.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is unfalsifiable. Let's just look at the ground. If it's not a ball, then any picture of it that shows it being a ball is not authentic. But, I mean, they're just running away from the real issue when they do that and begging the question. They'll literally go to the furthest reaches of their cartoon universe to avoid the number one thing in question. The ground, the Earth itself, what is it? And just doing that is a sign of intellectual dishonesty. It means that they must know on some level that their worldview is in trouble. Or else you just address the issue.
Yeah, I really like that with the one I just posted with the girl and the toy doll. If you actually watch the feed, they even added some sound effects. I mean, people are like, yeah, that isn't real. And then you show them the original ESA feed and they're like, yeah, but it's for kids. It's for kids.
Yeah.
So videos from the ISS is boring, right? Is it boring that they need to add CGI toy dolls.
I know. So desperate to explain it away.
It's amazing. I always laugh. Sorry, go
Just
ahead.
reels of that stuff. I wasn't really going to say much. Just that there's reels of that stuff.
Yeah, I always laugh about it because that is the rebuttal. Yeah? It's for kids. It's a kids show, right? So they use it for the kids. I always laugh about it. So it's okay to use CGI for the kids, right? It's all fine. They would never use it for the adult version. No way, right?
Yeah, you get them to the point where they concede that, yeah, okay, it is doctored, but that's okay. They had to for this or that reason or whatever.
Yeah.
It just never ends.
So funny.
Gotta quit letting them run away to space all the time and stuff like that, though, and just really, get them to focus on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Just rub their nose in the ground. No, you're not going off to space. That's like 50 steps away from where we are. First of all, you've got to establish what the ground is.
Yeah, I like it how Hank puts it, right? Earth is the stuff between your toes. It isn't the thing on your screen, right? They can show you anything on your screen, but Earth is the stuff between your toes. That is where you're on, and that's the only thing you have. And
well, they go there because it's unfalsifiable.
Mm-hmm.
Can't prove it right, can't prove it wrong, can't do anything. You just believe it or don't believe it. That's your only choice.
Religion.
Yeah. I mean, if that's, if images are their idea of verifiable scientific proof, then using that logic, they have to accept any image from anyone. And they don't want to go there, right?
Yep, the globe is a religious symbol, all right. They've spent so much time in TV shows and cartoon fantasy land that you can't get them to look at what the world actually is.
Here, I'm going to play the best argument I've ever heard against images. Hold on.
Jump 610, the reality is that it's a globe. Haven't you seen the pictures from space? I'm going to repeat it again for anybody out there who's struggling with that. The logic and the acceptable scientific measurable proof that you must stand by is that you accept images and video as measurable scientific proof. Okay? Now, if you're willing to stand by that logic and standard of, proving things objectively, you're opening up a can of worms to every other charlatan that's alive to start producing images of Superman, unicorns, Yeti, whatever it might be, fucking Loch Ness Monster. And you people who, push that will have to accept it, that these things are reality based on whatever image somebody can produce. You don't go to images and video. Science deals with measurement of substance, practicality, practical demonstration. Now, if somebody's offering you an image or a video that contradicts physics, chemistry, biology, the substances, somebody offers you an image that contradicts those, you don't ignore the substances. You throw out the image. It's as simple as that. So that should make it easier for the dipshits out there who think my space pictures is real. Right? They're no fucking real because they depict something that is physically impossible. If you doubt that it's physically impossible, recreate it. Demonstrate the claims practically for yourself. That's what science is.
I had a question. What do you think other planets are?
Other than what?
do you think just the Earth is flat, or do you think all the planets are flat? I mean,
It's not a planet.
Planet? No planet.
Well, let me ask you a question. What do you observe? What is similar between the Earth and the planets that you observe?
No. I mean, I
I'm asking,
see.
just ask you. This is how we figure out things are the same, right? We observe similarities. So I'm asking you, what do you observe that's similar to lead you to the conclusion that they should be the same? Nothing.
I guess
There's
maybe.
nothing you observe that's the same.
Oh.
So it is a non sequitur. So, I mean, think about it like this. Imagine you were in a forest, and because you saw nothing but trees, you thought you were a tree too.
Oh.
But why wouldn't you think you're a tree, right? Because you can look at your arms and say, hey, my arms are different than branches. So I'm not a tree. So if we look at the earth, right, and we look around, and then we look up into the sky and look at a planet, there's nothing that's similar. There's no reason to think they're the same.
Wow. No, that's a very good point, I think. I mean, we have so much life here. There is no life on Mars, no life anywhere else.
Can't even tell if they're solid objects. You can't even empirically measure if they're spherical. You can only tell that they're circles. And people say, oh, take a telescope. Well, a telescope's a monocular, right? And we see 3D stereoscopically, right? We have two eyes, and that's how we tell things are 3D objects, right? We have distance cues, which when we look at things, we can say, hey, that's a 3D object. But when we look at anything in the sky, we don't have that. We don't have any parallax.
Another point is that we technically cannot see the planets rotating. We only see like things on Jupiter of a storm, moving and things like that. We do not technically see the planet rotating around. Just FYI.
What we see are color changes. That's all we really see.
And people think that because it goes through phases like our moon does, with having, where it goes into a shadow with half or new moon or quarter moon and all that type of stuff, that's where people will try to tell you like, oh, that's rotating. No, it's not. It's in a shadow.
But they're just begging the question with that anyway.
Only Venus has a phase like the moon. None of the other planets have phases.
They never established that the moon itself was rotating, though, so when they compare Venus back to the moon and say, oh, therefore that must be rotating too, it's like they never had that point to begin with. Because the moon appears the same way, the same sort of flat, disc-like, image in the sky. You can't really tell whether it's spherical or what. It never turns around.
Science admits that, They admit that the moon appears as a disc.
Yeah, you never see the other side of it, ever, through all known recorded history. It's just the one face of the moon. I personally don't think it's a ball. But, yeah. When they extrapolate from that, like, oh, yeah, the moon has phases, and it's a ball, so Venus has phases, therefore it must be a ball, too. They never establish the first thing. All they do is beg the question.
They also refer to the sun as a disk. Because that's what it looks like visually. See, the first thing you have to do with this topic, especially when you're analyzing the claims of the globe, is accurately describe what you see. And throw out your preconceived notions of the model. So I'll give you an example of this. A lot of people think they see the solar eclipse. They think they see the moon block the sun. But the moon is actually not visible during a solar eclipse. It's not visible for 3 days, 4. So nobody sees the moon block the sun. They just assume it because of the model. So they don't even accurately describe what they see. That is step one. You have to accurately describe what you're observing.
Yeah. Battle mod.
Holy shit! You know what I just found out, guys? You know the constellation Arcturus? Arcturus, whatever.
Yeah. Sigma Octanus.
Yeah, do you know what it is?
Fairy tale.
No, it's a sextant.
It's a sextant.
Yeah. I shit you not. I'm looking right here on Star Walk right now. I'm just like, well, what the hell? It's a sextant.
What the heck's a sextant, man? What? No.
I wish Southern Israelite was still around. He had so much good stuff. He had this so there was a guy, like one of the first people to go to the so-called southern hemisphere and like record all the stars. He's like the first person to record so-called Sigma
Right.
Octantis. And it turns out something like 200 of the stars that he recorded existed. No one ever found again.
That's interesting.
They actually said a star disappeared not that long ago. Did you hear about that one, Roger? It's like 3 years, maybe it was like a year ago. They said there was a star, it just vanished. Like it didn't supernova. It's like all these disappearing stars.
Isn't that basically what Pluto did? And why they got rid of it as a planet?
Oh yeah, probably. Who knows?
They say that the reason why they got rid of Pluto was because of the what was it? Basically, like the size of it and the fact of how it moved, and it honestly it made no sense.
So, do you think Pluto is planet?
Well, first of all, we think that space is a violation of natural law. So, none of that stuff exists in the way that you're probably thinking of it in.
Can you explain?
Well,
I'm very new to all of this,
Okay. Well, first of all, the Earth isn't a ball in space.
Yes.
Because it has no curvature, right? So it can't be that. And that is the basis of that whole heliocentric model, that paradigm of balls in space orbiting around each other and whatnot. It all boils down to the idea that the Earth itself is a ball. So if it's not, all of that has to go. And you kind of have to look at the world like you don't know what anything is, because that's actually what's going on. You don't. Yeah, you've got to start right over and look at your surroundings as if you're looking at this stuff for the first time and you don't know what any of that stuff is, because it's all based off of the basic, the central idea of it is that the Earth's a ball. And if it's not, you got to start over. So start there.
Then how should I go on?
You walk outside, take a look, and ask yourself, am I moving? Or is the sun and the moon and the stars moving? What's happening here?
Oh.
That's it. So it's simple, man. It's so easy.
There you go. There's a little information on it. I guess there's like 66 of them.
So
Yeah.
you
Yeah, so your original question was, do we believe the stars are planets, right?
Yeah.
I think Indio covered that when he said they're not tangible. We can't go there and touch them and experiment on them and measure them. So we don't really know.
I see.
To answer your actual question and not to sidetrack you.
I see.
As far as we know, they're lights. We see what you see of them. They just look like stars.
You're welcome.
Lights.
You're welcome.
So who's the new guy? What's his name? The guy who said he's...
Oh, sorry.
here.
This is my name. My username is Jan Dobransky. I just joined today. I saw a YouTube video, and I wanted to know more about this.
So what do you know about the scientific method?
What do you know about the globe?
Not much. No, not much.
How much do you know
Come on, guys. Let Hank do this.
No,
Alright,
not. I don't know anything.
It's okay. We're just going to show you a few things, right? So when it comes to the scientific method, right, anybody can give a story about what they think they saw and what's going on, Right, but the scientific method is renowned all around the world because it is very good at getting rid of all the other variables that might be causing what we're thinking is the effect. Right? So this is basically how it works. A caveman, he finds water boiling in a hot spring, right? He wants to know what causes it, so he forms a hypothesis. So his dependent variable is boiling water. What causes that? That's the question, right? So he adds heat to the water and it boils. He takes away the heat and it stops boiling. So he manipulated the independent variable, which is the cause. So like a light switch, you flip the switch and you see the effect, right? You turn off the switch and the effect stops. So that's how the scientific method works. Can you manipulate anything in space? So-called outer space?
Oh, no.
No, because you're here on Earth, right? So everything you've ever heard about space has absolutely zero scientific credibility. It's all been outside of the scientific method. So anybody told you the Earth was going around the sun, that's not scientific. They told you that we're the third rock from the sun, not scientific. It's all been philosophy. Do you understand?
Actually, I do.
Here's what we can do. Here's what we can do. We can measure long distances over water, and if 70% of the Earth is water, then it should be curving over the water, right?
How do you mean?
Wouldn't the ball have to curve even over the water if the Earth was a sphere?
Oh, yeah.
Right. So if a boat sails over the horizon and you can't see the boat anymore, that would mean that it went over the curvature, right?
Oh, I suppose so.
Right, that's a good answer, right? Because you could also suppose that maybe it shrank because it got too far away.
Hey, can I jump in just real quick to talk about that? I live on a lake, so I can observe this stuff all day long. So, Mr. Branchy, I think that's your. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong. Bransky, sorry. So, what they tell you that the formula is that in 3 miles is to drop 6 feet, the curve, and in 2 miles it's like 4.5 feet is what it drops. So I can go and I can take my boat out on the water, and I'll put another boat in the water, and I can literally draw 1 foot of a red line above where the water line is, the water being level. I can send that boat out 3 miles, and that means that boat should technically be below the water level 6 feet. So there's no way for me to see that red line. And I can sit there and I can see it with my own eyes 3 miles. Well, when you're at 30 miles, it drops over 6,000 feet. Well, when I'm out on the water, I can sit there with my binoculars and I can zoom in and I can still see that red line. It's only put up.
100 miles is 6,995 feet or something.
Yeah.
100 miles.
I'm sorry, 600. Yeah, that's right. 600 is what it's supposed to be.
600 feet at 30 miles?
30. Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you for the correction. So at 600 feet, that means there's no way that I should be seeing this boat that's 30 feet out of water. No dang way. What type of boat I'm talking about is when I'm looking at an old rig or any of that type of stuff when I'm out there. I can be 30 miles away from it and I can zoom in with my binoculars and I can still see it. When technically what they tell us in school is that would be impossible. It's not impossible. So just wanted to share with you that. And you can do that science yourself if you're around water, that
Sorry,
is at least.
sorry, I'm not catching. So you said you live on lake, and
Yes,
then
sir.
you measured the water?
No, there's a rate of curvature. Now they give us you guys should give them this. This is geometry based on the radius and circumference. With the Pythagorean theorem, we can mathematically equate the rate of curvature. It's simple geometry. A sphere has to have curve, right? A circle has to have a curvature rate, right? And so if it doesn't, then it's not a circle.
Yes.
All right, so we've calculated it. We not only calculated, but the same number they give us is the same number we get. Approximately 7.98 inches per mile. Most people round it up to 8 inches per mile squared. It's used on all line of sight distances, curve calculators, all that. Or a globe.
Well, thank you for that.
If it's a globe, then there has to be a rate of curvature, and that also has to be a geometric position where you can no longer see past it, because it's the leading edge of a ball or a sphere.
Let me ask it like this in a more simpler way, just in case you're still not grasping it. So when you're holding a glass of water, it's level, okay? Have you ever been able to take water and throw it onto an egg, and that water stays completely around the egg?
I suppose not.
You can try this. Go and get you a tennis ball or whatever, tennis ball, baseball, volleyball, any type of ball. Go and put water on top of it. It comes off of it. It doesn't hold form to that ball. And when you're holding a glass of water that's full, it's level. You're in a lake, it's level. There is no like, hey, it drops down here. And my boat's going to go over horizon, 6 feet, 600. Go further and further.
I think a better way to ask that question would be, can you demonstrate water sticking to the outside of a ball or the outside of an egg due to gravity?
Man, now
We've never ever seen it.
All around. We should have stuck with a rate of curvature. It's easier to grasp one thing at a time. You get too many things going there and people get confused or overwhelmed.
That's my fault. I was trying to, a more simple question.
That's why I didn't want to explain space not being a thing.
Yeah, the water sticking to a ball shooting around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour is ridiculous. Come on.
Yeah, that was something that Battle Mod talked about last night. Was he's never had to, lead a shot 4,000 feet ahead of its target.
Wait. What is this about space not being real?
Can you prove space to be an actual place, outer space to be specific, that we can go to or travel through? Can you prove that?
Haven't people been to the moon?
Well, that's secondary knowledge. People have said they've been to the moon. How would we verify any of the evidence that they give us that is said to be from the moon?
I went to Narnia. I got pictures.
Yeah, I went to Bigfoot Land and
Bigfoot Land.
I was dating this big
a couple years ago.
chick for a long time. Biggest knockers I ever seen in my life.
Yeah, you left her because you wouldn't shave her legs.
She got mad every time I did shave her. That's why.
Honey, you got to shave those legs, baby. Come on. Bigfoot Land.
I tried to get her to use Nair, but that was too much too.
I got pictures. There, yeah.
Nair, wear shorts.
Yeah, we don't want to overload the guy with information. We're just having a little fun with the new guy. I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3.
It is okay.
But you can't. There's no scientific proof you can give us that space is real, man. Period. And
No.
And I'm sorry, we've been asking this shit for 6 years, and nobody's come in here and said, "Oh, I got the proof that space is real right here." All they got is pictures, Disneyland, fucking Hollywood. Nah, none of that shit. That's not proof of nothing.
Yeah, the problem with everything they use for proof is it's all secondhand, and we can't verify the validity of any of it.
Supposedly, only 600 people have ever been to space. They just crossed the 600 number, according to their story. 600 people. That's it.
Yeah, they'll probably stop for a while once they get to 666.
They'll probably end the program at that point. Right?
Well, that'll be the Great Reset.
2030. It would be the final.
Okay, I shall go for now. Thank you for the discussion. I will be back later, I guess.
All right, man. We're here 24/7, man. Drop in anytime. We'll be here.
Okay.
Well, not all of us will be here. Some of us will not be present anymore tomorrow.
That's true.
Why not?
Because the battle mod's going to remove them. One guy in particular, I was trying to long troll him. I was waiting for him to leave. He can come back and cog this.
All right. I don't know who. I don't know.
Yeah. And then when he DMs me, and then I'll hard ban him. Yeah.
All right.
The long troll, bro.
Long troll. All right.
Okay, I'll be back.
Thank you, Bransky. Good to see you, bro.
We're human too. We like to troll too,
Yeah. Back now.
Cheers, man.
Thanks for being civil.
He was very civil. He had proper questions. He doesn't know fuck all. So, he's learning.
Yeah, give him time. I was almost thinking like after I came in and was overloading them. That was my bad. But I almost...
You was trying to take him fishing, don't lie.
Oh yeah, you know me. Come over here. We're gonna go catfishing, bub.
Yeah, let's go get some catfish, and then we'll popcorn that shit and talk about a flat earth. See, that's a down home Saturday night there for me. Hell yeah.
That's the damn truth. And then sit on the porch with the guitar and sing about a dead skunk in the middle of the road.
No, my daughter.
Hey, but how are you cooking that? Now, how are you cooking that catfish up, though? That's what I want to know.
After we talked about catching all that catfish, my daughter was listening on YouTube in her room, and she's like, "Dad, do we got any catfish in the freezer?"
So the way that I cook catfish is about to change, and that's because of Battle Mod last night. So I'll tell you what my method was. So I catch good sized monsters out of here. I mean, my smallest one is probably about 10 pounds.
10 pounds.
But I mean, dude, they so I have a boat ramp. They hide underneath there. I can pull out a good, 25 pounds, maybe even more sometimes.
Yeah.
But anyhow, so the large ones, what I do with them, I cut out the red vein. I don't care that I'm losing meat. I cut out that dirt crap.
Funny.
What I'm going to try now is, so I used to put it in water, in a Ziploc bag, cut it up into chunks, throw it in there, let it pull the dirt out. But now what Battle Mod was talking to me last night, and made a lot of dang sense, and I also researched it, is to actually go and soak it in milk. And we've got dairy farms around here, so I'm just going to show up to one of those good old boys and let it soak into that overnight so it pulls all that dirt out. And then after that, I'll cut it up into chunks and then popcorn it up.
Ceviche style, or you just
hell yeah.
Cook it in the bag, slow cook, or on the pan, or
beer batter.
Yeah. Beer batter it up.
Beer batter. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now, I mean, if you want to smoke it up, I'll be honest. Like I haven't been asked.
How many fucking battle mods are there? Because everything we talk about, well, I don't care if it's like talking about farts. He's got a fucking GIF meme, fucking something for.
Oh, bro, I'm the combo helper, man. I've been doing this from the beginning. I let other people talk, and then I give gifts to back what they're saying.
So good, man.
And PDFs and shit.
Poor chick is trying to hold this. Dude, she did hand fishing to catch that bitch. Look at that. That's you guys know about hand.
Noodled it. Yeah, that's my daughter. She's happy as hell when she catches a big ass catfish.
Dude, hold on. I got a picture for y'all of a chick catching one just like that, man. Let me see if I can find it.
All right.
She got it right off my boat ramp by herself.
With her
little girl with purple hair, man.
That's the girls. Listen, the guys go, get the grill, give me a fillet knife. The girls go, get the camera, get the camera.
Dude, that girl jumped right off the front of the boat, asked me, she was like, hey, do you know where I can noodle at? I was like, right here underneath my boat ramp. She jumped right off her boat and stuck her hand underneath there, and she pulled out a whopper. I was like, holy crap, I got to give you props on that one. I've never seen a chick do that in front of me.
That is impressive, man.
If you like it, then you better put a ring on it.
Yeah, I've been married for 12 years now, so I ain't putting a ring on anything else unless I want my head hit with the frying pan.
Word up.
Cast iron frying pan. Damn.
Bro, my daughter can even bow fish.
That's going to leave a mark. Damn.
But she's competitive. So she got to do everything better than Dad.
Congratulations, Mike. That's my favorite GIF of the year right now. Thank you. She does look so. Look at her smile. Go. I can't fucking have it. She's laughing her ass off.
Fuck you, Dad.
Fuck you, bitches.
Just don't let your wife know you were noodling with some other girl.
Oh shit!
Oh, she was there watching it too.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Epic, man. That's why I come on here, in the evening, man, get a couple laughs. That's some fucking funny shit, man. And that guy humping that big catfish, man, that's a little wicked, man. That's a little weird. Anyway, fishing's fun. Eating fish is funner.
Funner.
Yeah, dude, fishing it's so hit and miss for me, man, in my life. I mean, I don't live near any lakes or anything like that, man. So got the ocean here, but
I'm surrounded by them.
I don't trust that shit out in the ocean, man. I don't trust it.
And not just the Great Lakes either, man. We got a bunch of other ones.
You got fucking. I looked at where you live, man. You got like 1,000 lakes out there. I'm like,
oh, we got like 10,000 lakes, yeah.
Fucking like, just where near you, there's 1,000. 10,000. Yeah, you're all right.
Right by where I live. Fuck, I got the Kalamazoo River in my backyard and the Grand River in my side yard. I catfish right here on the farm. I go out there. There's a pond where they meet, where the two rivers meet. I go out there with chicken liver and a treble hook any day of the week and get me a fat cat. They're all over.
You're set, man, for the end of the world. When the zombie apocalypse happens, you're going to be like,
you're damn Skippy. All them turkeys that always block my car when I come in.
Can you make your own booze, man? That's why I got to ask.
I can.
What do you got? Well, I can too, man. I'm like, what's your favorite booze to make?
Hard cider.
You like hard cider?
Applejack.
Yeah.
I like to make malt beer.
Malt?
Like malt. Yep.
Malt beer. That's a good one.
Yeah, y'all need to make some muscadine wine.
I know. Oh, That sounds wickedly hungover.
Oh, it is. Because you just do it like the good old boys, that were up in the mountains making white lightning. So it's just basically that, but you throw in muscadine with it. God almighty. Another thing you can do, man, go find you a good old boy who makes true white lightning. Not this crap you can buy now. I'm talking about the good stuff.
Right.
But go throw some cherries in there. Let them ferment in there. Put a mason jar.
I'm more like I like blackberries myself, man.
They talking that real shine, not that shit your boys be drinking.
Blackberries in that bad boy. Oh,
that shit'll make you spit. That real shine.
My
Run your
friend
car on it.
Blackberry moonshine from Blackberries. It was epic, dude. Oh,
I've never had blackberry moonshine, but now I'm gonna make some next time blackberries start growing around here.
he used the copper still, the whole bit, man. He did the whole thing, man. Start to finish. He did about 5 gallons. Came out.
Well, that's what me and my father-in-law have. Just a small little setup.
But his favorite proof was about 105, I think, was like the sweet spot where you could still get a lot of the flavor of the blackberries. And it wasn't like fucking, whoa, like the 150 proof shit was like, fuck, you couldn't taste the blackberries, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
But about 105, man, he said, like, that's like a sweet spot, man. I was like, oh, shit.
So yeah, I hit anywhere between like 100 to maybe 120, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Depends on how much I want her clothes to come off that night.
Well, yeah, that first shit that comes out, you can't drink that, but you can put that in your lawnmower.
That there shine will make your clothes fall off.
Shit.
Shoot.
Put it in your motor.
You don't need to go throw it in your lawnmower with how much gas prices are. You boys need to go and upgrade to upgrade y'all's engine so you can run food oil and all that crap off of there, man.
They made it illegal to make your own fucking shine because they knew we'd make our own fuel, and we can't be doing that.
Mix a little bit of biodiesel with some pure alcohol and call it ethanol.
Oh yeah, your engine will purr like a kitten too, man.
Just corn oil with fucking shine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Any of those people I verified up there come down here?
Oh boy, are you talking about in the lobby room? I went up there this morning because of Battle Mod, and I was like, you know what? I'll go up there and hang out with a few suckers. God almighty. I was getting blasted left and right, and I was like, where the heck is my friends at?
Yeah.
Well, sometimes they don't show up when you need them, but yeah,
Probably talking about BC chicken.
Yeah, I was actually. Because there's quite a few of them, and I mean, a lot of them seemed genuinely interested, and a lot of them seemed like they had just realized that the Earth was flat. They didn't say it, but the way they were talking, like, gave me a good indication that they were leaning more towards that way, and so I'm surprised that none of them are down here.
Go get them, Battle Mod. Go ahead, invite a couple of the kids down here.
Nobody's there, man. Room's empty, but they might come back tomorrow or something. Truth.
Solo, Dark Chem, Janelle Bransky. Janelle came down, didn't he?
I don't know. I didn't. I'm late to the party tonight.
I think the Bransky came down.
So the one with the hearts, like, her name's Ava, and the friend that she came in with, because she wanted to come in and have the conversation about flat Earth. She didn't want to do it by herself, so she brought her friend. Her friend is Copper, and I think she's like 15, and I don't know how old her friend is, but they're young females. But I told them about ladies' night, so maybe they'll be here tomorrow night for ladies' night, and like a few of us.
Oh, that's tomorrow.
Try to show up.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll happen. Maybe it'll be a busy Ladies' night tomorrow night.
Wait, what do y'all do on ladies' night? I don't know this one.
The men keep their mouth shut. The women run the show.
Yeah, you gotta just park it and
if the men don't keep their mouth shut, then the battle mod shuts them up.
The battle mod will fucking demod your ass or whatever.
Only during ladies' night.
I've never come in on ladies' night ever, but I love listening to it. And yeah, I might drop in one of these times, say hi and to the ladies. But no, they handle it. They don't need my help, that's for sure.
So I just found something out.
Yeah.
Right.
What do you got?
The back staff is actually like the progenitor of the sexton.
What?
Yeah, it all starts with the astrolabe.
Yep.
It's Arabic sailing right there. And the Arabs got this spar stone, the spar, right? The navigation spar that they used for the glass from the Vikings, from Iceland.
Oh, I've got a question about the okay, so in reference to the sextant, if the 69 miles per degree is based on globe math, right, on the Earth being spherical, and that's not really accurate. 69 miles per degree. Then what is it? What is the actual?
Yeah, but you're not using that 69 miles per degree for a sextant. You're using the sextant to set a course on a rum line.
Well, I mean, I'm not using one for anything, but I'm just talking in the practical use of one. Like if so, why is there?
You can ignore that because it has to do with longitude and latitude, so that can be ignored. To correctly use a sextant to navigate, you have to ignore curvature, longitude, and latitude, and just follow rum lines of Cartesian coordinates, which is just a tic-tac-toe board, just a graph.
But what I'm saying is, if the 69 miles per degree is like, if you wanted to calculate that, like what would the actual, how many miles per degree would it actually be?
You'd be off. You wouldn't end up where you want to be, so that it's a non sequitur. It's not used with the sextant.
So you can't just take like the degrees and calculate the miles, the distance.
No, you don't calculate distance when you travel. Dead reckoning is, it tells you where you are, and then the degree tells you the path.
Okay.
Which is your rum line. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. That's a rum line. But you're not trying to calculate your miles to, it's nautical miles or time anyway. But
no,
you
I was just wondering that if that's not I wondered what it actually was, and so I guess it's you just don't do it.
It's all dependent on an almanac.
Somebody got me caught up in it the other day about, well, I can judge the distance to the star. No, you can't. At 69 miles per degree, that's for a globe, longitude, and latitude. It's got nothing to do with the sextant. The sextant ignores curvature for the purpose of navigation. So the funny thing is that 69 miles per degree is non-applicable when you're traveling on Earth, but it's applicable on a globe. So what's that tell you? We're not navigating a globe? It's what it tells me. If you have to ignore curvature and converging longitude and latitude lines, then these things aren't real. Because if you use them, you will not get to your destination. You'll not be able to plot a course from your origin to your destination. Just all there is to it. I read a lot of articles and books on the astrolabe and all that, just to see how it actually did apply. And I realized it doesn't. When it says ignore curvature, ignore longitude, ignore latitude, and just follow your Cartesian coordinates. So a Mercator map, a world Mercator map, a nice big square one, not an AE projection map, but a Mercator map with a tic-tac-toe board all over it is better for navigating on Earth than any other map.
Almost as if the Earth is rectangular.
Dude, that backstab is fucking tits, man.
Well, it just tells me that the known traveled areas are mapped out in a square. I don't know whether or not the rest of it's,
Yeah.
there's more than that square that we actually travel through, but that's where we map out what we travel through. And the same rings true for highway maps, road maps. They're all squared out, known travel routes.
Well, that was just bugging me because I'm like, okay, well, if it's not that, it felt like unfinished business, like something lingering. I just wanted to know what it was. But I guess distance isn't calculated at all. So
Yeah, I'm wanting to do a live stream on that where we just talk about that and that's it. I mean, QE already did it, but sometimes he leaves out the intricate.
Yeah, I mean, we can take and build off of what QE did and kind of put our own little pieces to it. You know what I mean?
Fill in a couple voids for people, yeah.
And we can make it fun too, at the same time. So yeah, man, if you want to do an evening with that, man, it'd be fun. An evening of science. Damn it. Fuck.
Are we gonna have sextant Sundays?
Sextant Sunday. I don't know. Take the ton off. Sex Sunday.
Sextant Sundays? Dude, that's
Astrolab.
Dude, that backstab video, bro. That shit look straight up, Josh.
Yo.
That fucking backstab is fucking tight, bro.
So
I know, right?
Oh, that's tight, dude. I wish I had one. Fuck, I want to make one. That's pretty cool. So simple. Oh, I love simplicity that kicks ass. Like an acoustic guitar. It's simple, but it kicks ass. Fuck, come on.
Sure it does.
So there's that, A snare drum kicks ass too, man. You know. So anyway, cool stuff, man. Science is fun. Damn. Who would have thought? No, real science. Real physical science, man, is what we like doing around here. We don't like to mess around with fucking pseudo shit, but we'll show you where the pseudo shit is, and we'll lead you right to it. And you can jump into pseudo shit if you want, but I recommend you jumping into a big pile of pseudo shit, man. Don't do that. Don't. It smells and it could be bad. But yeah, pseudo shit's everywhere. If you haven't noticed, pseudo shit is everywhere. And that happens. It happens. Yeah. Sometimes you're in a big pile of pseudo shit. And if you can find your way out of that pseudo shit, man, you're in good shape. Good shape.
Yeah, I don't think you have to point anybody in the direction of it. Almost always in it.
Yeah, you're already in it. You don't even know you're in it. But we're trying to lead you out of it, actually. We're trying to lead you out and say, hey, man, there's this thing called the scientific method. We're over here,
Dude, science is bullshit, man. You know what? I can't stand when people bring up the word science. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
well, it's been very, very prevalent in the last almost 2 years.
It's like they try to use the word science to disprove us. You know what I mean?
But just the word, not the method.
Not the method. That's the thing, man. Just the word. Hey,
Yeah.
trust
Yeah,
the science. Just trust the science. Trust it. We looked
trust
at
the gravity. Trust the gravity. Just a gravitational force.
But wait a minute. The sun is pulling the Earth close to the moon. Why isn't it the sun pulling the moon away from us?
Mother, sun, and the earth, and the moon in the sky. One is alright, but the other's a lie. Oh.
You got
Watch the gravity again. Fuck yeah.
It just gets ridiculous, you know. It's like
so ridiculous. Oh my god.
Gravity. Fuck yeah.
I'm drinking a Palm Sway IPA.
I'm drinking whatever Battle Mod's drinking. That's what I'm drinking.
Coronado.
Coronado. Really? I like Coronado. That's a good brewery, man.
That's Palm Sway, right?
It is a Palm Sway Coronado, baby. Yeah, that's right. Coronado. Damn here in San Diego, baby. Back down here.
Gravity's really strong there.
I don't know why you guys think that Battle drinks. He like generally doesn't drink.
I know. It just sounds like you drink. That's all. It just sounds.
Is that high gravity beer or is that beer high gravity?
I guess you'd call me a midnight smoker, but Battle Mod's mainly a joker.
That is a great song. I'm a midnight toker. I love that, man. Good song.
Yeah, it's a good song.
Yeah.
It is, man. There are good songs out there, man. I mean, something you can hang out with your girl and laugh and sing and dance about. Yeah, it's good. Sing along. Do a sing along. No, man, we live in a great place. This place where we live is amazing. If you stick your 2 feet on the flat surface that you live on and look up and go, hey, man, wow, that's cool. I heard there was a new Netflix series out there called Don't Look Up. Heard about it. Anybody know anything? No.
Hey, has anybody tried to do a parody of the Bee Gees song "Staying Alive"? They still gonna lie. They still gonna lie.
Hey, Julio played it here. Before last. So it would have been Tuesday night. He played it on here. We were laughing about it, and he's like, "I'll bring it up." And Helio, I think, played it, or Battle Mod played it. One of those guys. But yeah, we heard it. Yeah, that was a good one.
Are you talking about the mesh of the Bee Gees and 50 Cents?
No. It was the kind of the truther. He was just singing that truther lyric instead of.
That. I think that was 50 Cent one.
Is that one? Okay, I don't know how the fuck did it, man. I just know you played it the other night. It was cool. Thank you for playing it. Yeah, we heard it. I try to hear all of truth music, Flat Earth, regular. I'm in the music business, man. I have to listen to a lot of fucking music, you know? Jazz, punk, fucking whatever. It's all out there, but it's music's good, man. Music's a good thing. I mean, it also can be bad things, just like everything. TV, movies, they're all good and bad, man. We get both. Truth, lies, we get it all. Lots of lies on TV, man, last I heard. They are spewing some lies on television these days. Oh my God. Whew. Let me tell you.
Pretty sure that's what it's for.
I think you might be correct. That's exactly why they invented it and produced it. And you can get a TV for like 42 cents today. 28, 35 inch something. Fuck, I don't know. They literally
just get one. You need one.
They just fucking. Where's the Obama TV? Like the Obama phone? I mean, I'm like, they just hand them out in the fucking hood. I don't know, man.
If it wasn't for the TV, they couldn't have people believe in half of the things they do, or actually any of them.
You know, it'd be about like one. They wouldn't believe in like.
Oh, dude,
they're bullshit. Yeah, if everybody just took their TV and fucking put their foot through it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, man. If everyone just chucked their TV out the window, man. Like that. When you turn on TV, it's all gay.
We need
gay. That's all it is.
We need to have a TV chucking contest.
Gay, transgender. That's all it is. Literally, every movie you watch, every single movie. It's
you guys ever heard of pumpkin chucking? I know Battle Mod has, of course, but other than they see how far they can chuck a pumpkin using.
You said chucking, right?
Chuck it. How far can you chuck a pumpkin? What's the world record for the farthest pumpkin ever chucked? It's a mile. Okay.
Well, it depends how big it is.
It doesn't matter, Steve. It can be 2 pounds or 50. It doesn't matter. How far can you chuck a pumpkin? With any means.
I can chuck a pumpkin good.
But I want to have a TV chucking contest. How far can we chuck a TV?
Oh my, that would be great.
Especially if it was on, you know, if the TV screen was on somehow, if it was battery powered or something.
I would chuck my TV so hard.
Mm-hmm. Oh man,
y'all remember when the tube TVs and everything? Have y'all ever hit one of those son of a guns with a baseball bat?
Oh yeah, dude! I took a couple to the shooting range. Yeah. Those are fun.
Blow that bastard up, man! It's awesome to watch.
Good, yeah. Apparently my brothers, they're like 15, 13 years older than me. Apparently they were fighting as youngsters and before I was born. And one of them put the other one's head through the television.
Dude, I'm surprised that didn't seriously mess them up, man, because those tubes, man, they'll explode, man.
Yeah, I don't know if it just cracked it or what, man, but I wasn't there. Just heard the stories. But no, yeah, get rid of your TV. Or you can watch, after you've completely woken up, you can watch some TV and go, hey, man, you're there doing research now. Now you're doing research. You're looking for 33s and 22s and fucking 66s and
what nonsense are they telling people now?
What nonsense? Exactly. It's research. It's like, oh my God, they're telling everybody that this is that. And there's my old TV. Dude, I had that TV.
Hey, y'all remember when they first started coming out with flat screen? They told everybody that they had to go get a new TV that you could
over to the. Now we're just going digital. There's no more analog. Fuck off. Right? Remember?
Yep. And then they were saying that they had to make people pay. That is when I woke up and was like, yeah, this sounds like a whole load of bullshit coming our way.
Oh yeah, digital television, and they made you switch over. You had to get rid of your old antenna on the chimney and replace it with this box on your TV. What? What the fuck is that? Battle Mod, don't you ever show my television. That's the one I had, dude, growing up. I swear that was it. I'm older, but
I got one something like that up at my hunting cabin. It was my dad's.
It's still
not exactly like that,
but you got to have a digital converter, man.
Yep.
Mine actually has where the cassette player and all of that hook up to it. That's what my grandfather passed on down to me.
Console? Damn, consoles are sweet.
I think mine is an Emerson. Pretty sure it is.
I had a Magnavox, man. Magnavox. You guys remember Magnavox?
And I got one of those old stereos up there that you open up the cabinet and it's got a record player and 8-track right inside it.
That's the console. Yeah, that's the.
Yep. That's exactly right. Didn't Magnavox that come out in the like in the mid '80s?
Which one?
Stony Jaguar.
Magnavox. Didn't that come out in the mid 80s?
I think it was 70s, probably. Magnavox from 70s. I grew up in the 70s, you know. So there's that. I saw the moon landing. I don't remember it. I was only 5, but I did see it. And it looked like shit, just like it looks like now. Not impressive, man. Not impressive. No, man, I remember riding around in the back of my brother's Volkswagen Bug, and we went to the gas station to get some gas, and they handed me this lunar lander.
Oh, I need another beer.
It was a flat piece of paper that you had to fold, you know, a certain way, and it made the lunar lander. I remember this thing, man. I'll never forget it. I sat in the back, the Bug, and I fucking put the lunar lander paper fucking puzzle thing together, or whatever you want to call it. I don't even know what you call those things. You just, you know, it's perforated, so you just kind of hook the little pieces together, you know what I mean? Little paper, cardboard kind of stuff. But yeah, I'll never forget sitting there back there I put together the lunar lander paper fucking cartoon thing. They were giving those away at the gas station. Yeah. So yeah, it was a big deal, man. Everybody was all pumped up about the moon landing, man. They were pumped up, just like this new thing that's going around the last couple of years. People are pumped up about it. They're so pumped up about it, man. They're wearing fucking masks and playing characters like in real life.
Buddy, I swear, man, I've told so many of them. I'm like, so what ninja are you out of Mortal Kombat?
They're so fucking into this new thing, man. They're dressing up every day and going out in public going, look at me, dressed up as the Coco character. Woo.
Yeah, and then they got little sayings on their mask.
And they
all
did.
this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, the stores are so pumped up about this new thing, man. And they put those signs on there. They don't even want you to come in the store unless you're dressed up as a character. Oh, shit. That's a console there, baby. TV. You got the fucking you got an AM, FM radio, and a turntable all in one, baby. Fuck off. Get out of my house. Because I'm cranking this bitch up. You got 2 speakers on the side. That is a high-tech piece of equipment you got there. Damn. That is shit, Battle Mod. That is tits, baby. Woo! Hey, look at that. You got 45s. You can play.
You know, that is almost exactly what mine looks like, man.
Isn't that beautiful? It is a beautiful piece of equipment, man. I got to give you, I mean, that's some high-tech shit, man.
I mean, the exact same thing. Open it from the top. One side's, you know, for...
the other one's radio, stereo, and then TV in the middle. You put your beer on there and throw your records on top, and, you know, you got probably
my
even
grandfather,
control.
My grandfather had a legit satellite. I mean, dude, this thing was like, hell, probably like 12 feet, you know, in diameter.
Oh, the big ones. Yeah. My aunt had one of those. Yeah, it was huge. It was in her backyard, man. I'm like,
yeah,
it's the size of a fucking orange tree, you know? I'm like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Shot an arrow through it and got my ass chewed out about it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was an expensive piece of equipment, man. You're going to be messing around with grandma's fucking satellite dish. No, come on, John.
Hey, it still picked it picked up the Squiggly channel. I mean, though.
The Squiggly channel. I love the Squiggly channel. Every once in a while, I see a pair of tits or something.
You felt like Dennis Leary. I don't know if you ever watched him when he does that, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm sitting outside, and I'm looking at the clouds passing by, and I'm like, ooh, that one looks like a tit." And I was like, "Yeah, that's how the Squiggly Channel felt."
Yeah, there was blocked channels that were just squiggly. I mean, because you didn't pay for it or whatever, But every once in a while, you'd see something, you'd be like, "What?" Oh shit, good times. But no, man, there's nothing like spinning a record. I don't know if you guys like to spin records, but there is a certain fun thing about it, that drop a needle on a piece of physical
Dude,
plastic.
the sound quality was amazing out of there. If you had the right speakers.
Oh, it's ridiculously good. Yeah.
I was talking to someone the other day, because I got a Jeep, but now my Jeep has a CD. Somebody was complaining about, like, why did you put a CD player in there? And I'm like, the sound quality's better. And they're like, no, it's not. All right, to test this out, you go ahead and put a song on the XM radio, and I'll throw in my CD. It was the exact same thing, for record players. The sound quality is just so much better.
Yeah. So he's saying XM is better?
He thought that it was better. He got proved wrong.
I would assume so. Yeah. CD actually is pretty good if you got the right setup. It's not bad. But yeah, records, the crack of I like the little the little crack of the records and the dirt or whatever's in there, picks it all up, and it's just kind of fun to play with a record, man. And nothing.
Yeah. Now someone goes to throwing it on there wrong.
I had a 16 gigabyte fucking iPod. I thought I was amazing. I mean, I had packed that thing full of music, man. Like, what do you want to listen to, man? Check it out.
Have you seen the new ones, man, that have come out in like the last 10 years or so?
Well, I've seen the what do they call iPod Touches and all that. Yeah, I've seen.
No. I'm talking about for a record player.
Yes, the new ones. Yeah, I've seen a lot of the new record players coming out. They're pretty cool looking. Yep.
Yeah, I got my wife. Dude, the sound quality out of that is amazing. She buys records of all these new groups.
Right.
But the sound quality is amazing.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Yeah, there's something about a physical object that's moving, the needle, and it's moving back and forth, and it's creating that wave, and it's sending that little. There's something different. Yep. It's got a deeper bass to me. And the highs are just not as sharp. They don't burn your ears off. It's just different, man. And anybody out there who wants to enjoy some, if you can't have live music, I think a record's probably the next best thing, and then you can go to CD, MP3, whatever after that. It's pretty good. There's nothing wrong with fucking busting out. Dude, sometimes I'll just say to my wife, we'll be hanging out, I'll be like, what are you in the mood to listen to, man? She'll be like, Steely Dan. I'll be like, okay. And I'll just fucking type in YouTube, Steely Dan, and boom, and it's on my Bluetooth, and it's playing in the house immediately, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you can't beat that kind of fucking convenience, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's not gonna be like, oh shit, let me go dig out my record. ST. Oh, here it is. I got Asia. Here you go. You want to listen to that?
Yeah, the other night I was trying to talk to my wife about, great guitar players and stuff, and I was like, I brought up Stevie Ray Vaughan. He looked at me like a deer in headlights, and I was like, you're gonna sit down for 2 hours and listen to this boy play.
Oh no, you got to watch a couple of him just sitting in the studio. I saw some like behind the scenes footage where he's just like sitting on a couch, and I'm like, holy shit, that guy was good, man. Damn.
But I still can't believe that he died, man.
Yeah, helicopter, baby. That's too
Yep.
bad. Just too bad.
Yep.
I've
Yeah,
been
and all we had to go was like 6 miles or some crap like that. And
I've been on like 4 helicopter rides in my life. And
I'll do it any day, every day.
they're amazing. It's so cool to be, especially sitting up front when you're like, this is so cool. What a cool way to go. It's almost like the Jetsons, almost. It's the next best thing, I guess.
Dang, man, I forgot all about the
The Jetsons fucking. I want a Jetsons mobile. Come on. I want to just cruise along. Yeah, that would be great. But, you know.
Did they never make a toy for kids of the Jetson Mobile?
Yeah, I think they did. Yeah, certainly. I'm sure they did, man. Fuck, these guys are cocks, man. If there's $1 to be made, they'll fucking make it. And if it came out of Hollywood, man, they'll fucking reproduce it and give it away at fucking McDonald's or whatever. I mean, there's no fucking end to their marketing toys and fucking memorabilia and t-shirts and fucking Star Wars. I got a Star Wars toilet paper holder with Star Wars toilet paper.
See, like I remember like
Raisins, like fuck,
like all of that stuff, but I don't remember a Jetson toy, man.
Well,
I remember
you're too young. John, you're too young, sir. You're too young.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I got a couple of years on you, man. And yeah, they had them. Oh, yeah, fuck yeah, they had them.
I had things that was passed down, for like, Batman, when that came out for you back in the 70s, and it was like legit metal. I got stuff like that.
There you go. It was actually metal. Yeah, we had metal toys. It was weird. Plastic was, still kind of new. But no, yeah, my Tonka truck was fucking metal, bitches. Take that. Where's Mike? Mike, give me a Tonka truck. I mean, ASAP. He's like, it's so funny. We talk about like whatever and this and that, TVs. He's dropping memes. Like, oh yeah,
does he really want to jump over there?
He's insane, man. He's so good. He doesn't get enough props, man. Anyway, but now, yeah, this shit that's going on now, man, is so cuckoo, man. Whew. My friend's parents came over tonight, man. And they're concerned about their son. He's a friend of mine and a flat earther, good flat earther. And they were concerned about him, so they showed up, man, unannounced, bro, knocking on the door. Hey, we're concerned about Dave. And I was like, which Dave?
Did you say Dave's not here, man?
Dave's not here, man. And they go, we want to take you to dinner. And like, I just ate. And I go, I'll come with you guys, maybe have an appetizer and a beer or something. I go, okay. Yeah, so he took me out, and they're concerned that his son is MIA. He's been a little MIA for a minute, 2-3 weeks, not too long, man. I go, he's all right, man. I know he's all right. Last time he texted me the other day. I go, he's gonna be fine. He's out in the middle of the wilderness with some friends that own some property in the wilderness, and he's, once you get out in the wilderness, you shut yourself off from the world. It's so easy to kind of want to stay there. And I go, he's fine, man. He texted me a couple days ago. He's good.
Why do you think I live on a lake still, man?
Yeah, so it's easy to get lost in the wilderness and not get caught up in the Discords and the YouTube streams and the Hangouts or whatever. It's once you break away, man. It's easy to just shut the switch off, and I think that's what he needed to do, and I think he's fine. He's good. He's just out there in the middle of fucking nowhere on 20 acres doing some gold mining. I don't know. I mean, he's doing
That's
something.
cool, man. To me, that's living life. When you're out there and ain't nothing around, that's when you find out who you are and everything.
Exactly. It's like I did it years ago. I went out, spent weeks out in the middle of fucking nowhere by myself, just trying to figure out where the fuck I am, what's going on, who's in charge, and just think about. You look up at the stars and the sun and the sky, man. That's the answers of where we're at, but it's not what they told us in school,
right?
And it took a few years to figure it all out. Finally, I did, but they threw so much propaganda at us, man. Globe here, globe there. I mean, they had globes in the 20s, on.
Oh yeah.
In the movies and shit, they had globes everywhere, man. It's globe. They sold the globe as hard as they're selling this new fucking cocoa shit they're selling. It's the Cocoa 19, baby. Yeah, they're selling this shit as much harder than they ever sold the globe, dude.
I feel sorry for kids, man. It's going to be horrible, man. I mean, 5 years old or 10 years old, and they can't go to school without one. You as a parent have no control over that, except let your kid out of school.
I saw the greatest meme, John. It was like, why don't they make all the classrooms like restaurant booth seating? So that kids don't have to wear their fucking face fucking muzzle in the classroom, because it's funny. You can go to a restaurant, you can sit down, you can have 10 people at your table, man. Nobody's wearing no mask, nothing, man. It's perfectly fine because we sat down, but you have to wear it from the door to your table, and once you get to your table, you don't have to wear it.
Did I tell you that I've seen a bass fisherman last week come by with a mask on in his bass boat alone, middle of the lake, flying with a freaking mask? Oh, dude, it was hard for me not to pull out my 308 and ruin his boat because
yeah, keep the 308, man. You might need that down the road. Save your ammo. He's not worth it.
Yeah, I lost it not too long ago. I actually made a police report and everything that I lost my guns going across the other side of the lake to go hunting over there. No joke.
That guy you saw wearing that face covering while he's fishing alone, you should have yelled at him, "Hey, you gotta have two on. 2 masks."
That's the way to handle it, man. Do the reverse of everything dude, you're supposed to have 2 on. Fauci says 2, man. Come on.
I'm surprised it ain't 5 or whatever, man.
40. I got 47. I got this. Hold on. I got this 47.
Man, it was so great down here for like the first 3 months, man. Like, nobody was being stupid. Nobody was bringing politics into crap. Like, there were some people who was legit afraid. I mostly live around, elderly people that are retired.
Right.
But what ended up happening, those bastards from Atlanta ran out of toilet paper and was like, where can we go and rob more toilet paper from? So they drove 90 freaking miles to come to our freaking lake, got our toilet paper, and it was those bastards when they came down, mask this, mask that. And I was like, God almighty. Our pharmacy and everything, what was so funny, people used to complain to them about no mask and all this type of crap. And he was like, you do realize the sickness around here before, right? And he literally put up a sign. And what's great is our sheriff down here, he don't abide by crap that Georgia tries passing or any of that non-stuff. He'll sit there and be like, no, I'm not enforcing the crap. But yeah, we've got people now that I'd say probably about 50% are wearing masks down here.
My sheriff in my county said, no. We ain't enforcing this bullshit, man. Fuck off. And then one day I was at a restaurant, and sure as shit, man, he got up and he walked through the restaurant without his mask. And I was sitting at the counter, and the sheriff, I looked at him and I smiled, and he smiled back at me. And I could tell. And that guy, oh shit. I should have said something, but I didn't, it was so quick, man. He was just walking by. And I just knew. I'm like, oh, motherfucker. The other motherfucker, they ain't going to enforce this bullshit. I should have got up and hugged the motherfucker is what I should have done. It was just kind of like I realized it so quick, man. It was like 10 seconds, I was like, oh shit, there's the sheriff that said he ain't going to enforce this bullshit.
I got my fastest speeding ticket, man. I was actually a super speeder. I had just bought the car, did not realize how fast I was going. The cop came up to what county I was in. It was one of these stupid counties. So he showed up in a mask. And when he did, I jokingly said, I was like, so you're more afraid of me coughing on your face than me blowing your head off. Well, that ended into a fast ticket right there on the spot. My ass went down. So I was like, you dumb son of a bitch, but whatever. I love police, for the record.
You spoke truth, and that's fair enough. I would have asked, hey, man, you mind if I speak some truth to you right now real quick, remember?
Oh, I should have. I thought I was making a joke. I thought it was funny.
It might be funny, might be, but you're,
He got the laugh in, I'll say that.
Everybody has guns in Georgia, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, if you don't, what's funny around here, man, you'll have some city folk that'll come down here and actually talk some nonsense once in a while, and it's funny, man. We'll watch them. We'll tell them to be like, just wait till you got a bobcat outside your house one night, and they'll literally call us up and be like, hey, man, there's a screaming baby out here, some satanic crap or whatever. They'll say crazy nonsense, and you're like, yeah, remember when we told you to go get a shotgun? Go get you a shotgun and scare that bobcat off.
Yeah, come on. My buddy and I used to argue with me, man. I'm like, they're gonna take all our guns. I'm like, good fucking luck. There's like 3 billion guns in America, dude.
Yeah, it would be tough here because of how much land there is to cover. But I'll tell you, man, if you know anything about history, go look at Poland when they took guns from them, man. That was straight horrible. They had the police come in. A lot of police got killed over it. So then they sent their military in. Military got a few more guns, but not as many deaths. So what their government ended up doing would actually sit there and started rewarding people who would turn in their neighbor, their daddy, their son, whoever. And that's how they did it. So that's what they're going to do to us, man. I tell my father-in-law all the time, he's got a daughter that flashes her little white card on Facebook. Yeah, I got my jab. And I told him, I said, she's bragging about that she went and got a donut with her card. I said, what you going to think that she's going to do when they sit here and say, hey, I'll give you a $5 gift card for every person you turn in? I said, she'll straight up look at you and be like, bye, Dad.
Reminds me of Homer Simpson when the devil came up to him, right? He had a donut, so Homer sold his soul for a donut.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't talk too much on it because I'll end up getting so riled up, man. It pisses me off because I literally a lady, one of my good neighbors, she was 70 odd years old. She went in for her husband was outside. Another couple showed up. This woman falls into his arms. She had COVID, and so he went home, and he dealt with it, passed it on. Good to go. And so his wife comes back home. When she got home, she got COVID, and so she went up there. And the thing that pissed me off the most about it, and pisses him really off, I'm surprised he hurt everybody in the hospital, but what it was is they kept trying to incubate her. He kept saying no. She was showing symptoms of getting better. And he went home and came back. They incubated her. And she, the next day, she went way downhill. And what they did is they busted a blood clot in her esophagus. And then they took her off all of her medicines and out her blood. It caused the blood clot to go back to a clot. So it was done deal after that. But the thing that pissed him off the most was when he got the death certificate, it said that she died from COVID. And he's lost his mind at how pissed he's off. Everybody. Now, I don't blame him. Y'all seen how people act after they take the shot? Notice how they got mood swings?
That's something we can't really talk about in the live stream, but yeah.
Oh, never mind. Sorry. I don't mean to piss anybody off.
No, it's not that. It's just because it's on YouTube. Like, if we're going to get the live stream eliminated and then have the heat come down on us, it's not going to be for, that particular topic. It's going to be for Flat Earth. At least that's the goal, right?
Yeah, I agree with.
Yeah. So yeah,
I'm trying to think
if anybody's cell phone service got better, huh?
Oh, yeah.
With all those satellites Elon launched, right?
Dude, I just got my internet.
Oh, wow. What the fuck is that, dude? What the fuck? Dude, this light just, showed up. It was, real bright and big, and then it got small. And now it's sitting there changing color. It's sitting in the same spot. But it looks like it's, not moving, but changing shape. It's crazy. I thought it was an eclipse or something. No.
Record it.
I can't record it anyways. I don't have my set up yet. Ready?
My internet went down or something. I'm on my phone.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wasn't I just talking about? I wonder if anybody's cell phone service got better. Because it's
it didn't. I don't know if it got
out.
better. I've always had good cell service, man. I'm with AT&T. Been with them for 20 years, over 20 something years. It's been good, man. I paid for it. You pay for the best. You get what you pay for, I guess. But it's been good. I've been out in the middle of the desert, man. People are like, you can make a phone call? I'm like, yeah, I can make a phone call in the middle of the fucking desert. I don't know how. Thank you for letting me do that. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing, man. But anyway, yeah, my internet just took a shit at home here. I don't know what happened. Anyway, carry on, boys and girls. Carry on. Carry on.
That sounds like fun.
The middle of the desert does sound like fun, right? I love being in the middle of the desert. I know you do too, Josh.
Yeah. Nice and quiet.
Quiet.
Like
There's
at
not a lot.
night, you don't hear no fucking cars, no helicopters, no
Yes.
semi. Well, sometimes you hear a semi when they hit the butt massaging line. There hasn't been very many semis lately.
You need to get a little bit further out, man. Go over to like out towards Utah 12, man. Shoot down that road in the middle of the night.
Utah 12, man. Here we come. Hey, I'm going to Death Valley soon. You guys ever hear of that place? I think it's like 1.5 million acres of fuck all, nothing.
Oh yeah, dude.
Lowest dry spot on the plane.
It's 282 feet below sea level. It is.
Where are you driving from?
I'm about 200 miles from there, roughly.
Are you like?
I'm near Disneyland in Southern California.
Oh, never mind. I can't help you then.
Yeah, I'm on the west coast of the United States of America Incorporated.
I'll take a picture of my Google Maps to show you where all I've been out west, man.
But I like it out here, man. I like mountains, desert, beaches. I like it all. And we got it all, man. I mean, we got also 12 fucking billion trillion people trying to do the same thing, man. I mean, it's crazy. But, most of them are got this new therapy treatment that they've been handing out for free. And they'll...
it's keeping them
man. You ever been up by Kaibab?
Kaibab?
Kaibab, yeah.
That I actually have been. Utah, are you talking right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been up there.
Dude,
fuck yeah, man.
I had to like haul some corrugated pipe out there since I was the only one that wasn't drunk and I was the only one that had a valid driver's license.
Oh boy.
I had to drive it, right? And I'm not going to let these drunk guys sit there and take the truck, right? I'm going to drive that truck all the way there. Holy shit. Talk about ice road truckers. That sandy road sitting there humping. If you go off the road, you're like in some scrub brush that's like 4 foot thick. Holy shit. I don't wish that on my worst enemy.
The thing about driving a load like that, man, you just don't want to overreact too quickly. You gotta ease it back. If you do go off the road a little bit, you gotta ease it back. I don't know.
Yeah, I had a 48-foot gooseneck on it.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, that it can get fishtaily on you real quick, man. If you overreact, and we don't like that, man. That's not good.
Yeah.
I've driven a few trucks cross country, with loads, heavy loads, man. But it's fun, man. Now we live in a great place. It's amazing to go out and look at it. And here in the Southwest, as you know, man, there's so much open land and so much vistas you can go. Just park your ass and go, oh my goodness, what the fuck is this place? Right? And with what we know now, and we look at mountains, it's a little bit different than maybe 20 years ago, right? A little bit different.
Well, not where I am. Nothing that's changed except for a Walmart.
Wow. Walmart. Why do they want to wall us in with the Walmart, man? I don't know. Walmart is another deep subject, man. I do not like going into anything. It's called Walmart, man. Ugh. Just I can't. I mean, I've done it. Don't get me wrong, man. I had to go there and get something in the middle of the night. They used to have a 24-hour Walmart. It was kind of nice, you know. Think, oh shit, man, I need some fucking masking tape. Nope, they're closed. All that beautiful 24-hour service is gone. But they got 24-hour service for other things now. Like if you want to get tested or see if you have something, they'll do it 24 hours a day now. So yeah, man, they're doing a lot of testing and they're coming up with a lot of results from these tests these days that makes me think that that's the rise in the numbers because more people are testing. I don't want to speculate, but I'm just saying. That it could be a correlation. My God, it was the biggest number ever. People with the thing, ever. It was a world record today because they got home test kits now. You can go and take it home, and you don't have to do like the thing in your nose and I don't know. There's a lot going on in the world. It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up, people. But you guys know this. I'm preaching to the choir, right? Hey, choir.
Yeah, the funny thing is in 2019,
yeah,
I came down with something.
Dude, me too, bro.
And I've never left the United States. This is like October, November.
I was late December, early January 2020. I mean, literally 2019, December 30th, man. I came down with some fuck all. What the fuck? I came down with something fucking stupid.
I couldn't smell or taste anything for like 6 weeks.
My biggest thing was I felt drunk, man. My eyes were messed up. I had to lay on my side.
Dude, I wasn't anywhere near that bad for me. It was just felt like a really shitty flu, man. You know, it was I didn't throw up. I was just like achy and hot, cold. The smell thing, man, never ever have had anything where I couldn't smell.
Nah, I'm pretty sure mine felt like it, dude. It felt like every Major League Baseball player that has ever hit a grand slam was taking a swing at me.
Mm-hmm. No, I never had anything like that. Mine was, I'll call it mild at best. But I tell you what, the entire month of January of 2020, I blew my nose every day because I was just getting this mucus, man, coming up. And
that's usually how my Februaries go.
Just I get like a whole month of blowing my fucking nose. I mean,
trim your nose hairs.
Exactly. I need to trim something, man. But that was the last time I was sick. I haven't been sick at all since this fucking cocoa fucking bullshit started, man.
Oh no, I came down with it probably, I don't know, 6 months back. Dude, that crap lasted 3 weeks with me. I was burning a temperature over 100.
Really? See, I haven't had anything like. I I drink, I smoke, I don't wash my hands, I don't use fucking hand sanitizer, I'm out in public all the time. I don't wear a mask. I'm like, I'm not buying into your.
What was crazy for me? So my mother had it, so they stayed with me while they were rebuilding their house. She got it from her brother, who's vaccinated. But anyhow, she brought it home to us, and dude, I was out for 3 weeks solid. And the crazy thing is she was going.
That's 3 weeks, dude. 3 weeks. Fuck.
Yeah.
Dude, I almost went into convulsions. Like I almost had a seizure.
Damn.
Yeah,
Josh. No. Really? Fuck.
Yeah, from coughing.
Dude, man. Okay, you guys had some heavier shit than I have ever had.
Yeah, see, the thing is at the time, what I was doing for work, I was working at a resort.
Right.
And I was trimming palm trees and de-skirting them, taking their skirts off, shaving them, right?
Right.
And shit, I must have done like 48 palm trees in 2 weeks. Holy fuck!
Well, that was the dust in the.
Yeah, I thought that's what it was.
And think about all the spider webs and the black widow.
Oh, yeah, forget about it, man. All the dirt and the fucking duck shit.
Yeah, that's what fucked you up.
This is right on the river. Yeah, forget about it, man. But check it out, man. The thing is that's what I thought it was, because the only thing I could smell and taste was what the palm tree was. But then I remember, every time I get sick, the last thing I ate is the only thing I can smell or taste the whole time I'm sick. So yeah, I ate a bunch of palm tree.
Yeah, you did. I think you had the palm tree. I think you had the palm tree variant, man. The palm tree variant.
What was crazy to me is my mom's doctor was telling her that after 10 days of when she was exposed to it, that she was allowed to go back out in public. And I was like, wait a second, tell him about how sick I am. And she did. And he was like, yeah, he's fine to go back in public. I was like, no dang way am I going to go into public burning a temperature of over 100 degrees.
No.
You can't tell me that cannot be passed on. Bull.
Well, that's the thing, man. We get all these, and it went from you got to quarantine for a week, 2 weeks, a day, 1 day. Make up your fucking mind. Is it 5 days, a week, 2 weeks? It's all over the place, man. There's no rhyme or reason.
Well, did you see now that when you go to fly, they actually say if you're up to date on all your boosters, now they don't have to be tested. I'm like, wait a second, it's already proven that they pass it on. So you mean to tell me if my wife goes and jumps on a plane, she's going to be sitting beside someone that's a potential passer? Yeah. But what pisses me off too is on the mask, Delta will not let you fly with a N95 mask. They make an announcement and say that you got to do a surgical mask or a cloth mask. But if you do an N95, they don't allow it. Do you know why?
Because they don't do shit.
So, all right. So, COVID came from SARS, correct? Yes. So SARS is a old-based virus. Old-based virus. N95.
Technically, it is. Yeah. Technically, it is SARS.
Yeah, correct. So, all right. So it's an old-based virus. The mask that works for an old-based virus is N95 and a surgical mask level 3. Surgical mask 1 and 2 do not work. Surgical mask 1, about 90% of what you see these people wearing, or a cloth mask. What takes place in a surgical mask is after about 3 hours, it opens up. And for an old base,
works with focus rate, clarity, 8.
Sorry.
Channel 3.
You're good. So an old base virus will stick to a surgical mask. So after about 3 hours and those fibers start opening up, guess what the heck you're going to breathe in and ingest? It's going to be the old base virus.
Right.
I'm telling you, they were trying to make people more sick.
That's how it spread so much.
It's called
Legionnaires.
bacterial pneumonia, man. Bacterial pneumonia. Check it out.
Yeah, Legionnaire's disease. That's what causes
Yeah, I don't-
tuberculosis.
I don't want to. That's not.
Well, like,
Yeah, stick to this
because
topic.
they were in the trenches, right?
The last thing I want to say about this, go watch. I've seen 2 interviews by Joe Rogan now. I'm not a fan of Joe Rogan, but these 2 guys, Robert Malone and Peter McCullough, everybody should watch that. Okay, but yeah, let's drop because this isn't medical advice. Okay.
Yeah, and we're also trying to avoid trigger words for YouTube, like the various V words.
Okay. So whatever you think, go to your doctor. This is medical advice.
Yeah, tyranny only happens on a flat Earth.
Right.
For peppermint tea. The tyranny. Yeah.
Yeah, go watch those 2 Joe Rogan interviews. Peter McCullough and Robert Malone.
All right, kids. I'm going to jump off here. Y'all have a great night. And God bless.
Bless, man.
Yep.
Very input. Man.
So yeah, I was looking at that book, and a lot of people don't realize that, about 1,000 or no, what was it? 300 or 200 years after Eratosthenes supposedly made his observation, this other guy, I can't remember his name, something Ptolemy, come across and was like, yeah, what he's saying is completely wrong because it's true on both a round or a flat surface. So this whole argument is nothing new. I mean, they were having these debates like probably back in Plato's cave. You heading to work, Roger?
Sorry.
Are you heading to work?
Already working. So.
Oh. So you're making money.
Yeah.
Nice.
Earning money, right? The federal banks are making the money.
Well, you're expending energy. Yeah.
Yeah. I just filled up my car with diesel, so I'm now driving. It's next to a Shell tank station. It says 171 for a liter of diesel. So €1.71 for a liter.
And hey, man. Well, there's what, like 3.5 liters or something like that in a gallon.
something like that. Yeah. And then you have to convert it back to
Oh, it says right
dollars.
here. Yeah, 3.73 liter for a diesel or gas here. It's like $6 in fucking California, $6.50 and up. Like you're getting it cheap if you're paying $6.50 for a gallon. And see, we sit there and we think, oh well, that's fairly cheap. No, that's by the liter. We take like 3 of them, almost 4 for a gallon.
So that would be €6 and 32 cents for a gallon. And
Yeah, they're raking in the money. What are you gonna do, right?
it's $7.15 for a gallon then.
God.
Oh, you should see the gasoline prices. That's over €2 now. It's ridiculous.
You know, it's crazy. These globe believers out here really be thinking that, gas comes from dead dinosaurs.
So this was like a year ago, right? Didn't Trump say he would top all of the supplies, right? He bought all of the gas, the diesel, and filled all of the supplies. Was it the storages? It was full, right? So how come it's now $7.15 for a gallon diesel in well, I know why it's here because of the taxes, but I mean it's weird, right? If less people travel because of the Rona, right? They all told us stay at home, so less people travel. Then that should make the gas cheaper because nobody's driving, right?
Well, remember, if Trump truly did buy it all up, right? He was broke by the time he left office. Bankrupt. So what's he doing now? He's just raking in the dough. Gas station attendant makes $1 per gallon. Or not the gas station, the owner of the gas station. So it's not that much. So the rest of that money goes to the federal government and OPEC, right? But OPEC really has nothing to do with it. It's all based off of the American dollar.
Have to hop off. I'm at my location, so I'll talk to you in a bit.
I'm just wondering what the Ottoman Empire thought about the nature of where we live. I guess I can do a little digging. Okay. Let's see here.
You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies, running at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him, earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, earth is flat. Where's the curve?
Yeah.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen, have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition, a vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this is an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
So you're a knower? What do you know? How do you know? Did he help out? Well, I wasn't trying to run him off. What's that from, Joshua, that you posted it?
Hmm? Oh, Ottoman Empire, and because the Ottoman Empire is where the astrolabe came from. Astrolabe. Yeah. So, in case anybody's curious about belief, because I don't believe in the lies no more.
Yeah.
Late 12th century, believe. Confidence.
With the lie in the middle?
Bileave. It's how belief used to be spelled in the 12th century. Confidence reposed in a person or thing, faith in a religion. Replacing Old English Galepha, belief, faith, from Western Germanic Gelobon, to hold dear. Esteem. No, it doesn't have a lie in the middle of it. It's I-L-E.
Right. I know, but the way it's spelled now, like.
Oh yeah, how it's spelled now, yeah. The B was not a natural suffix or was not a natural prefix for nouns. Was prefixed in the analogy of the verbiage, whereas in naturally and intense, OED, whatever that is, originus, origin. Religious doctrine. I mean, come on, it's just belief, right? So one simply does not believe in the flat Earth, right? And then it said faith. So let's look up what faith is, right? It comes from fidelity, or fidere, Latin for trust or to trust. Fides, right? Latin trust, faith, confidence, reliance. Credence, behalf or belief. Feed or foi, Old French. Faith, belief, trust, confidence, pledge. Faith, fee, and fi. Mid 13th century. Faithfulness to a trust or promise, loyalty to a person, honesty, truthfulness. That is where faith comes from. It means trust. Trust in the invisible. Trust in that which cannot be proven. Like the heliocentrists with their globe model. They trust that their model's correct. And they'll defend it till they're blue in the face.
Yep.
And then when you try to have a conversation about them, they're so wrapped up in their indoctrination, they start wandering back off to space, right? I mean, you ever see a child just sitting there looking off yonder? Yeah, he's actually looking at the rings of Saturn. because they got his ass fucking thinking he was gonna be a fucking astronaut. You know what I mean?
Right, the Astros are not. But but yeah, just like people live, it took an imaginative story, put it in people's imagination, and that's where they live.
Yeah.
They live in their imagination and believe. One book that you posted earlier too. There's something in it when it mentioned Eratosthenes.
Mm-hmm.
So it mentioned something about Eratosthenes and someone else. And I don't know. It's like what was it?
Yeah, I'll pull it up right here. I got a screenshot. Hang on, I'm trying to pull it up.
Yeah, the
Damn it.
constriction of the lands towards the center, and then the expansion of the lands outwardly. It's like they took that and they were using it. Like I remember just that one clip that you posted.
His name is Marinus of Tyre, the sailor from Tyre.
Yeah, how they had used that for like it was original intent was for map making, right? And not for, but they took that and conflated it into making geometrical shapes out of it.
Hey guys, why is Truth really low?
Her microphone's jacked up.
Am I that low?
Yeah, and it's crackly.
Can you all the way up? Yeah, you're very low.
Well, before, if you remember, like the headset that I was using before, everybody said that I was like blasting them. I was too loud, and I couldn't fix that. So I tried to talk lower, and I think everybody might have had me turned down. I don't know if you do or not, but maybe if you did have me turned down, maybe you can put me back to normal or something, or I don't know, like, or I can just start talking louder again.
Okay, so it's I posted the image. It starts off Claudius Ptolemy, 80, 90, 168. Semesterized that the works of his predecessors and constructed an accurate map of the known world. His great achievement was to enter detailed information about the known world on a map projected from a sphere onto a flat surface. Ptolemy's work later became the basis for revival of scientific geography for early in the 15th century. And then it goes, he criticized and corrected the work of Marinus of Tyre, circa 100 AD, so 400 years after Eratosthenes, arguing against Marinus and Eratosthenes' rectangular projection in favor of what?
One
What?
contracting towards the pole and expanding out at the equator. And
Yeah, but what Eratosthenes and Marinus had a rectangular world. It wasn't even round.
Right.
So, okay. In favor of the one contracting towards the poles and expanding at the equator, and the projections for the maps, not geometrical descriptions. Columbus would prefer the tradition of Marinus as interpreted by Dali, because Marinus' ocean was one of much smaller than Ptolemy. Ptolemy was unfortunately soon forgotten in the West until the 12th century. So the right is the Roman Empire, who had the most influence for the next millennia, or the least except what the fuck was it? Pompus Mela and Pliny. Pompatus, Mila, and Pliny. So, did you guys get that? The work of Eratosthenes was, in fact, not to prove a round ball.
Right. It was for map making, and it was rectangular. So
Yep.
it's like they just hijacked this shit. Like even if he even did exist, right? Because there's a lot of like there's
Joshua, where you getting this information? Is it like, where is it?
that's the first time I've actually heard where anything's been found of Eratosthenes because
I got it from a book. I don't have the link anymore because I shut down my computer earlier. Let me see if I can find it.
if you put his name up in the search and look at the things he's posted, he did post it earlier.
Inventing the Flat Earth, Columbus and Modern Historians. Jeffrey Brunham. Like, I found one PDF, but I had to borrow it from the Library of Congress. So, hey, there's that. Oh, there's Andrew's EDU library. Probably able to download cocksucker. Periodical. No, this is Origins. And it's not even loading. What the fuck? Inventing the Flat Earth, 1991 edition, Open Library.
Yeah, you're always finding interesting shit. What's up, Goddard?
Hey, Truth, how are you?
Christopher Columbus nor his contemporaries thought the Earth was flat. Yes, this is an illusion persists today.
Wait, read that again.
Inventing the Flat Earth, neither Christopher Columbus nor his contemporaries thought the Earth was flat. Yet this curious illusion persists today, firmly established with the help of the media, textbook teachers, and even noted historians involving flat Earth research. Flat Earth and Russell's attempt to set the record straight. Yep, here it is. Cool. You guys can sign up for it and check the book out, the ebook.
There's Gino Bransky. Have you talked to anybody, Gino? I remember checking you in. So welcome to the server. Welcome to the room.
No, I don't.
Om Namaskaram. No, I'm just listening this time.
I don't remember what your stance was, if you had one. How much do you know about the topic?
No, actually, last time I was here about 2 hours ago, I had a very insightful conversation with Battlemod and Indio, and John. Yeah, and then they were talking. They gave some very nice insight, I think. They were talking. If you are in a forest and you're standing there, do you think you're a tree? No. So how do you know everything else is planet? Or how do you know we are planet? If everything else is planet, so be it. But how do we know we are planet? And that really got to me, I think.
Okay. Speaking of planet.
No. I just said, I don't know. I think you guys gave very nice points.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to clear up what, like, the word planet, it just means wandering star. So it's like, why do they even want to use the word planet when we're in reference to the Earth? I'll never know. It's just one of those, I guess, part of the brainwashing. I don't know. But there's nothing to indicate that the Earth is a wandering star. So they never call it a planet.
Yes. But I'll just listen to
In
God.
fact, there's two roots to the word planet, right? One is Pala or Pele, which means flat, and the other one is wandering. So the flat wandering stars.
I thought it was French.
Yeah.
French for a plane or something, or like a feminine word for plane.
Planet.
Hang on, let me look it up.
But philosophically, we're prepared to think of the Earth as flat because of the way that water flows. When something flows like water, it's essentially like one part of the water climbing over or under another part of the water. This process would continue until the water was at rest with a flat level on top where all parts of the water are next to each other, but no part is over or under another. That would tend to be a plane, not a curve. So we're psychologically and philosophically prepared to think of water being flat and level. And if the earth is mostly water, then by logical extension, most of it's probably flat.
78. 19.
So I'm gonna post the first, like the one that we know of the entomology on it, and then the other one from the Pi civilization, Paleo-Indo-European. It says perhaps it's a form of the nasalized pale, flat to spread out. Pretty interesting what happens when you look into the root of words, right? If we have a problem, our problem is language, slang, taking one word and meaning it's something else. Like you tell your best friend a dog, right? I think like 100 years ago, you called somebody a dog, you'd have a shootout in the street. Right? So it's just one of these things to where these slang words have corrupted our language. So if we have this problem of language, then we cannot truly understand what things truly are. And then we can have the rug pulled over our eyes. So language has a meaning, it has a root. And just like a problem, just like a weed, you don't get the branches, you don't get the stalk, you don't get the flowers, you don't get the fruit of it, you get it at the fucking root. So you got to get to the root of the issue, get to the bottom, the underlying cause, the problem. A lot of it's language. Language is the only thing that evolves because it becomes babblized, it becomes slandered, it falls apart over time. People forget the meaning of the words that they use. Like nice, for instance.
Yeah, nice is not what you think it is it?
Yeah, it reminds me of, oh, bless your heart.
If people knew what the word nice meant, they would be offended when someone called them nice.
Yeah, just in case you're anybody's wondering. There's that on that one.
Or something.
Foolish, ignorant, frivolous, senseless, one with careless, clumsy, weak, poor, individual, a bum.
Well, that's such a nice fella.
You're being a nice clown. Haha. Reminds me of that Sublime song. And all these crazy fools.
Wow, sir, you have very nice voice.
I'm drinking peppermint tea, so it helps.
Oh, I should try. Maybe.
It really helps with a little bit of sugar, not a lot.
Have you tried chai tea? Or not chai tea. We obviously don't call that here.
Well, chai is tea, right?
Yes, we don't
But
call
no.
that here chai tea, but I know
Yeah.
some Americans call chai tea, so I didn't know.
Yeah, but the ones here, they don't make it, so I have to make my own. I'll take like some just black tea.
Mm.
Like I'll make it sometimes for Mom. She likes it. I have cardamom, spice,
It's very good, isn't it?
cinnamon, all that stuff, right? Star anise.
Have you ever tried Tai Chi?
Tai
Chi. I've seen people in Clackamas Town Center doing that.
What is Tai Chi?
Well, I'm guessing it's the opposite of chai tea.
Tai Chi?
It's like, it's exercising, stretching, that sort of thing.
Oh.
It's like a martial art that's
Just like
practiced in public because there's no fighting.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like Thailand?
I'm not sure.
Oh.
Do you think anyone has ever drank chai tea before they do their Tai Chi?
Possibly. Probably up there in Portland or Seattle or LA, San Francisco. I mean, shit, they do pumpkin spice latte. I was like, what the hell?
Oh, people are over here. They'd probably be decaf, though.
And soy milk.
Soy milk?
Hi there. Hi there.
Yeah.
Hi there.
It's soy milk because they consider the cow so sacred, they don't even want to drink from its teat.
Who said?
First time.
The vegans.
First time. Call
No,
it long
I think
time
cow are
listener.
evil because they're farts.
Oh, I've heard that the properties of matcha tea can cause cancer. Does anybody have an opinion?
On what?
Sugar is a carcinogen, especially when you burn it, and especially when you mix it with like an ammonia salt. It gets darker, right? So that's where we get this caramel coloring that's put in like all these soda drinks and all that shit. No wonder why people are coming down with pancreatic cancer. Class 3 carcinogen, and it's in everything.
Kavanikan, do you have an opinion about the Earth?
Yeah. So, long time listener, first time caller.
I've heard you before. What happened to your voice?
Had a cow, and he was in the field, and I said, "Hey, wrong field. That's the wrong field." And
he said, "God damn it, cow, you asshole! That's the wrong field."
Didn't go well from there, but I had my family, and I said, "What do we
He's
do?"
very silly.
He's trying a different script. Last time it was some Eastern European guy.
We
I know
bought
it's
a house
like
together.
It's like 3:00 in India right now.
Bought our house together on a bank lot.
Bangalore. I got a buddy living in Bangalore.
So anyway,
no, it's
we got to the new property, and I looked up in the sky, and I saw something sheeny. I thought, that's glass. I said, that's glass.
Yeah, you're not convincing anyone.
We're in a container. I tried to tell my neighbors, and the neighbors said I was crazy. And I said, look up there. Look up there, son. Up in there is glass.
What are you even doing here? Like, what the hell are you even doing here?
Oh, believe me.
You're almost there. You just gotta write down the script before you come in here and say it. Because if you write it down and like put some like good jokes in it, then they'll be like, you're almost there.
The point of the story is that
you're able to stay on character this time at least.
Point of the story is that we're all together. Okay. And
DVD.
I've heard about it enough of that guy that I don't want to hear anymore. Like, I don't even know. Maybe they're saving him. I don't know. Maybe they're saving him for something. Maybe they have a purpose. Who knows?
No, he's a goddamn lonely troll living in his mama's basement. No offense to any basement dwellers out there.
Dang it, Joshua. Leave my basement alone.
Basements kick ass, man. Nice and cool in the summertime. And then you got the furnace down there in the winter.
Yeah, you gotta pronounce your R's, friggin' Aussie. So truth.
Who's this? I didn't even see who it was.
Bong.
Oh, was it Vaughn? How come I didn't recognize you? You sound different. You got a different mic.
Yep, it's me. Yep. La 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 la.
Yeah, that's Vaughn. Confirmed.
Well, say something only Bong would know.
Dude, the hell if I know. Like, he's not trying to confirm me. I was trying to confirm. I didn't know who he was.
The world is not a coconut, okay?
Be like a coconut.
What?
Coconut milk.
Coconut?
Coconut milk is the best.
Oh, I love coconut milk. In the backyard of my house, of my grandpapa's house, we have big coconut tree. It's very nice.
Is that called a coconut tree over there, or do you guys call them palm trees?
I just call coconut tree. Nothing.
Have you ever tried the sprouted coconut? Some places, it's a delicacy where they'll take like the coconut, like that off the tree, and they'll plant it halfway in the ground and get it wet until like the vine grows up over it, and stick like a bucket or a pot over it and cut it off from the sunlight, and then pull it up, and then that way like it's all soft and tender inside, and the whole thing is a nut. It's like solid meat instead of a hollow spot.
Actually, I've not. I'll have to try that. Sprouted coconut, you said?
Yeah.
I'll look it up. I'll see.
So, Bransky, while you're looking it up, I can't remember. I'm trying to remember. Because I know I checked in, but I can't remember any of the conversation we had.
Yes, I remember conversation.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't, but I was trying to recall how long you'd been looking into the topic, and
No. Today I was watching YouTube video, and I came across a video, and I thought it was nice, and I found this community online. So I joined, and I thought it would be fun for you guys to educate me. I thought it was such an intriguing concept, I think.
to educate you. Well, what have you learned so far?
No, I was in this voice chat about 2 hours ago. We had some conversations. I think there was not the planets aren't called planets. Then what was it?
The planets, they are called planets, right? In English.
But we don't call them planet, or they don't exist, or space doesn't
No.
exist.
They're not what they've told you they are.
Oh.
The planets are there. They are wandering stars, but they're not terra firma. Or they're not
Other lands.
Acha.
nothing that you can go to and land on.
They're not worlds.
Oh yes,
not
and then
realms.
we also talked about how the moon. There's no proof anyone has been on the moon.
Right.
Because you can say I was at Narnia, I was in the moon, I went on the moon.
Narnia.
But yeah, I think
What
the
is your take on the Earth? Do you think
I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know. You told me to be honest. I'll be honest. I don't know. I'm still learning. I am still educating myself. I think I found a very wonderful community to teach me, and I hope to learn as much. Sorry.
have you do you know what they claim the Earth to be? The size they claim it to be? Do you know how you can determine for yourself whether or not the Earth is spherical or whether it's flat?
Actually, I don't think we went there. Do you want to elaborate?
So do you know how you can go out and observe the Earth for
Sorry, you
yourself?
cut out. Wait, sorry. Can you repeat that? That you cut out.
Yeah, sure. Do you know how you can go out in the world yourself and determine whether the Earth is spherical or whether it's flat?
Oh, I think we talked about if you have took like a volleyball or something and you put water on it, it's not going to stay anywhere. It's gonna roll off. So what makes this thing a sphere? It can't be a sphere, obviously.
So do you know how you can go out and do an observation yourself to determine whether the Earth is spherical or whether it's flat?
No, I don't think so. I don't think we went there.
Okay, well maybe someone who can like go over that with him, because I don't think that he can hear me very well. Can you guys hear me very well?
I can hear you. You just cut out 1 minute. That was Wi-Fi issue.
Okay, so if you're going to determine whether the Earth is in fact what they claim it is, you first need to know what they claim it is. So you would need to know what size they claim the Earth to be. That would be the first thing that you would need to know.
What is that?
Well, we can always ask Google.
Oh, you mean the sphere, not us.
Yeah, like the dimensions of the supposed globe. Like, what's the circumference of the sphere? What's the circumference of the Earth? What's the radius of the Earth? Right.
Hmm.
You going to bed?
Waking up.
Or you went to sleep?
Godric, I think you're out micing.
That or he was sleeping.
Well, I think he just told his woman that he is just waking
Oh,
up.
you could leave that out on me too.
Yeah, I'll just mute him. We don't need to listen to this conversation with his wife. So, from where you're standing in all directions, based on your observer height, if you know what size they claim the Earth to be, then you can look out and do observations, because from where you're standing in all directions, there's a certain location, a certain distance from where you're at, based upon your height, as to where the Earth should start dropping away, and there's a certain rate at which it should start dropping, which means there's a limitation to how far the horizon can extend out from you. So if you know how far this is, based upon your observer height and based upon what they claim the radius of the Earth to be, then you can do observations.
Oh, wait. That is
Whether or not it's curving, whether or not it's spherical.
Wait, that's brilliant. I think you can't see. Hello?
Yeah, you can't see it curving. Doesn't curve at the necessary rate that it has to be that ball with the radius of 3959 miles.
This dude's a troll. I don't care what you say. But okay, we'll entertain it. I don't do that very often.
Do what? Sorry.
I don't just come out and say that, but it's like now I remember. Now I remember more of the conversation. Like that's the one that anyway, I'm gonna hush. So there's your curvature chart. There's your radius. Now go do an observation.
How do you mean?
Well, you can look out over water, which should be curving in proportion with that ball, if it is that ball, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, that's how it's usually done, because water rests level.
Yes.
And 70% of the Earth's surface is water, so if it's a ball, then it's got to be wrapped around the ball and curving at the rate of the ball, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, so you see the live stream voice text channel?
Oh, wait, I should go there. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No one.
Oh, this lobby. Voice check-in. Oh, voice text there. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see.
A few things posted there. There's a curvature chart there that she posted, and I just posted another pic, which is impossible on the ball that they're claiming. See that?
Yeah. Yeah, I see.
It says
trigonometry.
Yeah. And there's another one that says bye-bye ball.
Yes, I see. Platform habitat, platform hill house.
Yeah, the thing with that is that the horizon there, you see the horizon line? Past that farthest oil rig?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like out there at about 10 miles or something like that. Well, that line is only supposed to be at no further than 1.22 miles, given the geometry of the ball that they've given us. Given the radius of the 3959 mile radius, that horizon line should be no further than 1.225 miles. It's the geometric limit that it needs to be at, if that's true. But they're out by 10 miles.
Oh, okay. I'm following.
Yeah, there's people in my house getting mad because I'm talking late, but yeah, hopefully the rest of these guys can help you out.
No, I think I understand now. Because the math is just not mathing up.
Nope, it's not. Not even close.
Okay, I think I'm going to go again. I'll be back later, I think. Thank you for the wonderful discussion.
Sounds good. See you later.
Namaskara.
Yeah, could have explained that better, but whatever. Next time.
Oh, you did fine. I just lost interest because I was getting a troll vibe, which is it reminded me. It's like now I remember taking him in. Now I remember the conversation. Did you not get it? Maybe it's just me.
I can't really tell. He seemed pretty straight up. I mean, I talked to him in chat a bit too.
Yeah, maybe it's that accent because that's the one that is like everybody uses the most when they want to troll. Maybe that's what it is.
Microsoft support accent.
Yeah, that one.
All right, I better sign off before I piss off my household. See you guys later.
Take care.
Okay, who is the Indian dude talking?
He just left.
He left?
Yeah.
Janine Melnick, right, from Ghostbusters.
What about her?
Well, that was his name.
Oh, okay. He's new to the server. Right? He's like brand new, right?
Well, that kind of Janine, but I don't think it was Melnick.
I was gonna show him my flat Earth proof, but I guess he left.
But yeah, in case you like wake up in the middle of the night and nobody's on, and like everything's because you were snoring and you got server muted, and just in case you wanted to unserver mute yourself since you're a silver, you do have that ability in certain circumstances, and I let you know what those were in the DM, Roger.
Did you send that to me, Joshua?
Yes.
Silver can unmute himself.
Yeah, and VC check-in too, I think, and silver.
Oh.
Yeah, I can do a check-in. I'm doing like a midnight oil run, so yeah, I'll do a check-in.
I can. Well, if you want to do it, I can grab it if you want me to.
Well, if you want to, yeah.
Joshua, is there a command to do it, or you just unmute yourself? Joshua.
Right, Node 3. Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
Shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating check. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know,
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Big jumping, say the sky was not the limit. except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
You have a leak.
Deep open my bubble. Look, butterflies.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Well, this might be a good conversation starter at the Thanksgiving dinner table next week, or at least an interesting one. Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Thousands, if not millions of people still believe the world is flat.
Now, scientists say that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem, and it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the Flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam. Scientists are worried that Flat Earth could become a political issue like climate change, vaccination, or evolution. Guys.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes:
flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this Neutral Buoyancy Lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
NASA calls it their Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself. Do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and you know, impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this. One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. You know, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. So whatever.
That's news.
That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to believe.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are: is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window.
Nope.
At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline, and you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left, and I went on the other side of the plane. It was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. We're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hurst, CBS, North Carolina.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see.
I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I was a real if it's not what I felt. It's a filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth, but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I was a real if it's not what I felt. It's a filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
Wales.
Yo, what's happening here, gamers?
Gamers.
Gamers. Because we're all gamers here.
What's up, Weasel?
Nothing much, just playing games.
Weaseling your way around?
Yeah, a little bit. Here and there.
How about that curvature? Got any?
I mean, I always like to think so, but I mean, I'm pretty bad at convincing.
Got the good stuff? You got that curvature, dude? Come on, man. Give me some of that curvature.
I got all the same curvature as everyone else. My curvature isn't special.
Looks pretty flat to me.
And I won't deny that.
Shit.
So T.
Excuse me.
No, you're good. T. Diddy, if you never got like the proof or verification for there not being any curvature, you can scroll down to the bottom of the server to additional information. You can go to the room labeled it's under the L's for laser tests and long distance observations, and you should find what you're looking for there. But I would say to go out and know what size they claim the Earth to be. That way you know, and you can Google Earth curve calculator. I'll post one for you in the live stream voice text. But it will tell you where the Earth should start curving from where you're at in all directions based upon your observer height and the radius, the claimed radius. And so you can go out and do an observation, and you can see for yourself whether or not the Earth is in fact curving away. That way you can know. Not just like, base anything off emotion or belief or whatever. But welcome to Zer.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey.
Yo, what up?
Not much. What are you up to?
Just playing Team Fortress 2. Chilling.
Oh, you play video games?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not much of a video game guy. Used to be, but I still got, speaking of video games, I still got the old PS1. How crazy is that? I still got the PS1. The LSD. Huh?
Like it's such a retro thing. Like maybe if you said that you still have the Atari 2600 or the Intellivision or something like that, maybe. Like it's
No,
pretty.
but yeah, but the PS1's like over 20 years old. I mean, you know.
I guess, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
That's weird to think about that it is 20 years.
Yeah, and dude, it still works. I mean, I still play it sometimes, you know. It's crazy. I got like you know, like Tony Hawk, what else? Crash Bandicoot. You know, it's like, you know, it's classics.
What about Typhoon? Did you ever play Typhoon? I love Crash Bandicoot, but Typhoon is a good one.
Have food, nah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like you should look for it and check it out. It's where they have the monkey and the what is it?
No, not Donkey Kong.
No. It's got the tiger. So you're the tiger, but there's other characters in it, and it's like you're not those characters, but they're part of the game. So you have the crane, the monkey, and the snake, and the tiger, and it's a pretty cool game.
Oh, so it's like a Kung Fu Panda thing. I guess what it reminds me of.
Yeah. I used to have when I had Xbox, I had Guitar Hero. I played expert. Like I was so good I could do it with my eyes closed. That's how good I was on the guitar. Oh man. I was so good at that game. Yeah, Guitar Hero was awesome. No, 1 second.
So yeah, there's the game. I just posted the game I was talking about. It's pretty cool. If you haven't played it and you have a PS1, I would suggest, you won't be disappointed. I'd suggest getting it, playing it. Awesome. You say you was on a midnight oil run? Is that what you said,
Yeah.
Josh?
Yeah.
It's all good, baby. Oh, God, my fucking back. Oh. Oh.
I think I'm gonna call it a night. I'm gonna get some sleep.
This is the kind of midnight oil I was referring to. Was this right here? Oh shit. Shit. I got the bow. Shit. Where the fuck did it go? Maybe I don't have it. Oh, there it is.
Oh, Josh, that thing you fucking sent me, dude, that was... What the fuck was that, dude? Their fucking heads were exploding and shit.
Yeah.
Like... What do you think was that?
Well, we can't talk about that here.
Okay, we can't talk about that?
Bullshit. It's bullshit is what it is because, like, did you notice that the force with which the smoke was coming out of their ears? Like, that's made up bullshit, man.
Well, I mean, what I saw was clear as day. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. No, that's pretty,
There's not enough space or cavity within the head, right, to hold that much smoke and create that much force. That shit was jetting out of there, man. It was jetting out of there 6 to 8 inches, or maybe even a foot out from their head. There's no way.
And what the hell are you guys talking about? This is intriguing me. What?
That's some fake as hell shit.
That's what I'm saying. That's why the CHIP. You know what I'm saying? I think there's some truth to that.
Oh, this okay. I know now.
You know what I'm saying? Because whatever. I don't want to talk about it. Forget it. These guys could talk. I don't know.
Oh no, I get what you're saying about the chip, right? I mean, the other stuff. I mean, I totally get that, and I'm with you on that. But as far as what I saw, like that was just some fake bullshit.
Well, but listen, if it's happening over there, it's gonna come over here. It's gonna start happening over here.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
I mean, that's why I'm bringing it up. You know?
No, I mean it's just it's not like what I saw was. Shit was jetting out of their heads, man. Like those were. That's yeah. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I really couldn't. I was like, I was like, what the hell did he just send me? Like, what is this?
You guys can
And
believe
then, like, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. But it's coming to America. That's for sure. Like Eddie Murphy, right? Coming to America. Yeah, that video was fucking insane, bro. Yo, honestly, that's probably the craziest video I've seen in a long time, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, man. Fucking smoke was coming out of his fucking head. Like, what the fuck? Okay? They're telling us, you know what? I'm not gonna talk about it. I can't.
Please link the video. I'm so curious what you guys are talking about.
Well, ask my boy Josh. You know, he's
Not allowed to. Can't.
Ask my nigga.
Can't even talk about it here, and I don't know why.
Send it in the DM.
Ivy keeps talking about it.
Well, I'm talking about it because it's whatever.
Got Asperger's or something? I mean, just no offense.
Me?
Yeah.
Do I have Asperger's?
Are you not able to take like social clues that well?
No, it's called a few beers.
oh, I know. Asperger's, yeah.
I guess if that's Asperger's, yeah, I do have Asperger's, yeah. I'm sorry.
No, it's Amsterdam beer, not Asperger's, Josh. Get it right.
Wait, who asked if I had Asperger's?
Me.
Oh, you? Why would you insult me, dude? That's fucked up. You know me.
You know me. Come on, man.
Oh, man. Oh. Yeah, yeah.
I know you. That's why I'm. Yeah. Are you sure it's just the beer?
Yeah, this is just the beer.
No reefer either. Yeah.
No. Yeah, beer and weed. Yeah. And my pain pills. So.
And that's what it is. Those ain't buds.
Oh, God. But yeah, I mean, like, you know, so I see that. I'm like, okay, well, if that's happening over there, how long before that, you know, starts happening over here? You know what I mean? So.
Know me?
Only a matter of time.
You know me?
Nah, man.
You know me?
You heard?
No, I didn't hear.
You heard?
No, I did not hear.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, what the fuck?
Dude, what's it called? Someone was telling me to, let me see. Someone told me to check out a movie. It's like predictive programming. Hold on, what movie? My friend texted me. Blast from the Past. Blast from Past. with Brendan Fraser. It's going to be reality soon. This is something my friend texted me. I don't know. Any you guys hear about that movie, Blast from the Past? With Brendan Fraser?
Nope.
Okay. It's with Christopher Walken, too. Okay, well, I don't know. That's just something. Oh, God.
Oh, what the fuck? That's not what I wanted. God damn it.
Oh, man, I wish I could talk about it. Oh, man. So much I want to say right now, but... Should I
Send
talk
the video
about
to
it?
me in the DMs.
No, I can't talk about it. It has to do with the SCHIP. I don't want to talk about it. No.
CHP, what?
CH.
What the fuck the chips got anything to do with that, man? Fuck the Highway Patrol.
Yeah,
fuck the CHP, man. Fuck it.
Fuck the
Goddamn chips.
Fuck that.
Forget about it.
Forget about
this fucking guy over here sitting here talking about motherfucking CHP, huh? Hey, you heard like Orange County, huh? And you get like all like, hey, I knew that place.
Orange County. Oh, that is a funny movie, Orange County. That movie's hilarious.
Yeah, Orange County stinks like fucking gear oil, man. Like crude oil.
Yo, well, this is something we could talk about.
Oh, boy.
Excuse me. Josh, where do you think, I don't know, man. You think, where do you think they get oil from? You think they really pump oil from the ground?
Yeah.
Probably comes from the ground.
Okay, but why would oil be in the ground? That doesn't make any sense. You don't think
would it be in the sky?
Well, it wouldn't be in the water, right? But it's not always like deep underground either, man. Like fucking, La Brea?
I think they make it in a factory, man. I don't.
You ever heard of La Brea?
No.
The La Brea tar pits in LA?
No.
Dude, the whole fucking LA and Orange County, man, the whole fucking thing is sitting on a fucking ocean of oil.
But it's all over the country, not just in California.
Exactly.
There's wells and tables of water, and tables and like wells and channels beneath the earth of.
So you think?
Magma. I think that there's also of oil too. It's true plenishes.
I don't know.
This is what I think oil comes from, right? If you want to know.
I think they make it in
chaos.
A factory.
This is the chaos. The waters of the deep.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
They're mining the abyss.
I don't know. Same thing with diamonds, like what are...
But the thing is it's one of these things like we know, like old wells that have been tapped out, right? They go away from them in like 40 years, they come back and they check it out and it's fucking full of oil again. And it starts producing again.
Yeah, but what the hell is oil doing in God's green earth? It's not natural, dude. Oil is man-made.
Did you hear what I just said?
What? What'd you say?
God damn. The waters of the deep. It don't come from the sky. It don't come from the surface. It comes from the deep. It's the water of the deep.
Oil isn't water. What are you talking about?
Son of a bitch. It's the wine of Babylon.
Oh my gosh.
Where is Babylon? Baghdad, right? Right in the middle of a fucking oil field.
Okay.
All the nations are drunk off of it right now.
Okay, dude. Dude. So you're saying, forget it, man. I just don't see how there can be chemicals in God's green earth.
Well, see, here's the thing, right?
Doesn't make any
Some people have thought that the Nephilim, right? All those sinners is what everybody's driving around on from the flood, right? All of these dinosaurs that are buried underneath all this rock, right? How do we know it's dinosaurs? We don't actually get fossils. So how the fuck can they know it's fossil fuel? It's not a fossil. A fossil's a rock.
Exactly. So that brings me to my next point. How the
Because they
hell?
say dinosaurs got hit by a fucking meteorite, man.
Right. But how do fossil? It's just so retarded, man. Like,
do you believe in fossils? Do you think fossils are real?
No, they're saying bones turned into oil. What?
No, they're not saying bone turns into oil. They're saying
they
it's
are.
the carbon-based life forms that turn into carbon-based
All right, there's
things without. But here's the thing, right? In order for an oil to happen, right, it needs to be present in something. Now, what's different from petroleum oils, coal oils, coal tars, from plant oils, from animal oils, right? Plant fats and animal fats. It's different. It's not a fat. It's something completely different.
Okay, but dude,
and I'm telling you, it's something completely different. Now, this is probably what causes these volcanoes.
But the fossil fuel, how they're saying fossil fuels or whatever, how it comes from dinosaurs or whatever. How do dead bodies turn into oil? That doesn't make any sense.
Check it out.
Whatsoever.
Check it out. Right?
You're saying your dead grandfather
It's not actually
oil.
No, check it out.
100 years from now?
Check it out, Dave. They're not actually saying that it's dinosaurs. They're saying it's the Carboniferous era, where like it was just nothing but plants.
Right.
And then somehow it burnt up, but the oil didn't burn up. Right?
Josh,
when you look at the coal deposits, just listen to me. When you look at the coal deposits, you'll find out that there's always petrified wood sticking above them with no bark on it.
Gosh.
And you'll always find, like layered, unless it's anthracite coal, which is a specific kind of coal, the rock coal, as opposed to mineral coal. The mineral coal, when you look at it, it has wood fibers in it. It's evidence of the fucking flood, dude. You can take plants and throw it into a pressure cooker with just the plants and pressure cook it for like, I can't remember what temperature it is, but it's a pretty high temperature for like a few hours. You get some oil. A day, you start developing crude oil. A week, it turns to coal. And there's like not that much pressure. The only pressure that's in there is like 2 times atmospheric pressure.
I don't know, man.
I think it's like 750 degrees is how much it's heated up to. but there's no oxygen that's allowed to react with it. It's not allowed to liberate the carbon. You can run an experiment, right? You can sit there and you can take, a pile of plants and just leave it there. Take another pile of plants.
Okay, so
like gather it up and go, okay, we're going to do this, but I'm not going to do the pressure, just add the heat. This one I'm going to have the heat and the pressure. This one I'm not going to have any heat, just pressure, and see which one does it. Is it the combination of the two? And then, okay, well, the combination of the two had some weird stuff happening, so let's play with the pressures and temperatures, right? That's how experiments are done. All the meanwhile, there's the regular plant left all alone, just sitting there fucking chopped up, ready to go, just sitting in a pot without the lid and with no heat.
Okay, but Josh, what I'm saying is, how do dead animals, dead carcasses, turn into oil? It makes no sense.
Damn, I just fucking told you.
Well, it doesn't make sense, okay? It doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. It doesn't. Oil is not natural, okay? God didn't create oil. Okay? No. Sorry.
Soup, if you want to hop up into the VC check-in, I'll follow you up and we'll get you a row. Soup.
I don't know, man. I think oil is man-made. I don't think it's made by God. That's all. But that's my point.
Search my channel.
Just like diamonds. They say diamonds. They find these people find diamonds in Africa. In the water and all that stuff. That's nonsense, in my opinion. I think diamonds are another hoax. They're man-made. They're made in a lab. You know what I mean? Like what? It just doesn't make sense, man. I don't know.
Oh, here, watch this. Look at this.
I don't know, man.
I know you don't know. I'm here to inform you. Look at this. From algae to bio-crude in less than 60 minutes.
So you really think diamonds are from the earth? You really believe that? You really believe that?
Diamonds has nothing to do with oil.
But I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm on to a different topic now. Are we still talking about oil?
Yeah.
All right, well.
From algae to bio-crude in less than 60 minutes. And then, it takes like 5 minutes now, and they can create a flawless diamond in a lab.
Okay, but where do the diamonds come from? Are they stars? I mean, where falling from the sky? Where do they come from? Think about it.
From volcanoes.
You see these Ethiopians or Africans or whatever.
They come from volcanoes like gold and silver and lead and all these other wonderful metals that we love so much. They all come from volcanoes. Now, what is a volcano? Don't know. It's a chemistry set. Doing kind of reactions and mixing. Next thing you know, well, shit, look at La Palma, right? That previously there was no volcano there. That's a brand new volcano. The caldera was in the water. So that's a new volcano that erupted.
Yeah, but
right.
Okay. Hot lava. But what does that hot lava have to do with diamonds?
Well, what is lava? Lava's not rock.
Yeah, it's hot lava.
It's a mixture of all the rocks molten. So how can you get minerals out of a conglomerate? You cannot. Right? Minerals are caused by secondary contact zones between different layers of sediment or strata. When you have dissimilar rock, dissimilar host rock and country rock that collide in what's called a dike, then there's happens to be fracturing that occurs, and then there's enrichment that comes up from the ground, from a volcano, and that's where when quartz gets deposited. How it gets deposited, they don't know. They just know that it's linked with these hydrothermal vents, these geothermal activities. Right, like sulfur, for instance. Did you know that there's a volcano that erupts blue lava? Doesn't even erupt like molten rock, really.
Where is
like
this?
Some metals. It erupts sulfur, burning sulfur.
Where is this?
Can't remember.
Oh, lava. I never heard of that.
Yeah. It's Kawaha Ainjin in Indonesia. Here's a little video of it. Rather quite breathtaking and stunning if it wasn't for all of the fucking acid rain that it's creating, right? Because sulfur dioxide gas creates sulfuric acid rain. And that's what they were saying. Oh, we need to stop using diesel because it's causing this acid rain. Are you sure about that? I don't know. This volcano, when eruption, produces more emissions of sulfur dioxide than the diesel emissions have for like 50 years.
I don't know, man. I just remember watching this documentary where like these like African.
Oh man, you know me. I'm cash cap, dog.
Yeah.
Now, as opposed to diamonds, right? We know that diamond has a correlation with this mineral called kimberlite. And this mineral kimberlite is a special kind of mineral because it's a conglomerate, but it's not a volcanic conglomerate type of thing, right? It's one of these heavy mineralized zones that produces this kimberlite where the diamonds are found. Like some volcanoes don't even have any kimberlite in it. It just has a lava pipe, right? A basalt pipe. Depends on what kind of volcano, too. I think it has to be like through granite or some shit like that. But it's just one of these things to where it's secondary reactions, and we just know that there's a correlation between the two of them. And they're more common than you think. They're about as common as sand. Right. Now, the crazy thing is you can talk to these globies, right? And they'll lie to you blue in the face. And it's like, science tried to do some pretty astounding things, but there's actually like some things that have been found that you guys are ignoring, like the amount of water that's above our heads in the air, in the atmosphere. Water's above. What about the waters beneath, right? Scripture talked about that. Well, you look at that. Ringwoodite. It's a mineral like diamond, right? Comprised about 70% water. And there's more water locked up in that mineral under the earth than there is in the oceans and in the sky.
Yeah, okay. I just don't get that, dude. I mean...
This is coming from geology. I was like, do you see what these guys are saying? I mean, these guys are pretty much like going away from what you guys are doing because they know what they're doing is straight up pseudoscience because you cannot run a geological experiment. It's pseudoscience. There's no scientific method involved. And that's what it is. I've never been against science, right? Science has always been my favorite subject because science means to know. It's a razor, right? It's zetetic, to seek out, right? So it's one of these things to where, in fact, do you know what science means? To know. Knowledge.
Yeah, but if you believe in science, that means you believe in the Big Bang.
No. You cannot, listen to me, you cannot believe in science. Do you know what belief means? I swear we just went over this earlier.
Oh, stop. Stop it.
Okay, we got nice. You know what nice means, right? Here, Davey, I'll post it here. There's etymology of nice. Nice in the meaning is foolish, ignorant, frivolous, senseless, poor, careless, clumsy, weak, buffoon. Right? And then if we go back to, there's planet. Do you know what planet means? It's late Old English planeta in astronomy means star other than a fixed star revolving in an orbit. The wandering stars literally means wandering star. There's that. Right, and I'm doing this so you have the reference as well, right? Faith, belief, here's belief, right? You cannot believe in science. They're antonyms of each other. And
yeah, but there's no
antecedent. They're antecedent to each other, right? Belief means confidence reposed in a person or thing, faith in religion. Right? Belief, faith, right? It is always talking about this word faith. And then when you look up faith, right? Because I love doing this. I love going down this little rabbit hole. Right? Faith means faithfulness to trust or promise, an oath. Trust, blind trust, right? So I do not trust the science. I didn't put belief. Hang on. I thought I did. There's belief.
Yeah, but there are no such thing as planets. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they are. They're the wandering stars. Even Enoch talked about them, bro.
No, but dude, I'm talking about
the chief stars will leave their estate, leave their heavenly order, and they will err. and they will not show up in their time and come late in their season and go and wander wherever they wish and to their own order, separate from the rest of the order. And the people of the earth, the dwellers on the earth, will err and forget about the laws of the heavens and what they are there for, because the moon will not be where it's supposed to be, and the sun will have a different seasonal precession or whatever, seasonal precession. The sun will not show up when the seasons are supposed to be. This happens before the people will err, and they will consider the wandering stars as gods.
Dude, you're confusing.
What do we call them? Well, what do we call these planets? In fact, the solar system, right? The word solar system itself. They're all pagan names, Davey. The sun, Sol, it's pagan god. Mercury, pagan god.
Yes,
Venus,
I know
pagan
that.
god.
I know.
The only one of them that in the solar system that is not a pagan deity is the Earth. It just means dirt. So when they say planet Earth, no, that's completely different, because a planet is a wandering star and Earth is what's on your feet. In fact, Earth is not even named after the likes of those fake gods you guys call planets, you guys call gods. They're just wandering stars. They're just stars. You cannot go there. You cannot set foot there.
So you're saying planets are stars that are under the dome?
No, they're just no, dude. Fuck. Why is this so difficult?
What?
They're just stars, dude.
Where?
Planets are just stars. Every photo that you think, every photo that you think you see of a planet, unless you've taken the photo yourself, is Photoshop and CGI artistry.
Yeah.
Fuck, look at Pluto, and it just so happens that Pluto happens to have a silhouette there, right? I mean, it's just... Yeah, Pluto fits perfectly in Pluto. I mean, you can't make this shit up. And do you know what Pluto means?
Dude, yes, but it's...
The god of hell. Yeah.
I'm not talking about what it means and what it doesn't. You're saying that freaking planets or stars in...
Yes.
Okay.
They're not other worlds. Nobody will ever set foot on a heavenly body.
Okay.
You can't get to the heavens.
Now, where are these planets? Inside the dome or outside the dome?
They are in the firmament.
That's what I asked you, and you said no.
Not inside the dome. In the firmament. Fixed in the firmament.
That's what I said, in the dome, in the firmament.
Except for the wandering stars. Like, see, there's different things on the explanation of what stars are, right? What if all they are is just these horrible demonic creatures, gigantic creatures, you know, the ones of nightmares and fantasy novels, like Cthulhu type stuff. And what we're seeing is their eyeballs. And that's what the stars are. They're waiting for the dome to crack.
Operation.
It says the stars will fall to the earth. But don't worry, the seas will boil first.
Man, Operation Fishbowl. They've been trying to...
And now what does that sound like? The seas will boil first, right? The seas will boil. The sky will fall, right? Doesn't that remind you of climate change? There'll be mini storms, right? The likes of which has never been seen.
Well, I think,
it's not climate change. It's judgment. No matter what man does, they're helpless to it. You cannot stop the storm.
Okay.
There's a shitstorm brewing.
You think that storms are man-made, or they're made by God?
The most powerful magic of all, the land, is the power of He that controls the storm. You know who that is? It's the enemy of Enlil. That's Enki. The god of storms, the god of the sea. Jehovah.
Jehovah.
Canaanite god of the sea. Poseidon. The one with the trident.
Old dude says keep the religious stuff out of here. Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not with that religious shit, dude. You know.
But as far as, where diamonds come from, carbon. So what they are, carbon crystals.
We could agree to disagree,
And what is a crystal?
It's a shiny rock.
Self-replicating, repeating pattern, a lattice structure.
Alright. Well, some people think diamonds are stars that fall from the sky. Some people think diamonds are man-made, made in a lab. And
the Aborigines originally thought that the opal stone was where the rainbow touched the ground.
I don't know.
It looks like a rainbow, right? They call it the rainbow stone and the rainbow serpent. So you can't really go based off of, what people say they are. That's how we got in this mess in the first place. People say, oh, well, the Earth is like this because this really smart guy broke it down and made some measurement that's not really a measurement. It's just a calculation. So unless, that's the thing. What science is, it's all about discovering the causality of things.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you believe in religion?
Causality reaction. Huh?
Do you believe in religion, or do you believe in God?
I don't believe in anything.
So you're an atheist?
No. Because an atheist believes there is no God.
Well, you just said you don't believe in anything.
Exactly.
Okay.
Absence of belief. David, I've already talked to you about my experiences, so I don't know why you're sitting here, talking about this here.
Yeah, but not to this extent. Not to this extent, dude.
Yeah, what I've discovered. Everything we know is a lie.
I know that, but you're confusing the hell out of me, dude.
I know, it is confusing. The whole thing is like an onion, bro.
I don't believe in religion, dude. I don't.
Religion is one of the worst things.
It's division.
No, it's not. It's not. It's mind control. It's another form of government. That's all it is. In 3 forms. Political. Like political militarily. The financially and spiritually. Every nation has their own system like that. So, the main thing is well, have you ever seen what a star really looks like, Davey?
Yeah.
Have you?
I've seen a shooting star before, yeah.
No, not a shooting star, a star.
Yeah.
I'll post a video of a star.
Yes. I know what the Dipper looks like. It looks like a...
No, I'm going to post a video of a star. I guarantee you ain't never seen a star like this.
Okay, let's see.
You see it, stars.mp4?
Yeah.
No, this is zoomed in. Mute yourself.
Yeah, I've never seen that ever. Are you saying you've seen that?
That's what stars are, dude.
Okay, but the little specks, the sparkling specks in the sky, what are those?
That's slowed down. Like normal speed, they're zipping around. You can't see what they are. They're zipping around so fast you can't see what they are, man.
But
it looks fuzzy, right? So this is slowed down, like frame by frame.
So this is what a star is in slow motion.
Yes, that is what a star actually looks like.
And how do you know that? What made you come to that conclusion?
I can't find. Look up real photography of stars if you have the gumption to.
Okay, I'll check it out. Don't forget. I'll check it out.
I'm looking for this other thing here.
I mean, it's interesting.
And how do I know that's a star? Because if you have a Nikon P900 or P1000 or even that newer one, you too can capture that. It'll zoom in and focus. Yes, it has digital zoom.
Well,
or they say it's like 50 miles they can see.
Okay, so you're talking from a scientific perspective, right?
No, just observational.
Observational, but how did you observe it? Would you look through a telescope? Like, how do you know that's what they look like?
Well, look, not a telescope, a camera. One of those badass cameras you point at the sky, right? And you can see the fucking Milky Way in New York.
Well, but my point is, have you ever seen that with your own eyes, dude? Forget what you see online, okay? Have you seen that with your own eyes? No, you haven't. You have.
Yeah, actually, I have. I have a telescope and my camera, and I'm able to enhance the images that I see. Look, I took some images of the lunar eclipse.
Well, if you have, then that's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
I was on this Hangouts. We were all watching it. Well, if we had a clear sky.
Because honestly, my belief is that God, obviously, God created the firmament and the stars.
Here's a lunar eclipse, bro. Look at that shit.
Yeah, I see it. The stars is just God's decoration. That's what I think, okay? It's just God's decoration. That's what stars are. That's what I think.
I know they're not burning balls of gas next to a fucking perfect vacuum. And it's kind of funny too, right? The AU, astronomical unit, right? 93 million miles. That's the distance that the heliocentric says the Earth is from the sun. So it's called astronomical unit AU. The sun has what? Golden rays, it say? AU. I wonder what else AU is. Oh yeah. The atomic elemental symbol for gold. It's their golden number. Their golden ratio. In fact, they even have it mapped out on the heliocentric on the solar system, heliocentric solar system, that every 5 years or so, I can't remember what it is, when Venus goes into retrograde, they say that these things line up in perfect points to where it's like 5 spots where these retrogrades take place, and it's 5 spots mapped out all the way along the way, right? And it forms a pentagram. And they also say every 72 years or something like that, it's the Shekinah. It's the grand great year of the completion of that cycle. Or 512 years, something like that. So when you actually look at these retrogrades, because we see these lights move in the sky from the east to the west, then stop, and then move back from the west, or from the west to the east. Like they stop moving and move backwards. They wander. We see these stars doing that. That's why they're called planets. So if you look at these planets, they look different, right? They don't look, they would look something like what I showed you here, right? You wouldn't be able to see exactly what you think you're seeing, right? Like I got a couple good photos of the moon too. But the biggest one, right, is how can you tell if something's flat, round, dished, or spherical just by looking at it?
Oh.
Do you think you can tell the difference on anything like that? If it's spherical, convex, flat?
All right, Josh. Yeah. Okay, you got Neptune. Yeah. All right, what about it?
Well, I just posted an image.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Flat Earth Hungary.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you think that's like a ball?
I think it's all fiction. Fake.
Okay, you're not understanding. This guy, he's showing this.
Oh, this one. I was looking at the other one. Okay, this picture.
No, he's showing you. Okay, on the top is what NASA shows you the planets are, but on the bottom, that's what you see. When you actually look at them and photograph them, that is what you see the planets are, not what you see, not what NASA tells you they are. You can see images like that, but it's always with one of these telescopes that has computer imagery enhancement. So they overlay what it's supposed to look like. And they say the reason why they twinkle and why you can't see them clearly is because of atmospheric refraction.
I don't know, man. That's too scientific, bro. I don't know, man. I just think, you know, in simpler terms, I just think the stars are God's creation, just a decoration by God, and that's it. Simple as that. It's God's decoration. Okay. You ever see Bruce Almighty with Jim Carrey? Of course you have. Remember when he's
Well, hey,
outside?
check it out, Davey. Since you're not getting the social cue about talking about it, we leave the religious talk and the spiritual talk to the religion, philosophy, and politics section. So if you want to keep talking about that, we can go down there to biblical. There's a couple people down there.
Oh, down where? Where?
Down in the biblical chat.
Okay, yeah.
Biblical VC.
Okay.
Can you see it? You got to scroll down. You'll see health, nutrition, learning curve.
Yeah.
Politics, religion, philosophy, Quran, biblical debate.
Yep.
Yeah, down there.
Biblical. Okay.
curve, you curve, he, she curves, they curve. Hello everyone. Mic check. Anybody here?
I'm here.
Hello, Ildiko.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Is everything well? Are you well?
Yes, thank God. Now I'm in the car park at work, smoking a cigarette, having a coffee, and then run to work.